Hi everyone, welcome back to Oblivion. Last time we got turned into a vampire, which has changed my complexion a little bit. Wait, why do I look like that now? What happened to my face? What happened? I've changed! That's not how I look! Oh no, is it complete? How do we check this? Ooh, I'm ready for a level up if I can find a bed. How do I see my options? My sneak bad, is it? That explains why I have such a hard time with it. Zero agility. Oh dear. Yeah, what do I click on to check my stats and all that? My illnesses. I'm so confused. Vampirism. That's an ability we have? That's cool. What does it do? It's an effect. 25. Give me a spell? Guess not. Weakness to disease. That doesn't help me. Okay, so we have a skeleton with us. This guy. He's not very good at fighting. I think we'll probably have a better shot if I replace this one temporarily with turn undead. Because I know there's a lot of undead here, so if I just turn them to my side for a second. Okay, I don't think they like that. What happened to my other skeleton? Did I not? I think I have and am near DLC. Oh wait, what's going on? Where's all my spells? There it is. Is the text-to-speech coming through on the video again? It shouldn't be. What's going on? What are my numbers? That's my sword. That's my bow. That's my staff. Heal, skeleton, undead. Well, I guess turning undead doesn't help us at all. What hit me? What are my things at? So I have this short sword and the bow. Lot of depletion. How long have I had that for? Maybe I should use it? Ah, not yet. Hold on to it. Isn't turn undead meant to be very good against undead? I don't know. It's not doing anything. Do I need to do it when I'm closer to someone else, or you? Yeah, I guess turning undead is useless. Let's just run. Well, I just want to see what's here in the end. So they're too high level for me to turn them. Fair enough. Nice. Heavy. zoom out. I don't like I have to keep checking my inventory to know what's broken or not. My bow's not broken, my short sword kind of is. My bow's not going to work well underwater. Yeah, but why is being a vampire make me look so normal? Also, don't I have a spell somewhere in here? Wasn't there a new one I got? This, yes, I put it on number 8. That lets me see the fish more clearly. Someone's behind me? Oh! Run. There was more chests. I don't want to leave them behind. Yeah, so I think we've got like no chance to really fight these guys until we have something stronger, so I'm just going to be trying to get through quickly, you know? Ocean of the Sea. What does that do? Those. As long as we're quick and we spam heals, it'll be fine, right? Oh! Yeah, I can't even hit them. Don't know why. Looks like I should have been able to target them. Sorcery elf, take it. Yeah, we've gone a very magic build, but we've never found anyone who's actually giving us like spells or anything. No. I'm gonna save because I'm pretty sure we died around here last time. I think there was like some greater kind of undead that showed up. We're gonna have to run very fast when we see them. Because we are the greatest undead of all. So, I asked a question, I mean... Well, I actually can't check it. I can't test. Is the text-to-speech coming through on the stream side? Did I mess it up somehow while I was setting stuff up today? I was doing a bit of troubleshooting before I went live. Ideally, when you type a message, it's not coming through. Perfect. Hey, this is... Right, that one. Every big door we go through that loads a new zone, I'm gonna just do a quick save. Well, not a quick save, but like, I'm gonna save. Yeah, so punching fish, huh? Oh, this is near the spot. Skeleton, go. You'll protect me. I hope. Wait, why am I stuck? I'm over encumbered. Oh no! Oh no, where's my inventory? Let's drop. Oh, I don't need these steel arrows. So much expensive stuff here. gotta drop something. Maybe I'll drop something cheap. Like this robe of deflection, that's kind of bad. Doesn't cost much. It only weighs 2 though, so it's not gonna help us save much. Those boots are boots that we're wearing. What about Dispel? What does Dispel do? Does Dispel, like, stop the undead? Or does it just ruin my castings? I don't need to use any potions here. Dispel clears negative effects on me. Okay, thank you. Do I have... because they weigh nothing, that's why. What if I used a soul gem? Everyone's big. Razor's already got charge. Could do a staff of corrosion. I'll put it on the razor. We can move again. This is where I died last time. This guy got me. You see him? He's so scary. Okay, we gotta drop some stuff really quick. This mace, we're not gonna use that. Drop it. I've come across a bottle of wine with markings I've never seen before. I can barely make out shadow banished wine on the label. It must be quite valuable. I should hold on to it until I find out more. Okay. Idea. Selecting this spell. I think it's the only chance I'm going to have to, like, stop that flying thing. Eat shell tome. Is that... Have I read that? I forget if I read it last time. Heat. Shell. Do I want to add heat shell to my spell list? We get a spell? Finally? Yes. Fire shield, 10% for 30 seconds on self. They don't happen to be like a fire spirit or something, right? Eat shell. I have like a chameleon potion or something. That would be really nice right now. See what we've got. These fire. I'm gonna drink one resist fire just in case, because this seems like too convenient of a spot to find a fire thing. Myself a bit of speed too, why not? Ocean of the Sea gives water breathing. We have that already. Let's do a separate save so I can come back here. Oh yeah, that does look like it's yeah, goodbye. Yeah, that's definitely fire. So I'm actually going to use that spell they just gave me. Flare. How long have I had flare for? Huh. My skill level is too low. Well, that's unfortunate. That doesn't help me at all then. Just run. Close the door behind me, please. I said close the door behind me! No! Oh. Bones. Whoop, nope. Golden ring. Bye. My endurance is being drained? How dare? What even? Why can't I move? When did I get over encumbered? 70? I'm not dropping that much. Just don't get endurance drained, I guess. Who's doing the endurance draining? Hated the rate. Is it this guy or that guy? I think it's the Wraith, okay. Bye. This side had two things I wanted, the ring and the gold. The other side had nothing. Let's keep going. Surely undead don't know how to open doors, right? Run, 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 run. Ooh, we made it through. Did we even find anything worthwhile? I mean, I guess we got a spell. Let's get out of here. And just like that, we've proven ourselves to be the superior undead here. Bye. Oh! Well, since the turn undead didn't work well for us, I'm going to put that back to whatever spell I had. I think it was Shocking Touch? No. It was Adrenaline Rush. The marksman skill is increasing, that's awesome. Need that arrow bow. Oh no. Where's my other arrows? Yeah, the arrow of jolts, that's probably going to be nice. Try it. I didn't get the arrows back. I'm sure I hit with those arrows. Weird. Who's this guy?
Excuse me, I'm on duty.
Talk to me.
I'm listening.
Oh, I can do it. Okay. Oh, I can't see his face. I'm so screwed. He hates that.
What a great story. Sorry. What? Don't. Please, I'm sorry. What nonsense. Yes, I wish I could. What a dumb joke.
Beechcraft increasing. We're doing so well.
I accept. Sorry. I don't get it. What? Don't waste your flattery on me.
Maybe I should do this from in front of him, huh?
You think that's funny? What? I wish I could say that. Not now. Don't. What? That's just stupid. Yes. Don't. What a dumb joke. Not. No more. Really? Sorry. I don't get it. Don't talk. Well done. That's... I accept. I have no choice.
Disposition maxed.
If you've got to travel by the
Finally, we got the
non-divine,
wrist summon
stay
again.
on the roads. The wilderness just isn't safe anymore. We've had sightings, you see. The Daedra.
I haven't seen a Daedra, have I? Except for the one I stole this knife from.
Stay safe, citizen. So dark. There's no problem, is there? The Emperor is dead, and so are his heirs. We're a legion without a leader. The Blades were trusted with our Lord's protection, and they failed.
And then they took the cool sword I had at the start of the game off me.
Certainly.
Oh, I already met this guy. I'm his best friend. Oh. Next, let's go on a journey. My stamina so low. We got this quest too, a bottle of wine. Shadow Banish. It sounds like... Maybe that's the whole point of that dungeon. Maybe it's what gives us the, It gives us this quest, and Shadow Banish sounds like something to do with being invisible. Work out how to use it, maybe. Yeah. Still want to go here, which is way to the west. On the way there, I'm going to just go through the water, I think, down here. Yeah, can I, like, fast travel over here? Cannot fast travel with enemies nearby. What enemy? Let me fast travel. This enemy? Did the Wraith come out? The Wraith's probably still chasing me, isn't it? Can I craft with the enemy nearby? Because I... guess not. Oh, in that case, let's just go southwest. Southeast. No, southwest. Why am I getting so confused? I'm tired. Okay, this way. So where's the enemy? Oh, is that the enemy over there? They're trying to fight a ghost. I don't think they're going to survive that. Is that the enemy? I can craft now? What other enemy? Let me craft or fast travel or something. Oh, weird cave. Hey, that cave's not on a map. Memorial cave. Memorial of what? Hello? Press T until it stops telling me enemies are near. Oh no. I was like all the way down. Yes. Come on. In the map. Let me look around. So I was over here doing my quest. Destination. North of Undead. Which is the destination? It's... When I look at this version of the map, it doesn't tell me where I am, I think. Oh, no, there it is. Straight west. And Ales. I want to follow the water down. I also want to see what's underwater, because it looks like there's a door there on my map. Imagine somebody comes out of a castle, an old abandoned castle, immediately rizzes you. They're your best friend now. And then they run off. And a ghoul follows them out of the the place. What's the time? 2 PM. Not be doing too bad. I guess I'm not full vampire yet, huh? Yeah, let's fast travel. If I go south, I'll find a strange door either underwater or on a little island here. Direct south? This kind of direction. Let's save, because I don't know if there's a kraken in here. Let's go. I'll cast this so I can see if there's anything alive down here that's threatening me. Hello? The door is a massive DLC expansion. We probably won't go too far, and I just want to see what it is, so I know what's there. What's there? It's so dark down here. I don't like it. That's the right icon. It's like a wooden one. What is this? The Atlantis expansion. Yeah, there's like no life here at all. I'd rather go to the town and sell things pretty soon. But I want to see what this is. It's like in the middle of nowhere. Did I miss it? Right here. Is it on the surface? Swimming up. Oh, it's a weird floating island and there's life on it. Cannot wait while underwater, that's a shame. I feel like I'm on Giant Steep. Peter Gigantique. I'll take it. Hopefully these people here will talk instead of just being immediately hostile. That'd be nice. I crafted this. I made a new recipe. At this point I think it's just cooking. Lettuce, onion, potato and rice. I made a soup. Yeah, all these new potions. There's broken mechanics? I don't know what you mean. I'm not doing broken mechanics, am I? Have you seen my equipment? Maxing out the mercantile skill requires 75,000 individual mouse clicks. Don't know. What does that have to do with anything? It's like discounts or something? What else should I craft? So many things that just don't give me an option. I look so bad now! This looks nothing like me, no one will recognize me. Friends? Strange statue. Mushroom! They're not attacking me.
It's not right. Madness! Why? Why? Everything is wrong! It can't be done! Stay away from me! I won't go back! You can't make me go back! I'll kill you all! You're all going to die!
Stay back. This one's fine.
Huh? He missed. Yoink!
I'd stay back from that door if I were you. Nothing that's gone in.
Nothing that's gone into the door has come out right. Tell me more. Actually, Riz first.
We'll see.
Yeah, what do you like? He loves jokes. Okay.
That's really funny. You're a big fat. You can't scare me.
Don't do it wrong.
I'd like you to. You can't. You're. Oh, that's great. That's really too much. Thank you. Oh, that. La. You can't scare me. Oh, that's great. You can't scare me. You're. Thank you. Is that? Where'd you get? You're full of it. Thank you.
Beechcraft increased. Hell yeah.
That's good. Blah, blah, blah. What a bore.
Where's the top?
You can't scare me. Where'd you get that? That's good. You can't. You're full of it. You're too kind. You can't. That. You're pathetic.
It's tricky.
You're too. Where'd you get that? That's good. You're. Oh, please. Where'd you get that? That's good. That's just talk. You're too kind. You're too. You can't scare. You're. Where'd you get that? That's
Did it.
good.
He's my friend now. Tell me about the door again.
I don't know where it came from, and I don't want to. Those who've gone in have come back out wrong. I'm just here to warn folks to stay away.
What happened to them?
Look for yourself. Their brains are addled. Got no sense. Perfectly normal people went in there. And this is what's come out.
maybe I'll stay out here, actually.
Good choice. I mean, look at the thing. No sane person would go through there. And none have come out, that's for certain.
Quest, huh?
I still say steer clear of that door. Nothing good to be found on the other side of it. Of that, I'm certain.
Okay.
No, go away. I'm not here.
Why don't they want to talk?
Unworthy, unworthy, unworthy. Useless mortal meat, walking like a dog.
This statue is so rude. I didn't even have anything on him. I violated the law? I hope not. Hi, Callie.
Bring me a champion. Rend the flesh of my foes. A mortal champion to wade through the entrails of my enemies.
Today's Skyrim's anniversary, is it? I didn't know. Never played
Really?
Skyrim.
Do come in. It's lovely in the Isles right now. Perfect time for a visit.
They want to send me insane. Skyrim is 13 years old. That's cool. Yeah, I don't like what it did to me. We need to find a cure so we can look normal again. What ingredients? Amazing. What have I missed? Well, I want to like get these better. There we go. There's something. So, what quest did they give? Ikea is just south of where I am? I don't know. Wait, which quest was it? It says to go through the secret door? The door, that one. The guard Gaius Prentice has approached me. He tells me that the people here have all returned from inside the strange gate and all are now mad. Strange. I want to go west, and I want to go to the first settlement I've ever gone to. That's what it looks like over there. This place. It looks like it's not too far. There's a castle. I'm just gonna like swim in. Let's see if that works for me. What's that? There's the castle. Let's scale the wall. Maybe they've got like a secret entrance back here underwater or something. So I saw that last place I went in had a secret underwater exit. Place I found the razor at. Probably going to be better going the north way around, because that's where the stables are. Can I light a torch underwater? Hi, Johnny. Imagine just like being on a drawbridge or something and seeing this crawl out of the water towards you. Is this the entrance? A little bit flooded. Come on, I can fit through there. Come on. Tell me I can't fit? That's the entrance, let me in! Hello? I need to find a bed and I need to find some good spells. All the spells I have are kind of broken. There's people up there. Another gate. I probably won't be able to swim under that one either. Oh no, we can go under this one. Hell yeah, we're in. Where am I? I don't think this is where I want to be. Actually, looks like a nice bank. I can walk up here. Do I have any repair hammers? I don't think I do. No, I don't. This is as fast as I can run. Oh, I've crashed, that's why. I found a nut well. Let's touch it. I draw power from the well. Hell yeah. Whatever that means. Oh, the whole place. Let's have a quick look. Oh! Willow Wisp. Oh no, we don't want to deal with that. Oop. Oh, those are traps. And one of those in a similar dungeon. Might be in a bit of danger here, huh? How do I get myself into these situations? Ooh.
Whoa!
Let me out! I don't want to be here! Ooh, button. I think that's enough of that place. What? They're following me! Someone save me! Oh no! I can do more damage with this than with my actual weapon, huh? Maybe I should fight with my spells more often. I mean, like, it's kind of what I spec'd into, isn't it? Problem is, I'm gonna run out of mana if this keeps up.
Ah!
Did he hit me with a sword? Rude.
State your business.
I'm helping.
Yes?
What's he like?
I like that. Don't try to manipulate me. I wish I could say that. That's just talk. That's really funny. Don't waste your flattery on me. You're West... Really? Interesting.
Is this going down?
I like that. A lot. Don't wait. What? You can't scare me. Where'd you get that? That's good. Don't try. Really? Oh, please. Oh, I like that. Don't remarkable.
This guy's easy to get along
All
with.
right, I get it. You too.
Did I go back into Nightwell here? I've got to see, like, is that him killing them or me? Oh, it's me killing them. Just need, like, a spell or some way of genning that mana more quickly. Has a lockpick? Strange. Where am I on the map? Yeah. I'll come back here. I want to go into the village first. Then we can sell some stuff. We won't get encumbered as quickly if we do happen to find something. Spells look funny with the mitts on. Yes. Free horse? It's a red horse. That means it's mine. That's my color. An outdoor bed, and I'm a vampire. Good bag. Apparently sleeping there is illegal, huh? That might stop the horse escaping if you just close that. What's with this bridge? The stables. Why can't I enter? The door's locked? Hello?
Fine greetings. Excuse me. I'm on duty.
Immediately risk them.
Please, go on.
Oh no, this is the guy who already helped us. Directions, please.
What are you looking for?
Tell me about landmarks.
The castle is east, the chapel is northwest. The shops and guilds are mostly along the north wall and river. The port is over a bridge to the south.
Can I get in?
What are you looking for?
Bridge to the south. Where are the services?
The smith is near the harbor. The general trader is
I'm
to
not
the east
inside
by
yet
the
though,
river.
am I?
The mage's shop is between the castle bridge and
The castle bridge
Harbour
and
Bridge.
harbour bridge. I need to find the major shop to get more spells.
What are you looking for?
Where are the guilds?
The Fighters' Guild is east by the bridge to the castle. The Mages' Guild is south by the bridge to the port. What are you looking for? Silverholm on the Water is where the north wall meets the river. The Lonely Suitor Lodge is in the port, across the south bridge.
So you're telling me you don't have a medic here? Can I just like
Take
enter?
care.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, I can. It's just open. I can go in.
Hail.
So many people to talk to.
State your business.
Riz everyone.
Something strange is going on with Ardeline and Varan Vermori. I always see him hanging around her. We'll see.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. What nonsense. I accept. I have no choice. I doubt it. I doubt it. Sure, that's... Don't. No more. You're frightening me.
Frightened?
Don't waste your flattery on me. I accept. Yeah. I doubt it. Sure, that... I doubt it. No more. Not now. Not later. Not ever. Not bad. Not bad at all. Yes. Yes, what... Not now. I doubt it.
Tricky.
Sure, that's cute. No more. I doubt it. I doubt. Good one. What? Don't. Please. That's pretty. Yes. Yes, whatever you say. Don't talk such rot. No more. Don't try to manipulate me. Yeah, I get it. Sure. Don't. Please. Not. I doubt it. Sure, that's cute. Don't. What nonsense. I accept. I have no choice.
What am I trying to do? Make the number in the middle go up.
Not later, not ever.
You have to pick all 4 options. See, we got his disposition maxed. We're leveling up our rizzing abilities. Hi, Pluffy. You have to joke and coerce and boast and admire. You can do any 4. The higher up the bar's filled when you select it is how much effort you put into it. You want to put the most effort into the things that have the happiest face on them when you select it. You can get 1 free rotate, and it rotates once after every selection. You want it to go up, not downwards.
That's not bad.
I don't know why, but like,
Ranaline.
we're gonna make so many friends.
I cook at the Lonely Suitor. I think we're in for some hard times. The death of Uriel Septim and his heirs changes everything.
It also goes down the longer you take to choose.
Excuse me.
I'll explain a little bit better in the
I
next
stay
one.
to myself. I've always found the wrong sort of friends. Now I do without.
That's what you think!
What?
Okay, so pay attention to her face as I hover over. Admire? She hates being admired. Joking seems neutral. She loves when we boast. Joking seems a bit worse than coercing. So from best to least, boast, coerce, joke, and admire. So admiring right now would be a mistake, right? I'm gonna rotate. Admire for the smallest.
Not now. Not late.
Coerce and boast.
Gracious. That's
then
just
joke.
stupid.
So it's gone up a bit, see? You just repeat until you get something high. Get a free rotate.
Don't
admire.
try. I won't fight. Gracious. That's
That.
just not funny. Such adventures. I won't fight you. What? Don't try to manipulate me. I won't fight. Don't. My life is... What a dumb joke. My life... That's enough. Don't talk such rot.
Probably shouldn't have rotated that
I
one.
don't get it. You win. Don't. Sorry.
And
I don't get
we're
it.
best friends now. I don't know what it
You
gets
see?
us, but
Eaterianus
It's an option.
spells, recharging and training in mysticism. And idle chatter.
spells?
At your
You have
service.
spells? Mage's Guild.
Kudai would be the one to talk to if you wish to join. Otherwise, just find one of the other local guild heads. Yes?
What do you like? She loves being coerced. She hates when we boast.
Don't, please. I'm sorry. I doubt you really mean that. You're full of it. That's pretty good. Yeah, whatever you want. I doubt you really mean that. You're full of it. Yeah, whatever you... That's... You're full of it. Yeah, yes, whatever you say. You're... That's a bit excessive, don't you think? Yes, whatever you say. Blah, blah, blah. That's... I doubt you really mean that. Yes, whatever you say. I'm not buying that one. Sure. Blah, blah, blah.
Best
What a
friends.
bore. I see. Some say that Traven is misusing the power of the Archmage's position to further his personal agendas.
Like, what do we even get out of being friends with people? Like, what's the point? It's there. There's a whole system around it, but what do we get for it? There's not even any special dialogue options. I guess she just smiles more when she talks to us?
Breville is an important trade centre and a rich melting pot of imperial Khajiits.
Maybe in the
Targaryen
last boss
cultures.
fight, everyone who we've
And yes, a
befriended
bit
joins us
shabby
in the
and
battle.
shop-worn.
What are the speechcraft perks? How do I check? Is it here? Speechcraft. So personality lets me get better information gathering. Information and quests. Fair enough. Speechcraft. You know, the last time I tried to get a discount at the inn,
Why?
I have no agility left. What do you mean? I'm fine. I'm fine. How did that happen? Spoken to you. We're fine. This is just how agility always was. Have I still not gone to a healer? Do you think anyone will see if I drink? I want... New topic, Aileron Loach. What? I want to talk to them. Save. We need to know what happens. What would you like to do with this person? Oh, it gives me options. I'd like to talk. Like, should I feed chat? Just talk? But if we talk, we'll lose the opportunity to feed. We are a vampire. And there's nobody here. Chat. I want to see what happens. Feed, then talk. Okay. Your hunger for blood has been satisfied for now. Cosmos the cheat. Talk to him. Hello! How's your neck
I'm
feel?
saving up enough for some medicine.
Oh, you probably won't need medicine after this. Just stay out of the sun. Have a coin, beggar. Actually, no. We have to
Yes?
riz them first. Then we give them a coin. He likes that, then that, then that, then that.
Don't try. Whatever. Well, that's just stupid. Yes. Well, that's just not funny. Don't talk such
Best
rot.
friend. Have a coin.
Thank you, kind lady.
Have a coin.
Thank you, kind lady.
Chat, how rich can we make this man? Aileron Lot. What is that?
Yeah. Ursan's husband, Alaron, is missing. Poor thing. I've seen her crying at the chapel. I hope someone can help her.
You like how they put their voice back on after I'm done persuading? That's pretty funny.
He's a fairy tale. The Imperial Watch pretends there is a thief king named the Grey Fox who controls all the thieves in Cyrodiil.
Is this guy going to turn
Of
into a
course, it's
vampire as
all
well?
just made up to give them an excuse to keep us down. He's a fairy tale. The Imperial Watch pretends there is a thief king named the Grey Fox who controls all the thieves in Cyrodiil.
It's him. He's the Grey Fox.
Of course, it's all just made up to give them an excuse to keep us down. Yeah.
He's our best friend. He'll tell us, right?
All right.
Bribe 60 gold. Tell me more.
He's a fairy tale.
Why isn't it graying out? Weird.
That Delphine Jen seems dangerous to me. She's very skilled, but I think she's reckless.
Blessings of Mystara upon ye.
I can drink again? Is he even asleep? Bye. The fair deal. Silverhome on the water. Have I met this person?
Have mercy.
That's the same guy.
Just one coin.
I think feeding twice in a row just kills him. Well, we don't want to kill him. That's the gate I couldn't swim under earlier. The Mages Guild is by the south bridge, they said. Strange tree. What's up the stairs? What temple? Surely a vampire will not regret going to the temple. This temple? You can see a temple here. This could be an insta-kill. You're making me worried to enter now. They wouldn't kill me, I did nothing wrong. None of these graves are lootable. Yeah, I did nothing wrong. Okay, chat? Oh, I can step on the tombstones for a bit of extra height to get over the fence. Aha. Nothing wrong. Also, I won't have any diseases because I'm a vampire. How do I check my diseases? Like under here, right? I've got hell joint. I've got tunnel cough. I've got vampirism. Vampire skills, weird. I have disease resistance for being red guard. Have I spoken to them?
State your business.
I think I have.
All right.
No, I haven't.
I doubt it.
Talk tough.
No. That's pretty good. Real good one. What a... I doubt it. No. That's blow away, windbag. Really now. You're good one. I doubt it. Sure, that's cute. I doubt it. Blow. What a wonderful compliment. Yeah, I get it. Blow away. Please. I doubt it. I see.
Good friend.
Good. What do you need?
Do you have a different rumor?
It's always a pleasure to hear Uravasa Orthralis speak at the chapel. She has a real way with words.
Maybe we should go in the chapel and meet her. I'm gonna save again because I don't want to have to re-riz. There we go.
Good day.
Hello! Your weight is true in the scales of Julianus. Huh? Make a pilgrimage to a way shrine of Akatosh and henceforth receive a blessing at Akatosh's holy altars. Make a pilgrimage to a way shrine of Arke. The Bella. What's this? Stendar. Tiber Septim. My afflictions are banished. Huh? What happened to me? I still look like a vampire. What do you mean my afflictions are banished? I mean, that's cool. Check my stats. Oh! So, does that mean vampire isn't a bad disease? We need to find Zenithar, Mara, Kynaras. Yeah, they cured my diseases but not my face. I can't believe they do this to me. How dare they? That would be illegal to enter here. It would be easy to lockpick. Vampirism can be a bad disease. Okay. Why can't I enter any of these? I guess because they're houses. Have we talked?
State your business. We'll see.
We have not. I might not want to visit the shrines of Stendar. They're super anti-vampire. How would they know? I'd out-riz them. What does he like? He hates that. I don't think he likes that. He loves that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Rotate it.
That's blah. Thank you. How? That's blah blah blah. Oh please. That's great. You're full. How nice.
Did the wrong one.
Oh please. I like that a lot. How? Oh, you're full of it. You're good.
Yes, I'm
Good
very
day.
good at that minigame. Silver home on the water. Let's sleep.
What is it now?
Hello? If I do one of the DLCs, there's extra vampire stuff. Okay. They leave all this food out, but God forbid I touch it. Not welcome to eat or drink.
Gilgondrin. Silver Home on the Water has beds and food. What's your pleasure?
The Deep Scorn Hollow DLC, I don't know which one that is or how to get there, adds a super easy way to cure vampirism. You found it by accident, it's that obvious. Yeah. I don't even know how I got vampirism. It was probably from life stealing a vampire. Rumors.
I've sighted the Forlorn Watchman again. Every time I see that ghost, it gives me the creeps.
It's the quest called Deep Scorn Hollow. Thanks, Vivian.
Yes?
Max, when did we talk to him?
My neighbor, Droshanji, is worried. He's seen creatures around the house lately. Why don't you talk to Droshanji? See if you can help.
It's probably just me.
What can I interest you in?
He only has like 50? Starting weapons. Sell some of my stuff. This, I guess. Some of these, so they're not in so many stacks.
That's more. You drive a hard bargain.
Yeah, that's why I sell them in separately.
I appreciate.
A bed,
There's
please.
a room free, all right. Best you'll find in Reveal, if I do say so. 20 gold.
That's not
and
free.
yours for the night.
I'll take it.
Right. You'll have to go upstairs to the second floor. Your room is the second door on the right, before the staircase. Thank you for your patronage.
Oh, porphyric hemophilia is what gives it. Yeah, I remember getting
Good
afflicted with
day.
that. I just thought it was like a bad stat. I didn't realize that was what turned you into a vampire. So I assume the sun's gonna hurt me then? They won't mind if I just start picking their locks, right? Hello? He's awake. Verkilgo shooter. Whenever I feed, I drop to 25% vampire, so I could feed again. How funny. I'm saving just in case they've already been fed on by someone else. I don't want to kill them for this. Feed. They're definitely awake. I win. I want to talk to them. Hello.
What can I do for you? Say what you're going to say.
It's okay, they're awake, but they're into it. Thanks, Vivian, that makes me feel better about this. He likes being admired, hates being coerced. Okay.
Yeah, I get it. I doubt it. What a please, I'm embarrassed. But thank you. Yeah, I get it. Don't make me laugh. Couldn't. I doubt it. What a what? Yeah, I get it. I doubt it. Not bad. Not bad at all. Couldn't. I doubt it.
Oops.
Oh, talk tough to me. Yeah, what? Oh, I doubt it.
Can I steal his bed?
Not bad. Not bad at all. I doubt it. Couldn't. Yeah, I doubt it.
Now tell me about the Forlorn Watchman.
I don't know much about that ghost, but some say he died in a horrible shipwreck. I would stay away from him if I were you. Bad omen. Each night, he wanders the shore of
Have I
Nibbin
been
Bay.
to Nibbin Bay?
Then he stops and looks mournfully out
Or is
to
that the one
sea.
where I was walking underwater?
If you're really interested in
Finding
it,
the door.
go talk to Ungarian at a Warlock's Luck magic shop. He seems to know a bit about it.
That is not what the subtitle said.
It's a terrible responsibility, being Braville's first citizen of the ale tub. But I suffer under the burden like a sure green orc.
I like how he just doesn't question how I picked the lock or got in his room. He does not care.
Bye.
Goodbye. The next guy. Is this my bed? It could be. Drink from them too? Yes. Does it stack, or am I just wasting extra drinks?
What can I do for you?
Can I drink from someone a second time if there's like a break in between? Or is it like, do I need to keep track of who I've drank from?
Go ahead.
I don't know how to read these facial expressions. I think he likes strokes.
Oh, that's great. That's really too much.
Hates being admired?
Not now, not later, not ever. What a great story. You're
Okay, I
wasting
see it.
your breath. Don't waste your flattery on me. Well, I like that. You can't scare me. That's great. Not now, not later. You're wasting your breath. Is that... Oh, don't... Well done. Oh, don't... That's just... I wish I could... Oh, don't waste your flattery on me.
We're friends now. Imagine vampire drinks you and then immediately just wakes you up and starts making best friends with you. That's great.
City Swimmer certainly lives up to her name. I've seen her in the
City Swimmer.
canals many times.
Haven't met City Swimmer. So look for
Good
someone in the
day.
water. Understood. Wait, I need a sleep to level up, but I want to check out the rest of the place first. Oh, I guess this was supposed to be my room, considering it was already unlocked for me and I didn't need to pick it. Why is this one red? I'm allowed to pick the other locks, but not this one? Probably the innkeeper's room. It's the most amazing thing. Yesterday it was hard and today it is easy. Just a good night's sleep and yesterday's mysteries are today's masteries. Personality, endurance, and intelligence. Let's go. This is block good too. That's. I dream of vampirism added. Vampire attribute. Wait, what? I'm getting more vampire skills? Weird. Vampire's seduction. Does that let me speedrun the Riz? You dream of walking through the cool night air. Your body cries for blood, having not fed for days. What do you mean? I fed like 3 times. In 15 minutes. Weakly you stumble to a small pool. As you bend down to it, you see that it is not water in the pool, but warm, fresh blood. Steam rising off of it. You lower your head to drink, but cannot open your mouth. As you realize in horror that your lips have been sewn shut. A pair of cold white hands reach out from under the pool and draw you under. Done. I'll get another level if I sleep for another hour. There we go. Thanks for the 13-month resub, Sir Dragon. Wait, does strength go up on its own automatically? Because I thought it was like 40 earlier. Salamander fed on a guy 4 times in a row and he seems fine. Oh. Okay. Vampirism increases my stats more the higher it goes. That's pretty good then, isn't it? Like the game noticed I wasn't doing what I needed. Vampire's Seduction. Charm for 20 seconds on touch. Is this... Does this turn someone hostile? Do they know I use it? Seems funny. Charm is a friendly spell. Charm raises disposition directly. What did I have in that slot for? It was Absorb Health. Put that there and I put Shocking Touch there. I can get them above 50 and then use Charm. Counter the fact that everyone hates me at high level vamp. I'm gonna try it out on this guy just to understand what happens.
Good morning. What?
So this guy,
For you, of course.
he says 66, okay?
Goodbye. Gilgondrin. Silver home on the water has beds and food. What's your pleasure? What can I interest you in?
Alright, what's he at now?
Please,
100! Ooh!
I offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all Cyrodiil.
Do you want to give me, like, for one, restore agility? Now, I want to sell you a damage fatigue. But I want to haggle it for extra value. Is that how it works? Haggle for...
You don't expect me to make that deal, do you?
Yes, I do. It's 100.
I can't afford. You don't expect me to make that. No deal.
Why is he like this? Haggling is
A
based on
pleasure to
mercantile
serve.
skill. What's the point of this?
Farewell.
He'll probably still get mad at me if I steal something, won't he? Okay, is anywhere else open yet? Fight is good. I guess everywhere's closed, unless I feel like picking a lock, huh? A Warlock's Luck. That sounds like the place I'm trying to get to. To check the prices before and after charming. Oh, does it change the prices to begin with, does it? The Lonely Suitor Lodge. I'm on fire!
What?
You the one I already talked
All
to?
right.
Oh. Hmm.
What a great story. That don't. I accept. I have no choice. What a damn joke. Whatever you want. Not. I wish I could say that. I wish I could say that. I accept. What? That's just not funny. No. What a great... You think that's... What nonsense. Well done. Don't waste your flattery on me. I accept. What a great story. That's just stupid. Don't try to manipulate me. What nonsense. You think that... Well done. Well done. That's not bad.
Friend.
City Swimmer certainly lives up to her name. I've seen her in the canals many times. Goodbye.
I'm Brogram Grogalash, your host at the Lonely Suitor Lodge. It may not look like much outside, but that's just the weather.
Can I have an umbrella? It's hot out there.
Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
Pumpkin.
You drive a hard
Sweet cake.
I appreciate... Oh, we'll see. Ugh, that's foul. You win. Real? I doubt it. What a wonderful compliment. I doubt it. I can't... Ugh, that's foul.
It's bad.
Please, I'm embarrassed. But thank you. You will get... I doubt it.
Not good at this one.
I won't fight you. Not... Please. I doubt it. No, you do me too much honor. That's a... Get away from me. That's enough. Really? I doubt it. Please, I'm embarrassed. But thank you. I doubt it. That's... You're revolting. No, you do me too much honor. I doubt it. You get away from me.
Why am I doing so badly?
That's enough. Get away from... Really not. I doubt it. I can't argue with that. You should... Goodness, what can I say? Not funny, not even a little bit. That's... What a... I doubt it. No, you do me too much honor. I can't... Not funny, not even a little... All right, I get it. Yeah.
Yes, I'll take the room for the day, please. It's a bit hot out there.
Farewell.
If I don't go out at daytime, how am I gonna, like, get into any of the buildings that are gonna help me cure? Sleep? How about this? Like, it was just draining my stamina. It wasn't killing me, was it?
Good to see you.
Run fast or wait for night. It's not gonna kill me, right? It might actually kill me. else did we get?
Hell.
Not damaging me though, right? This isn't damage, right? Right, I have heals. There's someone who apparently swims in the water all the time, but I don't see them here. There's the... Oh, there's the doorway. Archer's Paradox. I guess they don't want me in. Yeah, it's just burning me very slowly. Nothing I can't out heal. Mage's Guild, this is what we're looking for. Like, this place is closed at night time, right? Keys. Guilds are usually open 24/7. Okay. The guild wouldn't happen to like take all my magical equipment off me, would they? Alchemy, tactics, they're all the same book. Varieties of Daedra. Tamrielic lore. Who owns this place? Hello? Can I knock? No one here. What do? They're probably invisible. Probably playing a prank. That's what they get. Oh, hi! The sounds
Excuse me, madam.
made them come down.
Are you here about joining the Mages Guild?
Sure. After I riz.
I'm listening.
They hate being admired. They love jokes. Okay.
That's really funny. Well, you can't skip. Don't talk such rot. I like that. A lot. Well, that's just talk. Don't talk such rot. That's real. What not real? You're wasting your... That's not... Well, you're wasting your breath.
Perfect.
You're good.
And then...
Please, I'm in desperate need of help, and I think you're the only one that I can turn to.
Can I spell? Oh, I can only do powers once per day.
You
Okay.
could help me locate my friend Henantier, could you?
Not a bad influence, am I? Join the Mages Guild, sure.
Well, no bounty on your head, and you look able enough. Very well. Are you sure you want
What's
to
the
join the
catch?
guild?
Yes, I want to join the guild.
Then, I declare you to
That was
now
easy.
be an associate of the Mages Guild. Welcome to the ranks. You'll need to acquire recommendations from all the local guild hall
Local
leaders to
guild hall
advance further
leaders?
in the guild.
Oh no.
If they're smart, they'll take the opportunity to have you perform a small service for them. One good turn deserves another, after all. We have a responsibility to look after one another, don't we? I dare say we do, no matter what the costs.
Oh, like straight up gave me a key. That's cool. Arcane University.
The Council of Mages meets there in the Imperial City. That's where the real power of the guild lies. If you do what you need to, you'll get there one day. Just don't forget to help those who have aided you on your way.
I need a recommendation from you two.
Are you so eager to begin? Very well. We can start if you feel you are ready.
Not yet.
No? Well then, please excuse me.
I want to see the other options.
Hello there, associate. You're here for a recommendation, I presume. Are you prepared to earn it?
Oh, that's the only option. Guess so.
I'm afraid I haven't had time to prepare anything conventional. I'm very preoccupied with this situation concerning Ardaline. Perhaps you can help with that, however. I can't directly get involved for fear of embarrassing the poor girl.
What's the situation?
I'll need you to have a little chat with Varen Vamori, and you can learn something about the power of illusion in the process.
Strange. Tell me about Varen.
I don't understand it. Some ridiculous male thing, I suppose. He's been bothering Ardaline every day for a while now. He even stole her mage's staff. Perhaps he thinks it's amusing. I don't know.
Can I have a
But it
major
needs to
stuff?
stop. It's making her miserable.
Not if I steal it first!
It's more symbolic than practical, but each carries great significance to its owner. You're going to get Ardaline's staff back. Take this charm scroll. With it, you should find Varon more receptive to questioning. Don't come back without that staff.
Okay. Beguile.
If you want it, you'll need to persuade Varon Vamori using whatever means necessary to return that
Oh, I
staff.
get my own stuff? Crazy.
You have what you need to help him talk. I admit, it's not standard guild procedure, but I'd do anything for one of my girls.
So, there's so many things to ask about here.
Varon Vamori should give it to you once you've persuaded him, if you understand me.
Tell me about the
Each
guild.
local guild hall has its own way of doing things. That means each hall has its own set of problems. I miss him so. We were study mates at the Arcane University, and we've come to grow fond of each other over the years. He's always getting himself into jams with the careless ways he performs his experiments, and, well, I'm afraid he's done it again. I'm going to level with you, as you seem like you wish to help.
This is another quest?
Henantier isn't missing. On the contrary, I know exactly where he is. The problem is, he's trapped and there's no way I can free him.
Strange. Fine by me, I just want the reward.
Great. Whatever suits you and gets me Henantier back suits me just fine. When you're ready to go and see him, let me know. But please, do hurry.
Hey, man. Getting so many new quests for this place.
Any luck talking with Varon Vamori yet? It should be no trouble at all once you use that scroll.
I want to talk about the other things.
We aren't going far, so no need to prepare for a long journey. In fact, he's still in town.
He's in town,
More
but he's
I can't
stuck
say
somewhere?
aloud without risk of others hearing.
What? Weird.
Don't say anything to her. I don't want to embarrass her further. Once this is all taken care of, I'll speak to her privately.
Going on, there's so many names.
I take my duties as
That's the
chapter
person
head
we've
very
needed to
seriously.
get the staff back for.
Unlike some guild mages. It infuriates me how casual some guild heads are about common civility.
Rumors.
Not only has necromancy been banned from practice in the
Oh, you'd
Mages
like
Guild,
my spell
but
list.
the guild won't deal with anyone who openly uses it.
Can I show them my skeleton? We're
Make
friends,
sure
right?
Baron hands over that staff.
Chat, I want to just see what happens. I'll save over it. Look!
Any luck talking with
They actually
Baron
don't care. That's
Valerian?
hilarious.
It should be no trouble at all once
Friend.
you use that scroll. Make sure Varen hands over that staff.
Do they notice? Are they going to do anything about this? This is conjuration. This isn't necromancy. I don't know, it looks like necromancy to me. Okay, so which of my spells are necromancy then? We got destruction, conjuration, restoration. So none of these are necromancy. That's cool, so I'm free to do as many skeletons as I want. No one's going to be mad at me. I pulled a skeleton out of thin air rather than revived a corpse. Well, it had to come from somewhere, didn't it?
Hello, associate.
Oh!
Any luck
Can
talking?
I sell stuff to them? No, I can't.
Make sure Varen hands over that staff.
Oh, hello.
Ari
Hi.
Ari, your friendly guild alchemist. Satisfaction guaranteed. No free samples.
Will you buy my stuff?
For you, of course.
Oh, she hates that.
What a... Not bad, not bad. I doubt it. What a... Sure, that's cute. I doubt it. No, not bad. I doubt it. Please. Sure, that's cute. What a... I doubt it.
Nice. Tell me about the guild.
I'm just here doing research. If you need spells, talk to Ita or Delphine. They'll be happy to help.
Who was the Argonian we were just talking to?
The girl hasn't seemed herself lately. I have no idea what's wrong, but something's really bothering her.
Probably the staff.
The Mages Guild runs more or less like it always did. But we lost quite a few members when the practice of necromancy was banned.
Where did they go? I want their spells.
Bravil, good points, cheap to live, unpretentious, freewheeling. Bad points, culturally a whole. Count's a clown and his son's a skooma sucker.
I'm getting so many emotes in chat. Aw.
Bye!
Carandial, mage trained, scholar by
They snuck up on
inclination,
me.
student of our Aldmeri ancestors, the Aelids. Go ahead. Really now? Sorry. You're pathetic. I won't... That... What a... Don't make me laugh. What a wonderful compliment. Don't make me laugh. What a dumb joke. You win this one. What? No. You do... You're a big... Goodness. What can I say? You've got a point. That's just... Real. That's just... All right, I get it.
I'm getting so many friends.
Some say that Traven is misusing the power of the Archmage's position to further his
Who's Traven?
personal agendas.
It's the Archmage.
The Eyelid ruin of Anatwil is nearby.
Yeah, I
can
went in
spend
there.
a few days on site, then return here for the comforts of home and my library.
There were dangerous creatures in there. What do you mean?
Farewell.
Oh, I got some new quests. Let's have a look at those. I want to swap my quest. I've spoken to Kud A of the Mages Guild in Bravil. It seems that a friend Enantia isn't missing after all, but trapped somewhere. Good A needs my help liberating. Good A said to return to her when I'm ready and she'll take me to him. Good A. Let's do it.
Any luck talking with...
Which one was it? What's their name? Enantia.
Make sure... Any luck talking... We aren't going far, so no need to prepare for a long journey. In fact...
But how do I activate it? That's the option, right? Enantia.
We aren't going
Why won't
far,
she lead
so
me?
no need to prepare for a long journey. In fact, he's still in town.
If I like wait outside, are they gonna meet me there?
Make sure
Or?
Varen hands over that staff.
Show me the way.
Any luck talking... Make sure Varen hands over that staff.
It might be bugged. Activate the quest to see where it's pointing at.
He doesn't seem particularly happy.
It's not pointing anywhere. This is the quest. Literally just telling me talk to her. There's more people.
Delphin Gend, creator of the celebrated Enemies Explode spell.
I need that spell, please.
Advanced trainer in destruction. And mage destined for great things.
I want the enemies explode spell. We need to be friends, okay?
For you, of course. That's amazing. Yeah, don't talk. You can't scare me. I salute you, most impressive. Is that so? Yeah. Don't waste your flattery on me. Good one. What? I salute. You can't scare me. What nonsense. Gracious, what a... Is... Not bad at all.
Friends. Delphine only sells things between 9 AM and 8 PM some of the time. Let's talk to her.
It's my job to help people learn the proper constructive use of destruction magic. And let's face it, blowing things up can be ever so much fun.
Teach me!
Archmage Traven is the first to take such a hard stance on necromancy. It upset more than a few people.
Not a popular decision. Yeah, I want the enemies explode spell, please.
Work recently. It's annoying, frankly. I love my work. Fire, frost, shock, poison. Little presents for Kinnereth's cute little woodland creatures.
Kinnereth. Tell me your things.
I hope I can help. Bye.
I'm Ardeline. I'm the Guild's advanced trainer in alchemy here in Breville.
Okay.
Tell me more.
Oh, we already met. Baron.
What? I don't know anything about him. I'm sorry. Excuse me. It's my pleasure. I don't like talking to people much, but Kudai's helping me get over that. That's why she put me in charge of selling alchemy supplies.
But why is nobody selling stuff to me? They need time to wake up and drink their coffee before they train. I had 1 hour of sleep. They can talk to me.
Yes, I've seen them before. Don't really know anything about them, as I don't specialize in plant samples. However,
Oh yeah?
I know someone
So what can
who
I use
does.
this Nern root for?
If you make your way to Skingrad, look up Sindarian.
Sindarian
He's one
and
of the
Skingrad.
foremost authorities on the alchemical properties of plants. The Mages Guild runs more or less like it always did, but we lost quite a few members when the practice of I'm afraid I'm not very social, so I really don't know very much about the people here.
Yeah, I remember you.
Be seeing you.
Oh, I can just steal beds whenever, huh? So my speechcraft has been leveling up. Am I ready for a level from all that? I kind of am. Funny. Hello? Oh, I guess I can just take whatever. Yeah, I'm part of the guild. That's crazy. Bread, some apples. I joined the guild that has its perks. The quest is a buggy mess if I take the other quest at the same time. Is it soft locked? Or do I just need to do the other quest first?
What do you want? Can I help you?
This is Varen.
All right. What nonsense. I doubt. Good. No more. You're frightening me. What nonsense. Yeah, good one. What nonsense. That's pretty. Don't. I doubt it. Yeah, not bad. Don't waste your flattery on me. Not bad. No more. Don't try to manipulate me.
Let's talk.
I don't know what to say. All I want is for her to care about me, to feel the same way as I do about her. But she doesn't. I try, and it just doesn't matter. It makes me furious sometimes.
Can I have the stuff?
All right, I admit it. I took it from her. I don't know what I was thinking, honestly.
That was easy.
I was trying to tell her how I feel, again, and she wouldn't even stop to talk to me. I just got so angry. I was a little ashamed afterwards, but I didn't know how to apologize or give it back. I wish I could. I'm afraid I don't have it anymore, you see.
You sold it?
I sold it to a friend of mine, Saurus Aranum.
Classic. They don't have the stuff, they just said.
If I still had it, I'd gladly give it back. You'll have to talk to Saurus Aranum if you want it. He lives in the Talos Plaza district of the Imperial City. He's the one who has Ardaline's staff now.
I like you, I'm going to steal your shit and sell it to show you how much I like you. Yeah, this is this whole guy's demeanor. What is this?
Anvil is all in an uproar. First the chapel attacked, now
This
the
guy.
guy panting about the end of the world. Old, worn, and wicked. Wet, wounded, and wild. Empty as the eastern horizon. Dusk on the Nibbin. Solemn and bitter as the grave.
Let's make best friends with that guy.
Greetings.
Adeline, I'm sorry.
I overheard
Hi,
someone
Adeline.
say that Alaron Loesch is missing.
You heard that?
What happened to him? His wife, Ursane, is beside herself with grief. Have you heard about that ghost of the old man that looks out into Nibbin Bay each night? They're calling him the Forlorn Watchman. Spooky.
Take care.
Farewell. Well met.
Well
I hope
met.
I can help.
Yeah, he said sorry.
What? I don't know anything about him. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
She doesn't know anything about you. Savage. Let's go further up. Some things in the guild are still classed as stealing, like that money? Huh, that's crazy. All these apples. And these tomatoes? This isn't stealing, this is borrowing. Back into burgundy outfit. We could be stylish with that one. The hand isn't red, it's not stealing. Perfect. I want this outfit. Hell yeah. Now we look the part. Room. Where's all the secret stuff? Gold trimmed shoes. No, we look great. I'd like Fallout, I can talk my way to the end of the game. Oh, I'm just going brr. Wear that ring as well, and that ring. Oh no, we can't wear that many rings. The rings clip through the gauntlets. It doesn't look like I inhale paint fumes. What do you mean? She looks wonderful. Yes, this is good. Ultimate armor discovered. And there's a lot of reading to do. What's that say? Just the way back out. I wonder if I get cured will I go back to my original face. I hope so. I really, really hope so. Okay. Wolf Queen, Varieties of Data, we've read that. Manual of Spellcraft, I'm pretty sure we've read that. That's why I've been holding on to these books so I can tell what I've read or not. Manual of Armor. Introductory text. I think I've read that one. It's a lot of Manual of Spellcraft. I've read Varieties of Daedra. The new book is The Wolf Queen. And A Less Rude Song. A Less Rude Song by Anonymous. They say the Iliac Bay is the place to barrel around, without a bit of apparel on, as advertised in that carol song. A tune that's sung as the west wind blows, about its lovely not wearing any clothes. Ladies singing high notes, men singing lows, implying that the most luscious depravity and complete absence of serious gravity can only be found in the waterous cavity of Iliac Bay. If you are the type who is more a sinner than a sinned, you'll find it all in Morrowind. But the truth, my child, is that nothing more wild than an ordinary fashion, kind of slightly mad passion, can be detected, if at all, in Sentinel and Daggerfall. Whatever your odd needs, feathered, scaled, or finned, you'll find it all in Morrowind. It's an invention of bards that Bretons and Redguards have more than some staid fun, and suffer deviant fornication for the most of madness, not the least. The wise debaucher heads out east. Where your once steely reserve is now merely tinned, you'll find it all in Morrowind. In Morrowind there is sin, but pray do not confuse Dunmer variety with that found in tepid Western society, compared to which it nearly is piety. It isn't terribly ingenious calling it prudery, observing the dark elf aversion to nudity. After all, the preferred sort of nudity in these parts is far more pernicious. From the Ashlanders to the wettest fishers, you'll find pleasure and pain quite delicious in Morrowind. If you find yourself with unkind kinship with your kin, you'll find it all in Morrowind. Ah. Hope we get to hear someone actually sing it later on. There's more books! Ooh. Hell yeah. The Wolf Queen V8. Do we have like V's before that over here? Eastern Provinces, Darkest Darkness. Don't have Eastern Provinces. I do have Darkest Darkness. How do I like pick it up? What's the pick up button to like move it? Provinces, Frontier, Conquest, Book of Daedra. We've read a lot of these already. Gonna be like one in here that's gonna give us a spell, surely. Galerion the Mystic. Holds E to move items. Perfect. I can move the ones that I've already read. Frontier Conquest, have we read it? We have. Out it goes. I literally got a spell from a book earlier today. That's new. Okay, Varieties of Daedra we've read. The Wolf Queen. Let's read the Wolf Queen. It's 20 pages. The Wolf Queen, Book 8, by Warhin Jarth. From the pen of Inzolicus, 2nd century sage. 3E 127. Following the Battle of Ichidag, the Emperor Uriel Septim III was captured, and before he was able to be brought to his uncle's castle in the Hammerfell kingdom of Ghislaine, he met his death at the hands of an angry mob. This uncle, Sepphoris, was thereafter proclaimed emperor and rode to the imperial city. The troops, formerly loyal to Emperor Uriel and his mother, the Wolf Queen Pretema, pledged themselves to the new emperor. In return for their support, the nobility of Skyrim, High Rock, Hammerfell, the Somerset Isle, Valenwood, Blackmarsh, and Morrowind demanded and received a new level of autonomy and independence from the Empire. The War of the Red Diamond was at an end. Pretema continued to fight a losing battle. The area of influence dwindling and dwindling until only her Kingdom of Solitude remained in her power. She summoned Daedra to fight for her, had her necromancers resurrect her falling enemies as undead warriors, and mounted attack after attack on the forces of her brothers. The Emperor Sepphoris Septim I and King Magnus of Lilmoth, her allies, began leaving her as her madness grew, and her only companions were the zombies and skeletons she had amassed over the years. The Kingdom of Solitude became a land of death. Stories of the ancient Wolf Queen being waited on by rotting skeletal chambermaids and holding war plans with vampiric generals terrified her subjects. 3E 137. Magnus opened up the small window in his room. For the first time in weeks, he heard the sounds of a city. Carts squeaking, horses clopping over the cobblestones, and somewhere a child laughing. He smiled as he returned to his bedside to wash his face and finish dressing. There was a distinctive knock on the door. "Come in, pal," he said. Pelagius bounded into the room. It was obvious that he had been up for hours. Magnus marvelled at his energy and wondered how much longer battles would last if they were run by 12-year-old boys. "Did you see outside yet?" Pelagius asked. "All the townspeople have come back. There are shops and a mages guild, and down by the harbour I saw 100 shops come in from all over the place. They don't have to be afraid anymore. We've taken care of all the zombies and ghosts that used to be their neighbours, and they know it's safe to come back." "Is Uncle Sepphoris going to turn into a zombie when he dies?" asked Pelagius. "I wouldn't put that past him," laughed Magnus. "Why do you ask?" "I heard some people saying that he was old and sick," said Pelagius. "He's not that old," said Magnus. "He's 60 years old. That's just 2 years older than I." "And how old is Aunt Pretema?" said Pelagius. 70, said Magnus. "And yes, that is old. Any more questions will have to wait. I have to go meet with the commander now, but we can talk at supper. You can make yourself busy and not get into any trouble? Yes, sir, said Pelagius. He understood that his father had to continue to hold siege on Aunt Potema's castle. After they took it over and locked her up, they would move out of the inn and into the castle. Pelagius was not looking forward to that. The whole town had a funny, sweet, dead smell, but he could not get even as close as the castle moat without gagging from the stench. They could dump 1,000,000 flowers on the place and it wouldn't make any difference at all. He walked through the city for hours, buying some food and then some ribbons for his sister and mother back in Lilmoth. He thought about who else he needed to buy gifts for and was stumped. All his cousins, the children of Uncle Sepphoris, Uncle Antiochus, and Aunt Potema had died during the war. Some of them in battle, and some of them during the famines because so many crops had been burned. Aunt Bianchi had died last year. There was only he, his mother, his sister, his father, and his uncle the Emperor left, and Aunt Potema, but she didn't really count. When he came upon the Mages Guild earlier that morning, he had decided not to go in. Those places always spooked him with their strange smoke and crystals and old books. This time it occurred to Pelagius that he might buy a gift for Uncle Sepphoris, a souvenir of Solitude's Mages Guild. An old woman was having trouble with the front door, so Pelagius opened it for her. "Thank you," she said. She was easily the oldest thing he had ever seen. Her face looked like an old rotted apple framed with a wild whirl of bright white hair. He instinctively moved away from her gnarled talon when she started to pat him on the head, but there was a gem around her neck that immediately fascinated him. It was a single, bright yellow jewel, but it almost looked there was something trapped within. When the light hit it from the candles, it brought out the form of a four-legged beast pacing. "It's a soul gem," she said, "infused with the spirit of a great demon werewolf. It was enchanted long, long ago with the power to charm people, but I've been thinking about giving it another spell. Perhaps something from the school of alteration like lock or shield." He paused and looked at the boy carefully with yellowed, rheumy eyes. "You look familiar to me, boy. What's your name?" "Pelagius," he said. He normally would have said Prince Pelagius, but he was... It's not Darth Plagius. No. Pelagius, he said. He normally would have said Prince Pelagius, but Darth Pelagius. But he was told not to draw attention to himself while in town. "I used to know someone named Pelagius," the old woman said, and slowly smiled. "Are you here alone, Pelagius?" "My father is with the army storming the castle, but he'll be back when the walls have been breached. Which I dare say won't take too much longer," sighed the old woman. "Nothing, no matter how well built, tends to last. Are you buying something in the Mages Guild?" "I wanted to buy a gift for my uncle," said Pelagius, "but I don't know if I have enough gold." The old woman left the boy to look over the wares while she went to the guild enchanter. He was a young Nord, ambitious, and new to the Kingdom of Solitude. It took little persuasion and a lot of gold to convince him to remove the charm spell from the soul gem and imbue it with a powerful curse. A slow poison that would drain wisdom from its wearer year by year until he or she... How would they do that? Drain wisdom on the wearer? Year by year until he or she lost all reason. She also purchased a cheap ring of fire resistance. "For your kindness to an old woman, I've brought you these," she said, giving the boy the necklace and the ring. "You can give the ring to your uncle and tell him it has been enchanted with a levitation spell, so if ever he needs to leap from high places, it will protect him. The soul gem is for you." "Thank you," said the boy, "but this is too kind of you." "Kindness has nothing to do with it," she answered, quite honestly. "You see, I was in the Hall of Records at the Imperial Palace once or twice, and I read about you in the foretellings of the Elder Scrolls. You will be Emperor one day, my boy, the Emperor Pelagius Septim III, and with this soul gem to guide you, posterity will always remember you and your deeds." With those words, the old woman disappeared down an alley behind the Mages Guild. Pelagius looked after her. He did not think to search behind a heap of stones. If he had, he would have found a tunnel under the city into the very heart of Castle Solitude. And if he had found his way there, he would have found, past the shambling undead and the mouldering remains of a once grand palace, the bedroom of the Queen. In that bedroom, he would find the Wolf Queen of Solitude in repose. Listening to the sounds of her castle collapsing, he would see a toothless grin growing on her face as she breathed her last. From the pen of Inzolicus, 2nd century sage, 3E137. Protema Septim died after a month-long siege on her castle. While she lived, she had been the Wolf Queen of Solitude, daughter of the Emperor Pelagius II, wife of King Mantiaco, aunt of the Empress Kintyra II, mother of Emperor Uriel III, sister of the Emperors Antiochus and Sepphoris. At her death, Magnus appointed his son Pelagius as the titular head of Solitude, under guidance from the Royal Council. 3E140. The Emperor Sepphoris Septim died after falling from his horse. His brother was proclaimed the Emperor Magnus Septim. 3E141. Pelagius, King of Solitude, is recorded as occasionally eccentric in the Imperial Annals. He marries Catarish, Duchess of Vordenfell. 3E145. The Emperor Magnus Septim dies. His son, who will be known as Pelagius the Mad, is coronated. Take that book. Manual of Spellcraft. We've read all those. What other books are here? The Eastern Provinces. We've read. Out it comes. Frontier Conquest. I think we've already got one of those on the floor somewhere. Darkest Darkness. Book of Day. They're just going to come in here and just see all their books on the floor from the bookshelf. The Horrors of Castle Shear. That's an expensive one, isn't it? Destruction skill increase just for reading it. Can I read it again for more destruction? The Horrors of Castle Shear. A one-act play by Baleth Kul. Whoa! One act, 34 pages. Let's go. Dramatis Personae. Clavides, captain of the Imperial Guard. Cyrodiilic. Anara, a Dunmer maid. Ulis, a lieutenant of the Imperial Guard, Argonian. Zolassa, a young Argonian mage. Late evening. Read it and eat it. Think of the cleaner. Now that'll be fine. Late evening. The play opens in the interior great entrance. Hall of a castle in Scathanud, replete with fine furnishings and tapestries. Torches provide the only illumination in the center of the... In the center of the foyer is a great iron door, the main entrance to the castle. The staircase up to the landing above is next to this door. On stage left is the door to the library, which is currently closed. On stage right is a huge suit of armor, 20 feet tall, nearly touching the ceiling of the room. Though no one can be seen, there is the sound of a woman singing coming from the library door. A loud thumping knock on the iron front door stops the woman's singing. The door to the library opens and Anara, a common-looking maid, comes out and hurries to open the front door. Clavides, a handsome man in imperial garb, stands there. Anara, good evening to you, Sergio. Clavides, good evening. Is your master at home? No, Sergio, it's only me here. My master Segura Kena Talvani Hordolfshire is at his winter estate. Is there something I can do for you? Possibly. Would you mind if I came in? Not at all, Sergio. Please. May I offer you some flint? Clavides comes into the hall and looks around. No, thank you. What's your name? Anara, Sergio. Anara, when did your master leave Scathanud? More than a fortnight ago. That's why it's only me in the castle, Sergio. All the other servants and slaves who tend to his lordship travel with him. Is there something wrong? Yes, there is. Do you know an Ashlander by the name of Sul Karifa? No, Sergio, I don't know one by that name. What is a Sergio? Then you aren't likely to now. He's dead. He was found a few hours ago dying of frostbite in the Ashlands. He was hysterical, nearly incomprehensible, but among his last words were castle and sheer. Dying of frostbite in summertide in the Ashlands? Vivek, that's strange. I suppose it's possible that my master knew this man, but being an Ashlander and my master being of the House of Talvani, well, if you'll pardon me for being flippant, Sergio, I don't think they could have been friends. That is your master's library? Would you mind if I looked in? Please, Sergio, go wherever you want. We've got nothing to hide. We're loyal Imperial subjects. As I hear are all Telvanni. Note from the playwright, this line should be delivered without sarcasm. Trust the audience to laugh. It never fails, regardless of the politics of the locals. So I guess the Telvanni tend to not be loyal Imperial subjects. Cleverdays enters the library and looks over the books. The library needs dusting. Yes, Sergio, I was just doing that when you knocked at the door. I'm grateful for that. If you had finished, I wouldn't notice the space in the dust where a rather large book has recently been removed. Your master is a wizard, it seems. No, Sergio, I mean, he studies a lot, but he don't cast no spells, if that's what you mean by wizard. He's a Kana, went to college and everything, you know? Now that I think about it, I know what happened to that book. One of the other Kanas from the college been round yesterday and borrowed a couple of books. He's a friend of the master, so I thought it'd be all fine. This Kana, was his name Warvim? Could have been, I don't remember. There is a suspected necromancer at the college named Kana Warvim we arrested last night. We don't know what he was doing at the college, but it was something illegal, that's for certain. Was that the Kana who borrowed the book? A little fellow, a cripple with a withered leg. No, Sergio, it weren't the Kana from yesterday. He was a big fellow who could walk, so I noticed. I'm going to have a look around the rest of the house, if you don't mind. Cleverdays goes up the stairs and delivers the following dialogue from the landing and the rooms above. Anara continues straightening up the downstairs, moving a high-backed bench in front of the armor to scrub the floor. Can I ask, Sergio, what you're looking for? Maybe I could help you. Are these all the rooms in the castle? No secret passages? Oh, Sergio, that would be Sajira Kana Telvanni Hordolfshire want with secret passages. What would? Looking at the armor. Your master is a big man. Oh, Sergio, don't tease. That's giant armor, just for decoration. My master slew that giant 10 years ago and kind of keeps it for a souvenir. That's right, I remember hearing something about that when I first took my post here. It was someone named Shio who killed the giant, but I didn't think the first name was Hordelf. Memory fades, I'm afraid. What was the giant's name? I'm afraid I don't remember, Sergio. I do. It was Torfang. I got out of Torfang's shield. I don't understand, Sergio. Torfang's shield? Cleverdays runs down the stairs and examines the armor. Sul Kharifa said something about getting out of Torfang's shield. I thought he was just raving, out of his mind. But he ain't got a shield, Sergio. Cleverdays pushes the high-backed bench out of the way, revealing the large mounted shield at the base of the armor. Yes, he does. He covered it up with that bench. I didn't do it on purpose, Sergio. I was just cleaning. I see that armor every day, Sergio. Vivek, I swear I ain't never noticed the shield before. It's fine, Anara. I believe you. Cleverdays pushes on the shield and it pulls back to reveal a tunnel down. It appears that Sajira Kana Telvanni Hordolfshire does have a need for a secret passage. Would you get me a torch? Vivek, I ain't never seen that before. Anara takes the torch from the wall and hands it to Cleverdays. Cleverdays enters the tunnel. Wait here. Anara watches Cleverdays disappear down the tunnel. She appears agitated and finally runs for the front door. When she opens it, Ullus, an Argonian lieutenant in the Imperial Guard, is standing at the entrance. She screams. Ullus, I'm sorry to frighten you. Anara, not now, go away. I'm afraid the captain wouldn't like that, miss. You're with the captain? Blessed mother. Cleverdays comes out of the tunnel white-faced. It takes him a few moments to speak. Captain, what's down there? Cleverdays to Anara. Did you know your master's a necromancer? That your cellar is filled with bodies? Anara faints. Ullus carries her to the bench and lays her down. Let me see, Sergio. You'll see soon enough. We're going to need every soldier from the post here to cart away all the corpses. Ullus, I've seen enough battles, but I've never seen anything like this. No two are alike. Hajidi, Slode, Dunmer, Cyrodiil, Brayton, Nord, burned alive, poisoned, electrified, melted, torn apart, turned inside out, ripped to shreds, and sewn back up together. Think the Ashlander escaped? That's what happened? I don't know. Why would someone do something like this, Ulyss? There is a knock on the door. Clevidace answers it. A young Argonian woman, Zolassa, is standing, holding a package and a letter. Good morning. You're not Lord Shear, are you? No. What do you have there? A letter, and a package I'm supposed to deliver to him. Will he be back shortly? I don't believe so. Who gave you the package to deliver? My teacher at the college came aboard of him. He has a bad leg, so he asked me to bring these to his lordship. Actually, to tell you the truth, I was supposed to deliver them last night, but I was busy. Greetings, sister. We'll give the package to his lordship when we see him. Ah, hail, brother. I had heard there was a handsome Argonian in Skathanud. Unfortunately, I promised Kama Warvim that I'd deliver the package directly to his lordship's hands. I'm already late. I can't just... We're Imperial Guard, miss. We will take the package and the letter. Zolassa reluctantly hands Clevidace the letter and the package. She turns to go. You're at the college if we need to see you? Yes, fair tidings, brother. Good night, sister. Clevidace opens the package as Zolassa exits. It is a book with many loose sheets. It appears we've found the missing book delivered to our very hands. Clevidace begins to read the book silently to himself. Ulyss, to himself, very pleased. Another Argonian in Skathanud, and a pretty one at that. I hope he weren't too rude to her. I'm tired of all these women with their smooth, wet skin. It would be wonderful if we could meet when I'm off duty. While Ulyss talks, he opens the letter and reads it. Ulyss continued. She looks like she's from the south, like me. You know, Argonians from northern Black Marsh are much less... Ulyss continues reading, transfixed by the letter. Clevidace skips to the back of the book and reads the last sentences. Clevidace reading. In black ink. The Khajiit male showed surprisingly little fortitude to a simple lightning spell, but I've had interesting physiological results with a medium-level acid spell cast slowly over several days. In red ink on the margins. Yes, I see. Was the acid spell cast uniformly over the entire body of the subject? Black ink. The Nord female was subjected to 16 hours of a frost spell which eventually crystallized her into a state of suspended animation, from which she eventually expired. Not so the Nord male, nor the Ashlander male who lapsed into their comas much earlier, but then recovered. The Ashlander then tried to escape, but I restrained him. The Nord then had an interesting chemical overreaction to a simple fire spell and expired. See the accompanying illustration. Red ink. Yes, I see. The pattern of boils and lesions suggests some sort of internal incineration, perhaps caused by the combination of a short burst of flame following a longer session with frost. It's such a shame I can't come to see the experiment personally, but I compliment you on your excellent notation. Black ink. Thank you for the suggestion about slowly poisoning my maid Anara. The dosages you've suggested have had fascinating results, eroding her memory very subtly. I intend to increase it exponentially and see how long it is before she notices. Speaking of which, it is a pity that I haven't any Argonian subjects, but the slave trade has promised me some healthy specimens in the autumn. I should like to test their metabolism in comparison to elves and humans. It's my theory that a medium-level lightning spell cast in a continuous wave on an Argonian wouldn't be lethal for several hours, at least, similar to my results, with the Cyrodiilic female and of course the giant. In red ink. It would be a shame to wait until autumn to see. Ulyss reading the letter. In red ink. Here is your Argonian. Please let me know the results. It's signed Kama Warvim. By Kynareth, this isn't necromancy, it's destruction. Kama Warvim and Kaina Telvanni Holdalfshire haven't been experimenting with death, but with the limits of magical torture. The letter isn't addressed to Kaina Telvanni Holdalfshire, it's addressed to Sajira Iachilla Shir, his wife, do you think? Iachilla. That was the Telvanni of the Shir family who I heard about in connection with the giant slaying. We'd best get the maid out of here. She'll need to go to a healer. Clevidace wakes up Anara. She appears disoriented. What's happening? Who are you? Don't worry. Everything is going to be fine. We're going to take you to a healer. Do you need a coat, Iachella? Thank you. No, I'm not cold. Anara Iachella stops, realizing that she's been caught. Clavidace and Ulyss unsheath their blades. You have black ink on your fingers, your ladyship. And when you saw me at the door, you thought I was the Argonian your friend Warvim sent over. That's why he said, "Not now, go away." Anara Iachilla. You're much more observant than Anara. You never did understand what was happening, even when I tripped with the poison spell and she expired in what I observed as considerable agony. What were you going to use on me first, lightning or fire? Lightning. I find fire to be too unpredictable. As she speaks, the flames in the torches extinguish. The stage is utterly dark. There is the sound of a struggle, swords clanging. Suddenly a bolt of lightning flashes out, and there is silence. From the darkness, Anana Iachilla speaks. Fascinating. There are several more flashes of lightning as the curtain closes. The end. Ooh. That one had plot twists and everything. I want that book. Mysterious Akavir. It was them all along. This is a new one too. A few of them here. Akavir means Dragon Land. Tamriel means Dawn's Beauty. Atmora means Elder Wood. Only the Red Guards know what Yokuda ever meant. Akavir is the kingdom of the beasts. No men or mer live in Akavir, though men once did. These men, however, were eaten long ago by the vampiric serpent folk of Seiski. Had they not been eaten, these men would have eventually migrated to Tamriel. The Nords left Atmora for Tamriel. Before them, the Elves had abandoned Oldmeris for Tamriel. The Red Guards destroyed Yokuda so they could make their journey. All men and mer know Tamriel is the nexus of creation, where the last war will happen, where the gods unmade Lorkhan and left their adamantine Tower of Secrets. Who knows what the Akaviri think of Tamriel, but ask yourself, why have they tried to invade it 3 times or more? It's this one. Sorta. There are 4 major nations of Akavir: Kamel, Seiski, Tangmo, and Karpotun. When they are not busy trying to invade Tamriel, they are fighting with each other. Mel is snow hell. Demons live there, armies of them. Every summer they thaw out and invade Tangmo, but the brave monkey folk always drive them away. Once, Adasum Dirkamel, a king among demons, attempted to conquer Morrowind, but Almalexia and the Underking destroyed him at Red Mountain. Seiski is Snake Palace, once the strongest power in Akavir, before the Tiger Dragon came. Serpent folk ate all the men of Akavir a long time ago, but still kind of look like them. They are tall, beautiful if frightening, covered in golden scales and immortal. They enslave the goblins of the surrounding isles who provide labour and fresh blood. The holdings of Seiski are widespread. When the natives of Tamriel think of the Akaviri, they think of the Serpent folk, because one ruled the Cyrodiilic Empire for 400 years in the previous era. He was potentate Versailles Shai, assassinated by the Morag Tong. Tang Mo is the Thousand Monkey Isles. There are many breeds of monkey folk, and they are all kind, brave and simple, and many are also very crazy. They can raise armies when they must, for all of the other Akaviri nations have, at one time or another, tried to enslave them. They cannot decide who they hate more, the snakes or the demons, but ask one and he will probably say snakes. Though once bitter enemies, the monkey folk are now allies with the tiger folk of Karpotun. Karpotun is the tiger dragon's empire. The cat folk here are ruled by the divine Tosh Raka, the tiger dragon. They are now a very great empire, stronger than Seiski, though not at sea. After the serpent folk ate all the men, they tried to eat all the dragons. They managed to enslave the red dragons, but the black ones had fled to then Potun. A great war was raged, which left both the cats and the snakes weak, and the dragons all dead. Since that time, the catfolk have tried to become the dragons. Tosh Raka is the first to succeed. He is the largest dragon in the world, orange and black. He has very many new ideas. Cat became a dragon? Strange. Hi, Mr. Explodo. First, Tosh Raka says, is that we kill all the vampire snakes, then the Tiger Dragon Emperor wants to invade Tamriel. Take that with me. Morrowind. Manual of Spellcraft. Got Galerian the Mystic. Got that? Mega Prince. I think that might be a new one. It is. Oh, there's a lot of volumes here. It's the whole series. Hell yeah. Beggar Prince. We look down upon the beggars of the Empire, these lost souls of the poor and wretched of the land. Every city has its beggars. Most are so poor they have only the clothes on their backs. They eat the scraps the rest of us throw out. We toss them a coin so that we don't have to think too long about their plight. Imagine my surprise when I heard the tale of the Beggar Prince. I could not imagine what a prince of beggars would be. Here is the tale I heard. It takes place in the First Age, when gods walked like men and Daedra stalking the wilderness with impunity. It is the time before they were all confined to oblivion. There once was a man named Weedle, or maybe it was a woman. The story goes to great lengths to avoid declaring Weedle's gender. Weedle was the 13th child of a king in Valenwood. As such, Weedle was in no position to take the throne, or even inherit much property or wealth. Weedle had left the palace to find independent fortune and glory. After many days of endless forest roads and tiny villages, Weedle came upon 3 men surrounding a beggar. The beggar was swaddled in rags from head to toe. No portion of the vagabond's body was visible. The men were intent on slaying the beggar. With a cry of rage and indignation, Weedle charged the men with sword drawn. Being simple townsfolk, armed only with pitchforks and scythes, they immediately fled from the armoured figure with the shining sword. "Many thanks for saving me," wheezed the beggar from beneath the heap of foul rags. Weedle could barely stand the stench. "What is your name, wretch?" Weedle asked. "I am Namira." Unlike the townsfolk, Weedle was well learned. That name meant nothing to them, but to Weedle it was an opportunity. "You are the Daedric Lord," Weedle exclaimed. Daedric Lord. Namira. Namira then. Mira. Are they in here? The mirror whose sphere is the ancient darkness, known as the Spirit Daedra, ruler of sundry dark and shadowy spirits, associated with spiders, insects, slugs, and other repulsive creatures which inspire mortals with an instinctive revulsion. Okay, so it's her. The Daedric Lord Namira. Weedle exclaimed. "Why did you allow those men to harass you? You could have slain them all with a whisper." "I am pleased you recognize me," Namira rasped. "I am frequently reviled by townsfolk. It pleases me to be recognized for my attribute, if not for my name." Weedle knew that Namira was the Daedric Lord of all things gross and repulsive. Diseases such as leprosy and gangrene were her domain. Where others might have seen danger, Weedle saw opportunity. "O great Namira, let me apprentice myself to you. I ask only that you grant me powers to make my fortune and forge a name for myself that will live through the ages. Nay, I make my way alone in the world. I have no need for an apprentice." Namira shambled off down the road. Weedle would not be put off. With a bound, Weedle was at Namira's heel, pressing the case for an apprenticeship. For 33 days and nights, Weedle kept up the debate. Namira said nothing, but Weedle's voice was ceaseless. Finally, on the 33rd day, Weedle was too hoarse to talk. Namira looked back on the suddenly silent figure. Weedle knelt in the mud at her feet, open hands raised in supplication. "It would seem you have completed your apprenticeship to me after all," Namira declared. "I shall grant your request." Weedle was overjoyed. "I grant you the power of disease. You may choose to be afflicted with any disease you choose, changing them at will, so long as it has visible symptoms. However, you must always bear at least one. I grant you the power of pity. You may evoke pity in anyone that sees you. Finally, I grant you the power of disregard. You may cause others to disregard your presence." Weedle was aghast. These were not boons from which a fortune could be made, they were curses, each awful in its own right, but together they were unthinkable. How am I to make my fortune and forge a name for myself with these terrible gifts? As you begged at my feet for 33 days and 33 nights, so shall you now beg for your fortune in the cities of men. Your name will become legendary among the beggars of Tamriel. The story of Weedle, the prince of beggars, shall be handed down throughout the generations. It was as Namira predicted. Weedle was an irresistible beggar. None could see the wretch without desperately wanting to toss a coin at the huddled form. However, Weedle also discovered that the power of disregard gave great access to the secrets of the realms. People unknowingly said important things where Weedle could hear them. Weedle grew to know the comings and goings of every citizen in the city. To this day, it is said that if you really want to know something, go ask the beggars. They have eyes and ears throughout the cities. They know all the little secrets of the daily lives of its citizens. Ooh. Same mortar and pestle I'm using. This. I read that one. The top shelf. Got 3 books there. Runes. A real Berenzia. 5. Got the Amulet of Kings. 10 commands of the divine. All of the Snow Prince. There's a lot of new ones here. Okay, we've read Manual of Spellcrafters. Yeah. Doing a little bit of reading. Gods and Worship. Have I read that one? I have not. An overview of Gods and Worship in Tamriel by Brother Hetchfeld. Editor's note: Brother Hetchfeld is an associate scribe at the Imperial University, Office of Introductory Studies. Gods are commonly judged upon the evidence of their interest in worldly matters. Gotta start wearing a helmet that covers my face? Why so mean? Gods are commonly judged upon the evidence of their interest in worldly matters. A central belief in the active participation of deities in mundane matters can be challenged by the reference to apparent apathy and indifference on the part of gods during times of plague or famine. From intervention in legendary quests to manifestations in common daily life, no pattern for the gods of Tamriel activities is readily perceived. The concerns of gods in many ways may seem unrelated or at best unconcerned with the daily trials of the mortal realm. The exceptions do exist, however. Many historical records and legends point to the direct intervention of one or more gods at times of great need. Many heroic tales recount blessings of the divinity bestowed upon heroic figures who worked or quested for the good of a deity or the deity's temple. Some of the more powerful artifacts in the known world were originally bestowed upon their owners through such reward. It has also been reported that priests of high ranking in their temples may on occasion call upon their deity for blessings or help in a time of need. The exact nature of such contact and the blessings bestowed is given to much speculation, as the temples hold such associations secret and holy. This direct contact gives weight to the belief that the gods are aware of the mortal realm. In many circumstances, however, these same gods will do nothing in the face of suffering and death, seeming to feel no need to interfere. It is thus possible to conclude that we, as mortals, may not be capable of understanding more than a small fraction of the reasoning and logic behind such beings use. One defining characteristic of all gods and goddesses is that their interest in worship and deeds. I'm astounded. Deeds in the form of holy quests are just one of the many things that bring the attention of a deity. Deeds in everyday life, by conforming to the statutes and obligations of individual temples, are commonly supposed to please a deity. Performance of ceremony in a temple may also bring a deity's attention. Ceremonies vary according to the individual deity. The results are not always apparent, but sacrifice and offerings are usually required to have any hope of gaining a deity's attention. While direct intervention in daily temple life has been recorded, the exact nature of the presence of a god in daily mundane life is a subject of controversy. A traditional saying of the Wood Elves is that one man's miracle is another man's accident. While some gods are believed to take an active part of daily life, others are well known for their lack of interest in temporal affairs. It has been theorized that gods do in fact gain strength from such things as worship, through praise, sacrifice, and deed. It may even be theorized that the number of worshippers a given deity has may reflect on his overall position among the other gods. This, my own conjecture, garnered from the apparent ability of the large temples to attain blessings and assistance from their god with greater ease than smaller religious institutions. There are reports of the existence of spirits in our world that have the same capacity to use the actions and deeds of mortals to strengthen themselves as do gods. The understanding of the exact nature of such creatures would allow us to understand with more clarity the connection between a deity and the deity's worshippers. The implication of the existence of such spirits leads to the speculation that these spirits may even be capable of raising themselves to the level of a god or goddess. Mortusio of the Imperial Seminary has suggested that these spirits may be the remains of gods and goddesses, who through time lost all or most of their following, reverting to their earliest, most basic form. Practitioners of the old ways say that there are no gods, just greater and lesser spirits. Perhaps it is possible for all three theories to be true. The real Berenzia. Biography. Wait, the real? 1 through 5? Biography 1 through 3. So these are real and these are fake then. Ferenzia's not in here. They're not a Daedra. Big book. Provinces of Tamriel. The Empire of Tamriel encompasses the 9 imperial provinces: Skyrim, High Rock, Hammerfell, Somerset Isle, Valenwood, Elsewhere, Black Marsh, Morrowind, and the ancient imperial province itself, Cyrodiil. Morrowind was among the last of the provinces to be integrated into the Empire, and because it was added by treaty and not by conquest, Morrowind retains exceptional power to define local law by reference to ancient Great House precedents. Skyrim, also known as the Old Kingdom or the Fatherland, was the first region of Tamriel settled by humans from the continent of Atmora, the hardy, brave, warlike Nords whose descendants still occupy this rugged land. Though more restrained and civilized than their barbarian ancestors, the Nords of the Purebloods still excel in the manly virtues of red war and bold exploration. Hammerfell is primarily an urban and maritime province, with most of its population confined to the great cities of Sentinel and Stros Mackay, and to other small ports among the islands and along the coast. The interior is sparsely populated with small poor farms and beast herds. The Redguard love of travel, adventure, and the high seas has dispersed them as sailors, mercenaries, and adventurers in ports of call throughout the Empire. High Rock encompasses the many lands and clans of Greater Brittany, the Delos Isles, the Dulce River tribes, and by tradition the Western Reach. The rugged highland strongholds and isolated valley settlements have encouraged the fierce independence of the various local Breton clans, and this contentious tribal nature has never been completely integrated into provincial or imperial identity. Nonetheless, their language, bardic traditions, and heroic legends are a unifying common legacy. The Somerset Isle is a green and pleasant land of fertile farmlands, woodland parks, and ancient towers and manors. Most settlements are small and isolated and dominated by ruling seats of the local wizard or warlord. The isle has a few good natural ports. The natives are unwelcoming to foreigners, so the ancient chivalric high culture of Oldmer is little affected by modern imperial mercantilism. Valenwood is a largely uninhabited forest wilderness. The coasts of Valenwood are dominated by mangrove swamps and tropical rainforests. While heavy rainfalls nurture the temperate inland rainforests, the Bosmer live in timber clan houses at sites scattered along the coast and through the interior, connected only by undeveloped foot trails. The few imperial roads traverse vast dense woodlands studded with tiny, widely separated settlements, carry little trade or traffic of any kind. The Khajiit of the southern Elsewhere jungles and river basins are settled city dwellers with ancient mercantile traditions and a stable agrarian aristocracy based on sugarcane and salt rice plantations. The nomadic tribal Khajiit of the dry northern wastes and grasslands are, by contrast, aggressive and territorial. Tribal raiders periodically united under tribal warlords. While the settled south has been quick to adopt imperial ways, the northern nomadic tribes cling to their warlike barbarian traditions. Most of the native Argonian population of Black Marsh is confined to the great inland waterways and impenetrable swamps of the southern interior. There are few roads here, and most travel is by boat. The coasts and the northwestern upland forests are largely uninhabited. For ages, the Dunmer have raided Black Marsh for slaves, though the Empire has made this illegal. The practice persists, and Dunmer and Argonians have a long-standing and bitter hatred for one another. Morrowind, homeland of the Dunmer peoples, is the northeastmost province of the Tamrielic Empire. Most of the population is gathered in the high uplands and fertile river valleys of central Morrowind, especially around the inland sea. The island of Wardenfell is encircled by the inner sea and is dominated by the titanic volcano Red Mountain and its associated ash wastelands. Most of the island's population is confined to the relatively hospitable west and southwest coast. Cyrodiil is the cradle of human imperial high culture on Tamriel. It is the largest region of the continent, and most is endless jungle. The imperial city is in the heartland, the fertile Nibelheim Valley. The densely populated Central Valley is surrounded by wild rainforests drained by great rivers into the swamps of Argonia and Topol Bay. The land rises gradually to the west and sharply to the north. Between its western coast and its Central Valley are deciduous forests and mangrove swamps. All of the snow prints. An account of the Battle of the Mosring is transcribed by Lockheim, chronicler to the chieftain Ingjalda White-Eye. Have I heard of the High Elves? No? I haven't. From whence he came, we did not know, but into the battle he rode, on a brilliant steed of pallid white. Elf we called him, for elf he was. Yet unlike any other of his kind we had ever seen before that day, his spear and armour bore the radiant and terrible glow of unknown magic. And so, adorned this unknown rider, seemed more weight than warrior. What troubled, nay, frightened us most at that moment was the call that rose from the elven ranks. It was not fear but wonder, but an not wonder, but an unabashed and unbridled joy, the kind of felicity felt by a damned man who has been granted a second chance at life. For at that same time, the elves were as damned and near death as ever they had been during the great skirmishes of Solstheim. The Battle of the Mosring was to be the final stand between Nord and Elf on our fair island. Led by his grammar, we had driven the elven scourge from Skyrim, and were intent on clearing Solstheim of their kind as well. Our warriors, armed with the finest axes and swords Nord craftsmen could forge, cut great swathes through the enemy ranks. The slopes of the Mosring ran red with elf blood. Why then would our foe rejoice? Could one rider bring such hope to an army so hopeless? To most of our kind the meaning of the call was clear, but the words were but a litany of elven chants and cries. There were some among us, however, scholars and chroniclers who knew well their words and shuddered at their significance. The Snow Prince is come, doom is at hand. There was then a great calm that overcame the elves that still stood. Through their mass the Snow Prince did ride, and as a longboat slices the icy waters of Bajalding, he parted the ranks of his kin. The magnificent white horse slowed to a gallop, then a trot, and the unknown elf rider moved to the front of the line at a slow, almost ghost-like pace. A Nord warrior sees much in a life of bloodshed and battle, and is rarely surprised by anything armed combat may bring. But few among us that day could have imagined the awe and uncertainty of a raging battlefield that all at once went motionless and silent. Such is the effect the Snow Prince had on us all. But when the joyous cries of the elves had ended, there remained a quiet known only in the solitude of slumber. It was then our combined host, elf and Nord alike, were joined in a terrible understanding. Victory or defeat mattered little that day on the slopes of the Mosering Mountains. The one truth we all shared was that death would come to many that day, victor and vanquished alike. The glorious Snow Prince, an elf unlike any other, did come that day to bring death to our kind, and death he so brought. Like a sudden, violent snow squall that rends travellers blind and threatens to tear loose the very foundations of the sturdiest hull, the Snow Prince did sweep into our numbers. Indeed, the ice and snow did begin to swirl and churn about the elf, as if called upon to serve his bidding. The spinning of that gleaming spear whistled a dirge to all those who would stand in the way of the Snow Prince, and our mightiest fell before him that day. Ulfki, Anvilhand, Strom the White, Radar Oakenwand, Heimdall the Frenzied, all lay dead at the foot of the Mosering Mountains. For the first time that day, it seemed the tide of battle had actually turned. The elves, spurred on by the deeds of the Snow Prince, rallied together for one last charge against our ranks. It was then, in a single instant, that the Battle of the Mosering came to a sudden and unexpected end. Finna, daughter of Joffrey, a lass of only 12 years and squire to her mother, watched as the Snow Prince cut down her only parent. In her rage and sorrow, Finna picked up Joffrey's sword and threw it savagely at her mother's killer. When the elf's gleaming spear stopped its deadly dance, the battlefield fell silent, and all eyes turned to the Snow Prince. No one that day was more surprised than the elf himself at the sight that greeted them all. For upon his great steed, the Snow Prince still sat, the sword of Joffrey buried deeply in his chest, and then he fell, from his horse, from the battle, from life. The Snow Prince lay dead, slain by a child. With their saviour defeated, the spirit of the remaining elven warriors soon shattered. Many fled, and those that remained on the battlefield were soon cut down by our broad Nord axes. When the day was done, all that remained was the carnage of the battlefield, and from that battlefield came a dim reminder of valour and skill. For the brilliant armour and spear of the Snow Prince still shined. Even in death, this mighty and unknown elf filled us with awe. It is common practice to burn the corpses of our fallen foes. This is as much a necessity as it is custom, for death brings with it disease and dread. Our chieftains wished to cleanse Solstheim of the elven horde, death as well as life. It was decided, however, that such was not to be the fate of the Snow Prince. One so mighty in war, yet so loved by his kin, deserved better, even in death, even if an enemy of our people. So we brought the body of the Snow Prince, wrapped in fine silks, to a freshly dug barrow. The gleaming armour and spear were presented on a pedestal of honour, and the tomb was arrayed with treasures worthy of royalty. All of the mighty chieftains agreed with this course, that the elf should be so honoured. His body would be preserved in the barrow for as long as the earth chose, but would not be offered the protection of our Stalrim, which was reserved for Nord dead alone. Oh, so if we learn necromancy, that might be someone we can revive. So ends this account of the Battle of Mosering and the fall of the magnificent elven Snow Prince. May our gods honour him in death, and may we never meet his kind again in life. They're in Skyrim? Nah, they're dead. The story says so. Rest well, Johnny. 10 commands and 9 divines. By the intercession of Saint Alessia, you may be so filled with grace, and the strength and wisdom that comes from grace, that through these teachings you may come to the true meaning of the 9 divines and their glories, to convey to man's mind all the manifold subtleties of truth and virtue may not be done, were all the seas ink and all the skies the parchment upon which their wisdoms were writ. The tombs in Skyrim? Yeah, I don't know what you're saying. Their wisdoms are yeah. Akatosh, in his wisdom, knowing how impatient is man and how loath he is to travel upon the hard roads of truth, has allowed these 10 simple commands to be made manifest with powerful clarity and concise definition. 1. Stendar says, be kind and generous to the people of Tamriel. Protect the weak, heal the sick, give to the needy. 2. Arke says, honor the earth, its creatures, and the spirits, living and dead. Guard and tend the bounties of the mortal world, and do not profane the spirits of the dead. Yeah, message was too long. 3. Mara says, live soberly and peacefully. Honor your parents and preserve the peace and security of home and family. Yeah, try it in 2 messages, Explodo, because in 1 message it does it like... It's too big, it pushes off everyone else's message, and I can't see it then. 4. Zenithar says, work hard and you will be rewarded. Spend wisely and you will be comfortable. Never steal or you will be punished. Context for the earlier joke. The high elf joke, yeah? What's the context? 5. Talos says, be strong for war, be bold against enemies and evil, and defend the people of Tamriel. 6. Kynareth says, use nature's gifts wisely. Respect her power and fear her fury. 7. Dibella says, open your heart to the noble secrets of art and love. Treasure the gifts of friendship. Seek joy and inspiration in the mysteries of love. 8. Giuliano says, know the truth. Observe the law. When in doubt, seek wisdom from the wise. It's a video of a guy pretending to be an Oblivion NPC. He does a very stiff turn towards the camera and says, have you heard of the High Elves? Is that the punchline? Or is there more that I'm not? Or is it something you have to see to get a bit confused? Is the joke that he's pretending to be an NPC? Like, I don't know how you can pretend to be an NPC. It's not a multiplayer game, is it? Assume it would be mods. 9. Akatosh says, serve and obey your emperor. Study the covenants. Worship the 9. Do your duty and heed the commands of the saints and priests. Live action thingy. What, like they're doing skits in Skyrim? So it's a skit? Oh, live action. Okay, that's good. Have you heard of the High Elves is one of the most common things 2 NPCs will talk about. Okay. 10. Yeah, I'm still fairly new to this game. This is the first settlement I've come across all game, and I swam across the ocean to get here. Or a pond, or whatever that was. 10. The 9 say, above all else, be good to one another. If only each man might look into the mirror of these commands and see reflected there the bliss that might enfold them. Were he to serve in strict obedience to these commands, he would be cast down and made contrite and humble. The obedient man may come to the altars of the 9 and be blessed, and may receive the comfort and healing of the 9, and may give thanks for his manifold blessings. Heedless, the wicked man turns away, and forsaking the simple wisdoms granted to him by the all-wise and all-knowing 9, he lives in sin and ignorance all the days of his life. So these 9, they're the one of them was what like cured me from the afflictions I had, right? Heedless, the wicked man turns away, and forsaking the simple wisdoms granted to him by the all-wise and all-knowing 9, he lives in sin and ignorance all the days of his life. He bears the awful burden of his crimes, and before men and God his wickedness is known, and neither blessing nor comfort may he expect from the altars and shrines of the 9. Yet the wicked and foolish are not doomed, for in their infinite mercies the 9 have said, repent and do good works, and the fountains of grace shall once more spill forth upon you. Repent your crimes, tender unto the emperor the fines of gold, they may be used to spread the faith and its benefits to all men. Do yourself good works. Redeem your infamy by shining deeds. Show to all men and the 9 the good fame of the righteous man, and you may once again approach the altars and shrines of the chapel to receive the comfort and blessings of the 9. Do not steal. Yeah, I'm taking these books and I'm going to sell them to the person who owns these. It's like, hey, I'm going to finish your library collection. The Amulet of Kings. I've got the Amulet of Kings in my inventory. short one. The Amulet of Kings by Wenengris Monhona. In the first years of the First Era, a powerful race of elves called the Aelids, or the Heartland High Elves, ruled central Tamriel with an iron hand. The high and haughty Aelids relied on their patrons, the treacherous Daedra Lords, to provide armies of Daedra and dead spirits. With these fearless magical armies, the Aelids preyed without mercy upon the young races of men, slaughtering or enslaving them at their whim. My eye color is how you can tell someone's a vampire. But how can you tell if they're a dark elf? I've seen dark elves with red eyes too. Like the first innkeeper I met, they had very red eyes. I assume they're an exception. Or do their eyes turn white and end up looking more like this? It's that exact shade, okay. Anyone who looks like this, we know they're a vampire. And what was I up to? Aliens preyed without mercy upon the young races of men, slaughtering or enslaving them at their whim. On behalf of the suffering human races, Saint Alesia, the first in line of Cyrodiils, sought the aid of Akatosh, the dragon god of time, and ruler of the noble Aedra. Akatosh, looking with pity upon the plight of men, drew precious blood from his own heart and blessed Saint Alesia with this blood of dragons, and made a covenant that so long as Alessia's generations were true to the dragon blood, Akatosh would endeavour to seal tight the gates of oblivion and to deny the armies of Daedra and Undead to their enemies, the Daedra-loving Aelids. In token of this covenant, Akatosh gave to Alesia and her descendants the Amulet of Kings and the eternal dragonfires of the Imperial City. Thus does Alesia become the first gem in the Cyrodiilic Amulet of Kings. The gem is the red diamond in the middle of the amulet. This is a symbol of the Empire and later taken as the symbol of the Septim line. It is surrounded by 8 other gems, one for each of the divines. This necklace doesn't have something to do with the necklace of dumbness that the Wolf Queen gave to them, right? So long as the Empire shall maintain its worship of Akatosh and his kin, and so long as Alessia's heirs shall bear the Amulet of Kings, Akatosh and his divine kin maintain a strong barrier between Tamriel and Oblivion, so that mortal man need never again fear the devastating summoned hosts of the Daedra Lords. But if the Empire should slacken its dedication to the 9 divines, or if the blood of Alessia's heirs should fail, then shall the barriers between Tamriel and the Daedric realms fall, and Daedra worshippers might summon lesser Daedra and undead spirits to trouble the races of men. So we gotta find someone to get this amulet to quickly then. That's what's keeping the Daedra out. Where is it? I want to find it. There it is. Amulet of Kings. We can't wear it. Don't we look great? Look at these gloves. Bells of Saint Alesia. Oh, Crabulus, thank you. All of these are new books, send help. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8. Then another 5 here. There's like 13 books to go. Uh-oh. Glad the robe comes with its own chest padding? What do you mean by that, Vivian? Reading all the books? Yeah. We might miss some lore. Hey, I've got sneak again. Maybe that 0 sneak was why I always failed on my pickpockets, huh? The law? Exactly. Well, skill increases. Almost killed 100 people? Really? And I've done all of 2 quests. Oblivion gates shut. 172 jokes. Yeah, this isn't padding. We've been female in this game the entire time. I don't like how being a vampire made us, like, undid all of my cool customization options. I looked nothing like this, like, before I became a vampire. We need to undo it somehow. Trials of Saint Alessia. Akatosh made a covenant with Alessia in those days, so long ago. He gathered the tangled skeins of oblivion and knit them fast with the bloody sinews of his heart, and gave them to Alessia, saying, "This shall be my token to you, that so long as your blood and oath hold true, yet so shall my blood and oath be true to you. This token shall be the Amulet of Kings, and the covenant shall..." So this is a dragon heart? "And the covenant shall be made between us, for I am the king of spirits, and you are the queen of mortals." Akatosh, hold on. Which one's Akatosh? Maybe they're not a dragon, maybe they're a Daedra. Or is there overlap? Something can be a Daedra and a dragon. Where am I looking? Yeah. Akatosh, no. Akatosh is the dragon, Azura's the Daedra. Alessia was the first owner of the amulet. "But I am the king of spirits, and you are the queen of mortals. As you shall stand witness for all mortal flesh, so shall I stand witness for all immortal spirits." Maybe Akatosh is a god? Maybe. "And Akatosh drew from his breast a burning handful of his heart's blood, and he gave it into Alessia's hand, saying, 'This shall also be a token to you of our joined blood and pledged faith.'" Didn't the book I just read call Akatosh a dragon, though? What was that book I just picked up? The Amulet of Kings. He says dragon blood. Doesn't that mean he's a dragon? His own heart with the blood of dragons. There's got to be a dragon, right? Dragon god of time. Dragon god, there you go. Okay. Burning handful of his heart's blood, and he gave it into Alessia's hand, saying, "This shall also be a token to you of our joined blood and pledged faith, so long as you and your descendants shall wear the Amulet of Kings. Then shall this dragon fire burn, an eternal flame, as a sign to all men and gods of our faithfulness. So long as the dragon fires shall burn, to you and to all generations I swear that my heart's blood shall hold fast the gates of oblivion. So long as the blood of the dragon runs strong in her rulers, the glory of the empire shall extend in unbroken years. But should the dragon fires fail, and should no heir of our joined blood wear the Amulet of Kings, then shall the empire descend into darkness, and the demon lords of misrule shall govern the land." From the liturgy of the rekindling of the dragon fires. Life of Uriel Septim. Do I have that one? A Short Life of Uriel Septim VII by Rufus Hain. 3E, 368 to 389, strategist and conciliator. The early decades of Emperor Uriel's life were marked by an aggressive expansion and consolidation of imperial influence throughout the empire, but especially in the east. In Morrowind and Black Marsh, where the empire's power was limited, imperial culture was weak and native customs and traditions were strong and staunchly opposed to assimilation. During this period, Uriel greatly benefited from the arcane support and shrewd counsel of his close advisor, the imperial battle mage Jagar Tharn. The story of Uriel's marriage to the princess Corla Voria is a less happy tale. Though she was a beautiful and charming woman and greatly loved and admired by the people, the empress was a deeply unpleasant, arrogant, ambitious, grasping woman. She snared Uriel Septim with her feminine wiles, but Uriel Septim thereafter soon regretted his mistake and was repelled by her. They heartily detested one another and went out of their ways to hurt one another. Their children were the victims of this unhappy marriage. With his agile mind and vaunting ambition, Uriel soon outstripped his master in the balanced skills of threat and diplomacy. Uriel's success in co-opting House Halalu as an advanced guard of imperial culture and economic development in Morrowind is a noteworthy example. However, Uriel also grew in pride and self-assurance. Jagar Tharn fed Uriel's pride, hiding behind the mask of an outpaced former Master Counselor. Tharn purchased the complete trust that led finally to Uriel's betrayal and imprisonment in Oblivion, and Tharn's secret usurpation of the Imperial throne. 3E, 389 to 399. There's so many Uriel Septims, I don't even know which one was the one we met. Betrayed and imprisoned. Little is known of Uriel's experience while trapped in Oblivion. He says he remembers nothing but an endless sequence of waking and sleeping nightmares. He says he believed himself to be dreaming and had no notion of passage of time. Publicly, he long claimed to have no memory of the dreams and nightmares of his imprisonment, but from time to time during the interviews with the Emperor that form the basis of this biography, he would relate details of nightmares he had and would describe them as similar to the nightmares he had when he was imprisoned in Oblivion. He seemed not so much unwilling as incapable of describing the experience. But it is clear that the experience changed him. 3E 389, he was a young man full of pride, energy, and ambition. During the Restoration, after his rescue and return to the throne, he was an old man, brave, patient, and cautious. He also became conservative and pessimistic. The one I saw was the 7th. So this one is the one I saw. He went to Oblivion? He also became conservative and pessimistic, where the policies of his early life were markedly bold, even rash. Uriel accounts for this change as a reaction to and revulsion for the early teachings and counsel of Jagar Tharn. However, Uriel's exile in Oblivion also clearly drained and wasted him in body and spirit, though his mind retained the shrewd cunning and flexibility of his youth. The story of Tharn's magical impersonation of the Emperor, the unmasking of Tharn's imposture by Queen Berenzia, so that's who we're reading about in the other books there, the person pretending to be him, and the roles played by King Eadwire, Rhea Sealmain and her champion in assembling the Staff of Chaos, defeating the renegade Imperial battle mage Jagar Tharn, and restoring Uriel to the throne, is treated at length in Stern Gamboja's excellent 3-volume biography of Berenzia. But over there, the entire 3. There is no reason to recount that narrative here. Summarized briefly, Jagar Tharn's neglect and mismanagement of imperial affairs resulted in a steady decline in the Empire's economic prosperity, allowing many petty lords and kings to challenge the authority of the Empire and permitted strong local rulers in the east and the west to indulge in open warfare over lands of sovereign rights. 3E 399 to 415, Restoration, the Miracle of Peace, and Vordenfell. During the Restoration, Uriel Septim turned from the aggressive campaign of military intimidation and diplomatic accommodation of his earlier years, but relied instead on clandestine manipulation of affairs behind the scenes, primarily through the agencies of the various branches of the Blades. A complete assessment of the methods and objectives of this period must wait until after the Emperor's death, when the voluminous diaries archived at his country estate may be open to the public, and when the Blades no longer need to maintain secrecy to protect the identities of its agents. Two signal achievements of this period point to the efficacy of Uriel's subtle policies. Miracle of Peace, also popularly known as the Warp in the West, that transformed the Iliac Bay region from a assortment from an unruly assortment of warring petty kingdoms into the well-ordered and peaceful modern counties of Hammerfell, Sentinel, Wayrest, and Orsinium, and the colonization of Vordenfell presided over by the skillful machinations of King Helseth of Morrowind and Lady Berenzia, the Queen Mother, which brought Morrowind more closely into the sphere of imperial influence. Was Berenzia the one that he was married to, or is that someone else? Empress, it doesn't really say, does it? No, it was Corla Voria, someone completely different. Berenzia is the one that... Berenzia is the one that pretended to be him. But didn't one of the other stories say that... one of the other books say that Berenzia was someone else in disguise anyway? So Berenzia is not even their original name? I forget who though. I forget which book. We'll probably see it in one of the other books. Where was I up to? First. Brought Morrowind more closely into the sphere of imperial influence. 3E 415 to 430. The Golden Peace, King Helseth's Court, and the Nine in the East. Following the Miracle of Peace, best described in Per Vidersson's Daggerfall, A Modern History, the Empire entered a period of peace and prosperity comparable to the early years of Uriel's reign. With the Imperial Heartland and West solidly integrated into the Empire, Uriel was able to turn his full attention to the East, to Morrowind. Exploiting conflicts at the heart of Morrowind's monolithic tribunal religion and the long-established Great House system of government, taking advantage of the terrible threat that the corrupted divine beings at the heart of the tribunal religion presented to the growing colonies on Vordenfell, Uriel worked through the shadowy agents of the Blades, through the court of King Helseth in Mournhold, to shift the centre of political power in Morrowind from the Great House councils to Helseth's court, took advantage of the collapse of the orthodox tribunal cults to establish the Nine Divines as the dominant faiths in Hlaalu and Vordenfell districts. As Fat and Naberlus's treatment of the establishment of the Nine in the East and his 4-volume Life and Times of the Nerevarine is comprehensive. However, he fails to resolve the central mystery of this period. How much did Uriel know about the prophecies of the Nerevarine, and how did he learn of their significance? The definitive resolution of this and the other mysteries must await the future release of the Emperor's private papers, or a relenting of the Blades' strict policies of secrecies concerning their agents. Why are you throwing things at me? Read a less rude song. Mysterious Akavir, Gods of Worship. We've got that. We've got Gods and Worship. I don't think we have Ruins. I want to read these ones, the back to back, so we get like the lore in proper order, you know? One of them is biography and one of them is the real. So I've read 1 and 3 already. So we'll read 2 for what we missed, but I'm trying to work out, it must be one of these ones then. Is it saying who they were? Half of Chaos. And he plotted to gain the false Emperor's confidence. Wait, it wasn't Berenzia pretending to be them? Berenzia is someone else? Berenzia is the Queen. Am I getting names mixed up? I'll read the second one. The first volume of this series told the story of Berenzia's origin, heiress to the throne of Mournhold, until her father rebelled against His Excellency Tiber Septim I and brought ruin to the province of Morrowind. Thanks largely to the benevolence of the Emperor, the child Berenzia was not destroyed with her parents, but reared by Count Sven of Darkmoor, a loyal imperial trustee. She grew up into a beautiful and pious child, trustful of her guardian's care. This trust, however, was exploited by a wicked orphan stable boy at Count Sven's estate, who with lies and fabrications tricked her into fleeing Darkmoor with him when she turned 16. I remember that. After many adventures on the road, they settled in Riften, a Skyrim city near the Morrowind borders. The stable boy, Straw, was not altogether evil. He loved Berenzia in his own selfish fashion, and deception was the only way he could think of that would cement possession of her. She, of course, felt only friendship toward him, but he was hopeful that she would gradually change her mind. He wanted to buy a small farm and settle down into a comfortable marriage, but at the time his earnings were barely enough to feed and shelter them. After only a short time in Riften, Straw fell in love with a bold, villainous Khajiit thief named Theris, who proposed that they rob the Imperial Commandant's house in the central part of the city. Theris said that he had a client, a traitor to the Empire, who would pay well for any information they could gather there. Berenzia happened to overhear this plan and was appalled. She stole away from their rooms and walked the streets of Riften in desperation, torn between the loyalty to the Empire and her love for her friends. In the end, loyalty to the Empire prevailed over personal friendship, and she approached the Commandant's house, revealed her true identity, and warned him of her friend's plan. The Commandant listened to her tale, praised her courage, and assured her that no harm would come to her. He was none other than General Simichus, who had been scouring the countryside in search of her since her disappearance, and had just arrived in Riften, hot in pursuit. He took her into his custody and informed her that, far from being sent away to be sold, she was to be reinstated as the Queen of Mournhold as soon as she turned 18. Until that time, she was to live with the Septim family in the newly built Imperial City, where she would learn something of government and be presented at the Imperial Court. At the Imperial City, Berenzia befriended the Emperor Tiber Septim during the middle years of his reign. Tiber's children, particularly his eldest son and heir, Pelagius, came to love her as a sister. The ballads of the day praised her beauty, chastity, wit, and learning. On her 18th birthday, the entire Imperial City turned out to watch her farewell procession, preliminary to her return to her native land. Sorrowful as they were at her departure, all knew that she was ready for a glorious destiny as sovereign of the Kingdom of Mournhold. We've got all three now. So the first one says that she's a dark elf, which is why she wasn't necessarily fitting in, and I think the boy used that against her to trick her. Yeah, that's what happened in these pages. That's when they ran away. Where that happens. So what happened that someone pretended to be Berenzia and then also sent away Septim? Because this is this must be the Berenzia, the actual one, but then I think someone was pretending to be them with a disguise or something and must have sent Septim to oblivion as well. No. The Emperor was an imposter. The Emperor would be Septim himself, right? So Berenzia was one of the people who uncovered that Septim was an imposter. I've got it backwards. Maybe they're both imposters, who knows? At different times. We've read that one before. How many of these have we read? The real Berenzia. None of them. We will read those. Why was there only one Wolf Queen? Jagar Thorn was the one who replaced the Emperor. It was the plot of the first Elder Scrolls game. See, I kind of remembered it. I just had it a little bit mixed up, okay? Okay. 5 stories to go. Are they long ones? Yes, they are. 50 pages. Are they all 50 pages? Oh no! This is more! Which one did I take? The Real Berenzia, version 1. Part 1, Anonymous. 500 years... Chat, we have to read about like 250 pages. Ah! I do need sleep. I need to wake up in like 6 hours, but I can't come back to the next stream and start off with books. Can you imagine what that would do to my retention? If from the start of the video, like 20-30 minutes of reading, there's going to be no retention. Oh no, we've got to finish the reading. 500 years ago in Mournhold, City of Gems, there lived a blind widow and her only child, a tall, strapping young man. He was a miner, as was his father before him. Move the ones I haven't read to the side, do a mission and come back? Nah, read them now. We need the lore or we're gonna forget. I'm not streaming tomorrow because I'm busy tomorrow. The day after, yeah, I want to be able to go straight back to the missions that I'm trying to do. And I'm also concerned because it could, I might have soft locked the mission by taking both at once. I'm not sure. If anyone can confirm that for me, if like accepting both of the mage missions at once, going to because the Argonian lady downstairs, she's not leading me where she's saying she's going to lead me. I'm hoping she will after I come back with some recommendations from other guilds. Can you join more than one guild in this game, or can you only join one guild? 500 years ago in Mournhold, City of Gems, there lived a blind widow and her only child, a tall, strapping young man. He was a miner, as was his father. You can be in all of them at once. Awesome. For his ability in magic was small. The work was honourable but paid poorly. His mother made and sold comberry cakes at the city market to help eke out their living. They did well enough, she said. They had enough to fill their bellies. No one could wear more than one suit of clothing at a time, and the roof leaked only when it rained. But Simichus would have liked more. He hoped for a lucky strike at the mines, which would garner him a large bonus. In his free hours... I want to know who this guy is. A blind widow and her only child. Skyrim, you can actually get an advantage with the other guilds if you boast you're the leader of another guild. That's pretty funny. He hoped for a lucky strike at the mines which would garner him a large bonus. In his free hours he enjoyed hoisting a mug of ale in the tavern with his friends and gambling with them at cards. He also drew the eyes and sighs of more than one pretty elven lass, although none held his interest for long. He was a typical young dark elf of peasant descent, remarkable only for his size. It was rumoured that he had a bit of Nordic blood in him. In Simichus's 30th year, there was a great rejoicing in Mournhold. A girl child had been born to the lord and lady. A queen, the people sang. A queen is born to us. For among the people of Mournhold, the birth of an heiress is a sure sign of future peace and prosperity. When the time came round for the royal child's rite of naming, the mines were closed and Simichus dashed home to bathe and dress in his best. "I'll rush straight home and tell you all about it," he promised his mother, who would not be able to attend. She had been ailing, and besides there would be a great crush of people as all Mournhold turned out to be part of the blessed event. Being blind, she would be unable to see anything anyway. "My son," she said, "afore you go, fetch me a priest or a healer, else I may pass from the mortal plane ere you return." Symmetris crossed to her pallet at once and noted anxiously that her forehead was very hot and her breathing shallow. He pried loose a slat of the wooden floor under which their small hoard of savings was kept. There wasn't nearly enough to pay a priest for healing. He would have to give what they had and owe the rest. Symmetris snatched up his cloak and hurried away. The streets were full of folk hurrying to the sacred grove, but the temples were locked and barred, closed for the ceremony. Read all the signs. Symmetris elbowed his way through the mob and managed to overtake a brown-robed priest. "After the rite, brother," the priest said. "If you have gold, I shall gladly attend to your mother. The Lord has bidden all clerics attend, and I, for one, have no wish to offend him." "My mother's desperately ill," Symmetris pled. "Surely my lord will not miss one lowly priest." "True, but the archcanon will," the priest said nervously, tearing his robe loose from Symmetris's desperate grip and vanishing into the crowd. Symmetris tried other priests and even a few mages, but with no better result. Armoured guards marched through the street and pushed him aside with their lances. Symmetris realized that the royal procession was approaching. As the carriage bearing the city's rulers drew abreast, Symmetris rushed out from the crowd and shouted, my lord, my mother's dying." "I forbid her to do so on this glorious night," the lord shouted, laughing and scattering coin into the throng. Symmetris was close enough to smell wine on the royal breath. On the other side of the carriage, his lady clutched the babe to her breast and stared slit-eyed at Symmetris. Her nostrils flared in disdain. "Guards," she cried, "remove this oaf." Rough hands seized Symmetris. He was beaten and left dazed by the side of the road. Symmetris, head aching, followed in the wake of the crowd and witnessed the rite of naming from the top of a hill. He could see the brown-robed clerics and blue-robed mages gathered near the highborn folk far below. Berenzia. The name came dimly to Symmetris's ears as the high priest lifted the swaddled babe and proffered her for the twin moons on either side of the horizon. Dawn rising, road setting. Behold, the lady Berenzia, born to the land of Mournhold. Grant her thy blessings and thy counsel, ye kind gods, that she may ever rule well over Mournhold, its ken and its weal, its kith and its ilk. Bless her, all the people intoned, along with their lord and lady, hands upraised. Only Symmetris stood silent, head bowed, knowing in his heart that his dear mother was gone, and in silence he swore a mighty oath that he should be his lord's bane, in vengeance for his mother's needless death, child Berenzia he should have for his own bride, and that his mother's grandchildren should be born to rule over Mournhold. After the ceremony, he watched impassively as the royal procession returned to the palace. He saw the priest to whom he had first spoken. The man came gladly enough now, in return for the gold Symmetris had, and a promise of more afterward. Is Symmetris the same guy who ran off with them? Maybe they changed name at some point. What was it? Biography Part 2. What was their name? The boy Straw. Okay. The Straw. Someone else. Unless that's their undercover name. Page 12. After the ceremony, he watched impassively as the royal procession returned to the palace. He saw the priest to whom he had first spoken. The man came gladly enough now in return for the gold Symmetris had, and a promise of more afterward. They found his mother dead. The priest sighed and tucked the pouch of gold coins away. "I'm sorry, brother. It's all right. You can forget the rest of the gold. There's aught I can do here." "Likely." "Give me back my money," Symmetris snarled. "You've done naught to earn it." He lifted his right arm threateningly. The priest backed away, about to utter a curse, but Symmetris struck him across the face before more than 3 words had left his mouth. He went down heavily, striking his head sharply on one of the stones that formed the fire pit. He died instantly. Symmetris snatched up the gold and fled the city. As he ran, he muttered one word over and over, like a sorcerer's chant. Varenzia, he said. Varenzia, Varenzia. Varenzia stood on one of the balconies of the palace, staring down into the courtyard where soldiers milled, dazzling in their armor. Presently they formed into ordered ranks and cheered as her parents, the lord and lady, emerged from the palace, clad from head to toe in ebony armor, long purple-dyed fur cloaks flowing behind, splendidly caparisoned. Shining black horses were brought for them, and they mounted and rode to the courtyard gates and turned to salute her. "Varenzia," they cried. "Varenzia, our beloved, farewell." The little girl blinked back tears and waved one hand bravely. So is this? What's this? This when she was leaving when she turned 18. Still a little girl. Why are they saying farewell? The little girl blinked back tears and waved one hand bravely. Her favourite stuffed animal, a grey wolf cub she called Wuffen, clutched to her breast with the other. She had never been parted from her parents before and had no idea what it meant, save that there was war in the west and the name Tiber Septim was on everyone's lips, spoken in hate and dread. "Varenzia," the soldiers cried, lifting their lances and swords and bows. Then her dear parents turned and rode away, knights trailing in their wake until the courtyard was nearly emptied. Ah, they were going off to war, and that's why she was essentially adopted in the other books. Sometime after came a day when Varenzia was shaken awake by her nurse, dressed hurriedly, and borne from the palace. All she could remember of that dreadful time was seeing a huge shadow with burning eyes filling the sky. It was passed from hand to hand. Foreign soldiers appeared, disappeared, and sometimes reappeared. Her nurse vanished and was replaced by strangers, some more strange than others. There were days, or it may have been weeks, of travel. One morning she awoke to step out of the coach to a cold place with a large grey stone castle amid empty, endless grey-green hills, covered patchily with grey-white snow. She clutched Wuffen to her breast in both hands and stood blinking and shivering in the grey dawn, feeling very small and very dark in all this endless space, this endless grey-white space. She and Hana, a brown-skinned, black-haired maid who'd been travelling with her for several days, went inside the keep. A large grey-white woman with icy grey-golden hair was standing by a hearth in one of the rooms. She stared at Varenzia with dreadful bright blue eyes. "She's very black, isn't she?" the woman remarked to Hana. "I've never seen a dark elf before." "I don't know much about them myself, milady," Hana said, "but this one's got red hair and a temper to match, I can tell you that. Take care, she bites. It's worse." "I'll soon train her out of that," the other woman sniffed. "What's that filthy thing she's got? Ugh!" The woman snatched Wuffen away and threw him into the blazing hearth. Varenzia shrieked and would have flung herself after him, but was held back despite her attempts to bite and claw at her captors. Poor Wuffen was reduced to a tiny heap of charred ash. Why would they do that? They're so mean. Varenzia grew like a weed transplanted to a Skyrim garden, a ward of Count Sven and his wife, the Lady Inga. Outwardly, that is, she thrived, but always there was a cold and empty place within. "I've raised her as my own daughter," Lady Inga was wont to sigh as she sat gossiping when neighbouring ladies came to visit. "But she's a dark elf. What can you expect?" Varenzia was not meant to overhear these words. At least, she thought she was not. Her hearing was keener than that of her Nordic hosts. Other, less desirable dark elven traits evidently included pilfering, lying, and a little misplaced magic. Just a small fire spell here and a little levitation spell there. As she grew older, a keen interest in boys and men who could provide very pleasant sensations, and to her astonishment, gifts as well. Inga disapproved of this last for reasons incomprehensible to Varenzia, but she was careful to keep it as secret as possible. "She's wonderful with the children," Inga added, referring to her 5 sons, all younger than Varenzia. I don't think she'd ever let them come to harm. A tutor had been hired when Johnny was 6 and Berenzia 8, and they took their lessons together. She would have liked to train in arms as well, but the very idea scandalized Count Sven and Lady Inga, so Berenzia was given a small bow and allowed to play at target shooting with the boys. She watched them at arms practice when she could, sparred with them when no grown-up folk were about, and knew she was good as or better than they. "She's very proud though, isn't she?" one of the ladies would whisper to Inga, and Berenzia, pretending not to hear, would nod silently in agreement. She could not help but feel superior to the Count and his lady. There was something about them that provoked contempt. Afterwards she came to learn that Sven and Inga were distant cousins of Darkmoor Keep's last titled resident. She finally understood they were posers, impostors, not rulers at all. At least, they were not raised to rule. This thought made her strangely furious at them, a good clean hatred quite detached from resentment. She came to see them as disgusting and repellent insects, who could be despised but never feared. Once a month, a courier came from the Emperor, bringing a small bag of golds for Sven and Inga, and a large bag of dried mushrooms from Morrowind for Berenzia, her favourite treat. On these occasions, she was always made to look presentable, or at least as presentable as a skinny dark elf could be made to look in Inga's eyes, before being summoned into the courier's presence for a brief interview. The same courier seldom came twice. All of them looked her over in much the same way a farmer would look over a hog he is readying for a market. In the spring of her 16th year, Berenzia thought the courier looked as if she were at last ready for market. Upon reflection, she decided she did not wish to be marketed. Stable boy, Straw, a big muscular blonde lad, clumsy, gentle, affectionate, and rather simple, had been urging her to run off for some weeks now. Berenzia stole the bag of gold the courier had left, took the mushrooms from the storeroom, disguised herself as a boy in one of Johnny's old tunics and a pair of his cast-off breeches, and on one fine spring night, she and Straw took the 2 best horses from the stable and rode hard through the night toward Whiterun, the nearest city of any importance and the place where Straw wanted to be. But Mournhold and Morrowind also lay eastward, and they drew Berenzia as a lodestone draws iron. In the morning, they abandoned the horses at Berenzia's insistence. She knew they would be missed and tracked down, and she hoped to throw off any pursuers. They continued on foot until late afternoon, keeping to side roads, and slept for several hours in an abandoned hut. They went on at dusk and came to Whiterun's city gates just before dawn. Berenzia had prepared a pass of sorts for Straw, a makeshift document stating an errand to a temple in the city for a local village lord. She herself glided over the wall with the help of a levitation spell. She had reasoned, correctly as it turned out, that by now the gate guards would have been alerted to keep an eye out for a young dark elven girl and a Nordic boy travelling together. On the other hand, unaccompanied country yokels like Straw were a common enough sight. Alone and with papers, it was unlikely that he would draw attention. Her simple plan went smoothly. She met Straw at the temple, which was not far from the gate. She had been to Whiterun on a few previous occasions. Straw, however, had never been more than a few miles from Sven's estate, which was his birthplace. Together, they made their way to a rundown inn in the poorer quarters of Whiterun, gloved, cloaked, and hooded against the morning chill. Berenzia's dark skin and red eyes were not apparent, and no one paid any heed to them. They entered the inn separately. Straw paid the innkeeper for a single cubicle, an immense meal, and 2 jugs of ale. Berenzia sneaked in a few minutes later. They ate and drank together gleefully, rejoicing in their escape, and made love vigorously on the narrow cot. Afterward, they fell into an exhausted, dreamless sleep. They stayed for a week at Whiterun. Straw earned a bit of money running errands, and Berenzia burgled a few houses at night. She continued to dress as a boy, cut her hair short, and dyed her flame-red tresses jet black to further the disguise, kept out of sight as much as possible. There were few dark elves in Whiterun. One day, Straw got them work as temporary guards for a merchant caravan travelling east. The one-armed sergeant looked her over dubiously. She chuckled. "Dark elf, ain't ya? Like setting a wolf to guard the sheep, that is. Still, I need arms, and we ain't going near enough Morrowind, so's you can pray us to your folk. Our homegrown bandits would would as fain cut your throat as mine. The sergeant turned to give Straw an appraising look. Then he spun back abruptly toward Berenzia, whipping out his short sword. But she had her dagger out in the twinkling of an eye and was in a defensive stance. Straw drew his own knife and circled round to the man's rear. The sergeant dropped his blade and chuckled again. Not bad, kids, not bad. How are you with yon bow, Dark Elf? Berenzia demonstrated her prowess briefly. Aye, not bad toll. And you'll be keen of eye by night, boy, and of hear in toll times. A trusty Dark Elf makes as good a fighting man as any could ask. 4. I know. I served under Symachus himself before I lost this arm, got invalided out of the Emperor's army. Symachus, that's the guy from the start who's about the blind mother. He's got the high places. We could betray them. I know folk who'd pay well, Straw said later, as they bedded down for their last night at the ramshackle lodge. We'll rob them ourselves. They are very rich, those merchants are. Very. Berenzia laughed. Whatever would we do with so much money? And besides, we need their protection for travelling quite as much as they need ours. We could buy a little farm, you and me, Barry, and settle down all nice-like. Peasant, Berenzia thought scornfully. Straw was a peasant and harboured nothing but peasant dreams, but all she said was, Not here, Straw. We're too close to Darkmoor still. We'll have other chances farther east. So that's the, that's the one that Straw took interest in afterwards then. The caravan went only as far east as Sungard. The Emperor Tiber Septim I had done much in the way of building relatively safe and regularly patrolled highways, but the tolls were steep, and this particular caravan kept to the side roads as much as possible to avoid them. This exposed them to the hazards of wayside robbers, both human and orcish, and roving brigand bands of various races, but such were the perils of trade and profit. They had 2 encounters before reaching Sungard, an ambush which Berenzia's keen ears warned them of in plenty of time for them to circle about and surprise the lurkers, and a night attack by a mixed band of Khajiit, humans, and wood elves. The latter were a skilled band, and even Berenzia did not hear them sneaking up in time to give much warning. This time, the fighting was fierce. The attackers were driven off, but 2 of the caravan's other guards were slain, and Straw got a nasty cut on his thigh before he and Berenzia managed to gash his Khajiit assailant's throat. Berenzia rather enjoyed the life, the garrulous sergeant. This isn't the one that Straw was interested in, this is him talking to Berenzia. They say the guy's name who... The sergeant's name? I don't think they did. Berenzia managed to gash his Khajiit assailant's throat. Berenzia rather enjoyed the life. The Garrett... who would betray them. Who are they? I'm just confused what's happening. The sergeant. I don't understand where the sergeants come from. Oh, as guards for a caravan. And they're saying they could betray the caravan. So this is a separate talk of betrayal than when Straw was apparently falling in love with someone else and wanted the, This is before that. And wanted to betray the Empire or something. Okay. The garrulous sergeant had taken a liking to her, and she spent most of her evenings sitting around the campfire listening to his tales of campaigning in Morrowind with Tiber Septim and General Symachus. This Symachus had been made general after Mournhold fell, The sergeant said, "He's a fine soldier boy," Symmetra says, "but there was more in soldiery involved in that Morrowind business, if you take my meaning. But, well, you know all about that, I expect." No, I don't remember," Berenzia said, trying to sound nonchalant. "I've lived most of my life in Skyrim. My mother married a Skyrim man. They're both dead, though. Tell me, what happened to the Lord and Lady of Mournhold?" "Hi, Jack Uden." The sergeant shrugged. "I ain't never heard. Dead, I expect. 'Twas a lot of fighting before the armistice got signed. It's pretty quiet now. Maybe too quiet, like a calm before a storm. Say, boy, you going back there?" "Maybe," Berenzia said. The truth was that she was drawn irresistibly to Morrowind and Mournhold, like a moth to a burning house. Straw sensed it and was unhappy about it. He was unhappy anyway, since they could not bed together, as she was supposed to be a boy. Berenzia rather missed it too, but not as much as Straw did, seemingly. The sergeant wanted them to sign on for the return trip, but gave them a bonus nonetheless. They turned the offer down, and parchments of recommendation. Bonus nonetheless. Because they weren't making the return trip. Straw wanted to settle down permanently near Sungard, but Berenzia insisted on continuing their travels east. "I'm the Queen of Mournhold by rights," she said, unsure of whether it was true, or was it just a daydream she had made up as a lost, bewildered child. "I want to go home. I need to go home." That, at least, was true. After a few weeks, they managed to get places in another caravan heading east. By early winter, they were at Riften and nearing the Morrowind border. But the weather had grown severe as the days passed, and they were told no merchant caravans would be setting forth till mid-spring. Berenzia stood on top of the city walls and stared across the deep gorge that separated Riften from the snow-clad mountain wall guarding Morrowind beyond. "Very," Straw said gently. "Mournhold's a long way off yet, nearly as far as we've come already, and the lands between are wild, full of wolves and bandits and orcs, and still worse creatures. We'll have to wait for spring." "There's Silgrod Tower," Barry said. Referring to the Dark Elven. Page 44. Anonymous. Berry. So the hydrate. Berry is what Straw calls Berenzia. Is the author of this Straw? Because that's not said. That's the book calling Berenzia Berry. Either that or it's a typo. "There's Silgrod Tower," Berry said, referring to the dark elven township that had grown up around an ancient minaret guarding the border between Skyrim and Morrowind. "The bridge guards won't let me across, Berry. They are crack Imperial troops. They can't be bribed. If you do, you go alone. I won't try to stop you, but what will you do? Silgrod Tower is full of Imperial soldiers. Will you become a washing woman for them? Or a camp follower?" "No," Berenzia said slowly, thoughtfully. Actually, the idea was not entirely unappealing. Berry's the pet name for Berenzia and a decent enough travelling name. Yeah, but this isn't in quotation marks. That's the book calling them Berry. The book's using the pet name for them to refer to them. Am I in the way of that? I am. Look at it, right there. That makes me think Straw wrote this book. And he's forgot that he's supposed to call her Berenzia when he's not doing it in quotation marks. She'll never break out of her undercover persona. Actually, the idea was not entirely unappealing. She was sure she could earn a modest living by sleeping with the soldiers. She'd had a few adventures of that sort as they crossed Skyrim, when she'd dressed as a woman and slipped away from Straw. She'd only been looking for a bit of variety. Straw was sweet but dull. She'd been startled but extremely pleased when the men she picked up offered her money afterward. Straw had been unhappy about it though, and would shout for a while, then sulk for days afterward if he caught her at it. He was quite jealous. He'd even threatened to leave her. Not that he ever did, or could. But the Imperial Guards were a tough and brutal lot by all accounts. Berenzia had heard some very ugly stories during their treks. The ugliest of them by far had come from the lips of ex-army veterans around the caravan campfire, and are proudly recounted. They'd been trying to shock her and Straw, she realized, but she also comprehended that there was some truth behind the wild tales. Straw hated that kind of dirty talk, and hated it more that she had to hear it. But there was a part of him that was fascinated nonetheless. Berenzia sensed this and had encouraged Straw to seek out other women, but he said he didn't want anyone else but her. She told him candidly she didn't feel that way about him, but she did like him better than anyone else. Then why do you go with other men? Straw had asked on one occasion. I don't know. Straw sighed. They say dark elven women are like that. Berenzia smiled and shrugged. I don't know. Maybe I do. Yes, I do know. She turned and kissed him affectionately. I guess that's all the explanation there is. Part 2. Berenzia and Straw settled into Riften for the winter, taking a cheap room in the slummier section of town. Berenzia wanted to join the Thieves Guild, knowing there would be trouble if she were caught freelancing. One day, in a barroom, she caught the eye of a known member of the guild, a bald young Khajiit named Theris. She offered to bed him if he would sponsor her membership. He looked her over, grinning, and agreed, but said she'd still have to pass an initiation. What sort of initiation? Ah, Theris said. Pay up first, sweetness. This passage has been censored by order of the temple. Straw was going to kill her, and maybe Theris too. What in Tamriel had possessed her to do such a thing? She cast an apprehensive look around the room, but the other patrons had lost interest and gone back to their own business. She did not recognize any of them. This wasn't the inn where she and Straw were staying. With luck, it would be a while or never before Straw found out. Theris was by far the most exciting and attractive man she had yet met. He not only told her about the skills she needed to become a member of the Thieves Guild, but also trained her in them himself, or else introduced her to people who could. Among these was a woman who knew something about magic. Katisha was a plump and matronly Nord. She was married to a smith, had 2 teenage children, and was perfectly ordinary and respectable, except that she was very fond of cats, and by logical inference, their humanoid counterparts, the Khajiit. Had a talent for certain kind of magic, and cultivated rather odd friends. Good night, Callie. He taught Berenzia an invisibility spell and schooled her in other forms of stealth and disguise. Katisha mingled magical and non-magical talents freely, using one set to enhance the other. She was not a member of the Thieves Guild, but was fond of Theris in a motherly sort of way. Berenzia warmed to her as she never had toward any woman, and over the next few weeks, she told Katisha all about herself. He brought Straw there too sometimes. Straw approved of Katisha, but not of Theris. Theris found Straw interesting and suggested to Berenzia that they arrange what he called a threesome. Absolutely not, Berenzia said firmly, grateful that Theris had broached the subject in private for once. He wouldn't like it, I wouldn't like it. Theris smiled his charming triangular feline smile and sprawled lazily on his chair, stretching his limbs and curling his tail. You might be surprised, both of you. Pairing is so boring. Berenzia answered him with a glare. Well, maybe you wouldn't like it with that country bumpkin of yours, sweetness. Would you mind if I brought along another friend? Yes, I would. If you're bored with me, you and your friend can find someone else. She was a member of the Thieves Guild now. She had passed their initiation. She found Theris useful, but not essential. Maybe she was a bit bored with him too. She talked to Katisha about her problems with men, or what she thought of as her problems with men. Katisha shook her head and told her she was looking for love, not sex. That she'd know the right man when she found him. But neither Straw nor Theris was the right one for her. Berenzia cocked her head to one side quizzically. They say dark elven women are pro something. Prostitutes? He said, although she was dubious. You mean promiscuous, although some do become prostitutes, I suppose, Katisha said as an afterthought. Elves are promiscuous when they are young, but you'll outgrow it. Perhaps you're beginning to already, he added hopefully. She liked Berenzia, growing to be quite fond of her. You ought to meet some nice elven boys, though. If you go on keeping company with Khajiits and humans, and what have you, you'll find yourself pregnant in next to no time. Berenzia smiled involuntarily at the thought. I'd like that, I think, but it would be inconvenient, wouldn't it? Babies are a lot of trouble, and I don't even have my own house yet. How old are you, Barry? 17? Well, you've a year or two yet before you're fertile, unless you're very unlucky. Elves don't have children readily with other elves after that even, so you'll be alright if you stick with them. Berenzia remembered something else. Straw wants to buy a farm and marry me. Is that what you want? No, not yet. Maybe someday. Yes, someday. But not if I can't be queen. And not just any queen. The Queen of Mournhold. She said this determinedly, almost stubbornly, as if to drown out any doubt. Katisha chose to ignore this last comment. She was amused at the guild's hyperactive imagination, took it as a sign of a well-functioning mind. I think Straw will be a very old man before someday comes, Barry. Elves live for a very long time. Tisha's face briefly wore the envious, wistful look humans got when contemplating the 1,000-year lifespan elves had been granted by the gods. True, few ever actually lived that long as disease and violence took their respective tolls, but they could, and one or two of them actually did. I like old men too, Barry said. Tisha laughed. Berenzia fidgeted patiently while Theris sorted through the papers on the desk. He was being meticulous and methodical, carefully replacing everything just as he'd found it. They'd broken into a nobleman's household, leaving Straw to hover outside as lookout. Theris had said it was a simple job but very hush-hush. He hadn't even wanted to bring any other guild members along. He said he knew he could trust Berry and Straw, but no one else. Tell me what you're looking for, and I'll find it, Berry whispered urgently. Theris's night sight wasn't as good as hers, and he didn't want her to magic up even a small orb of light. She had never been in such a luxurious place, not even the Darkmoor castle of Count Sven and Lady Inga, where she had spent her childhood, compared to it. She'd gazed around in wonder as they made their way through the ornately decorated and hugely echoing downstairs rooms, but Theris didn't seem interested in anything but the desk in the small book-lined study on the upper floor. Psst, she hissed angrily. Someone's coming, Berry said, a moment before the door opened and two dark figures stepped into the room. Theris gave her a violent shove toward them, and sprang to the window. Berenzia's muscles went rigid. She couldn't move or even speak. She watched helplessly as one of the figures, the smaller one, leaped after Theris. There were two quick, silent stabs of blue light, then Theris folded over into a still heap. Outside the study, the house had come alive with hastening footsteps and voices calling out an alarm and the clank of armor hurriedly put on. The bigger man, a dark elf by the looks of him, half lifted, half dragged Theris to the door and thrust him into the waiting arms of another elf. A jerk of the first elf's head sent his smaller blue-robed companion after them. Then he sauntered over to inspect Berenzia, who was once again able to move, although her head throbbed maddeningly when she tried to. Open your shirt, Berenzia, the elf said. Berenzia gawked at him and clutched it close. You're a girl, aren't you, Berry? He said softly. You should have stopped dressing as a boy months ago, you know. You are only drawing attention to yourself and calling yourself Berry. Is your friend Straw too stupid to remember anything else? It's a common elven name, Berenzia defended. The man shook his head sadly. Wait, there's people coming? What's going on? They're talking about gender? Theris folded over. So they're using magic on them to stop them. Door's already opened. And Theris basically sacrificed her, trying to push her towards them to get out himself. Who's talking? The elf. They know it's Berenzia, so it's someone who knows who she is. Elf. Page 17. It's not the guy from the start of the first book, is it? Symmetrous guy, is it? Common elven name, Berenzia defended. So they've basically attacked the other guy with magic, Theris. And they're questioning Berenzia? The man shook his head sadly. Not among dark elves it isn't, my dear. But you wouldn't know much about dark elves, would you? I regret that, but it couldn't be helped. No matter, I shall try to remedy it. Who are you? Berenzia demanded. Aye, so much for fame, the man shrugged, smiling wryly. I am Symmetrus, milady Berenzia. General Symmetrus of His Awesome and Terrible Majesty Tiber Septim the First's Imperial Army, and I must say it's a merry chase you've led me throughout Tamriel. Or this part of it, anyway. Although I guessed, and guessed correctly, that you'd head for Morrowind eventually. I had a bit of luck. A body was found in Whiterun, so that was thought to be Straw's, so he stopped looking for the pair of you. That was careless of me, yet I'd not have thought you'd have stayed together this long. Where is he? Is he all right? She asked in genuine trepidation. Oh, he's fine. For now. In custody, of course. He turned away. You care for him then? He said, and then suddenly stared at her with fierce curiosity, out of red eyes that seemed strange to her except in her own seldom-seen reflection. He's my friend, Berenzia said. The words came out in a tone that sounded dull and hopeless to her own ears. Symmetrus, a general in the Imperial Army no less, said to have the friendship and ears of Tiber Septim himself. Aye, you seem to have several unsuitable friends, if you'll forgive my saying so, milady. Stop calling me that. She was irritated at the general's seeming sarcasm, but he only smiled. As they talked, the bustle and flurry in the house died away, although she could still hear people, presumably the residents, whispering together not far off. The tall elf perched himself on a corner of the desk. He seemed quite relaxed and prepared to stay a while. Then it occurred to her. Several unsuitable friends, had he said. This man knew all about her, or seemed to know enough anyway, which amounted to the same thing. What's going to happen to them? To me? Ah, as you know, this house belongs to the commander of the Imperial troops in this area, which means to say that it belongs to me. Berenzia gasped and Symmetrus looked up sharply. What, you didn't know? Why, you are rash, milady, even for 17. You must always know what it is you do, or get yourself into. But the guild wouldn't have... Berenzia was trembling. The Thieves Guild would never have attempted a mission that crossed Imperial policy. No one dared oppose Tiber Septim. At least no one she knew of. Someone at the guild had bungled badly, and now she was going to pay for it. I dare say it's unlikely that Theris had guild approval for this. In fact, I wonder... Symmetrus examined the desk carefully, pulling out drawers. He selected one, placed it on top of the desk, and removed a false bottom. There was a folded sheet of parchment inside. It seemed to be a map of some sort. Berenzia edged closer. Symmetrus held it away from her, laughing. Rash indeed. He glanced it over, then folded and replaced it. You advised me a moment ago to seek after knowledge. So I did. Suddenly he seemed to be in high good humour. "We must be going, my dear lady." He shepherded her to the door down the stairs and out into the night air. No one was about. Varenzia's eyes darted towards the shadows. She wondered if she could outrun him or elude him somehow. "You're not thinking of attempting to escape, are you? Don't you want to hear first what my plans for you are?" She thought that he sounded a bit hurt. "Now that you mention it, yes. Perhaps you'd rather hear about your friends first." No. He looked gratified at this. It was evidently the answer he wanted, thought Varenzia. It was also the truth. While she was concerned for her friends, especially Straw, she was far more concerned for herself. "You will take your place as the rightful queen of Mournhold." Symmetris explained that this had been his and Tiber Septim's plan for her all along, that Mournhold, which had been under military rule for the dozen or so years since she had been away, was gradually to be returned to civilian government, under the Empire's guidance, of course, and as part of the Imperial province of Morrowind. "But why was I sent to Darkmoor?" Varenzia asked, hardly believing anything she had just been told. "For safekeeping, naturally. Why did you run away?" Varenzia shrugged. "I saw no reason to stay. I should have been told." "You would have been by now. I had in fact sent for you to be removed to the Imperial City to spend some time as part of the Emperor's household. But of course you had, shall we say, absconded by then. As for your destiny, it should be, and should have been, quite obvious to you. Tiber Septim does not keep those he has no use for, and what else could you be that would be of use to him? I know nothing of him, nor for that matter of you. Then know this. Tiber Septim rewards friends and foes alike according to their deserts." Varenzia chewed on that for a few moments. "Straw has deserved well of me, and has never done anyone any harm. He is not a member of the Thieves' Guild. He came along to protect me. He earns our keep by running errands, and he... Symmetris waved her impatiently to silence. I know all about Straw," he said, "and about Theris." He stared at her intently. "So? What would you?" She took a deep breath. "Straw wants a little farm. If I'm to be rich, then I would like for one to be given to him." "Very well." He seemed astonished at this, and then pleased. "Done. He shall have it. Theris?" "He betrayed me," Varenzia said coldly. Theris should have told her what risks the job entailed. Besides, he'd pushed her right into their enemy's arms in an attempt to save himself. Not a man to be rewarded. Not, in fact, a man to be trusted. "Yes, and?" "Well, he should be made to suffer for it, shouldn't he?" "That seems reasonable. What form should said suffering take?" Varenzia balled her hands into fists. She would have liked to beat and claw at the Khajiit herself, but considering the turn events had taken, it didn't seem very queenly. Whipping. Would 20 stripes be too many, do you think? I don't want to do him any permanent injury, you understand, just teach him a lesson." "Aye, of course." Symmetris grinned at this. Then his features suddenly set and became serious. "It shall be done, your highness. My lady Queen Varenzia of Mournhold." Then he bowed to her, a sweeping, courtly, ridiculously wonderful bow. Varenzia's heart leapt. She spent 2 days at Symmetris's apartment, during which she was kept very busy. There was a dark elven woman named Dreliane who saw to her needs, although she did not exactly seem a servant since she took her meals with them, nor did she seem to be Symmetris's wife or lover. Dreliane looked amused when Varenzia asked her about it. She simply said she was in the general's employ and did whatever was asked of her. With Dreliane's assistance, several fine gowns and pairs of shoes were ordered for her, plus a riding habit and boots, along with other small necessities. Varenzia was given a room to herself. Symmetris was out a great deal. She saw him at most mealtimes, but he said little about himself or what he had been doing. He was cordial and polite, quite willing to converse on most subjects, and seemed interested in anything she had to say. Dreliane was much the same. Varenzia found them pleasant enough, but hard to get to know, as Katisha would have put it. She felt an odd twinge of disappointment. These were the first Dark Elves with whom she'd associated closely. She had expected to feel comfortable with them, to feel at last that she belonged somewhere, with somebody. It's part of something. Instead, she found herself yearning for her Nordic friends, Katisha and Straw. When Symmetris told her they were to set out for the Imperial City on the morrow, she asked if she could say goodbye to them. Katisha? He asked. Aye, but then, I suppose I owe her something. She it was who led me to you by telling me of a lonely dark elven girl named Berry who needed elven friends, who sometimes dressed as a boy. She has no association with the Thieves Guild apparently, and no one associated with the Thieves Guild seems to know your true identity save Theris. That is, well, I prefer that your former guild membership not be made public knowledge. Please speak of it to no one, your highness. Such a past does not become an imperial queen. No one knows but Straw and Theris, and they won't tell anyone. No, he smiled a curious little smile. No, they won't. He didn't know that Katisha knew then, but still, there was something about the way he said it. Straw came to their apartment on the morning of their departure. They were left alone in the salon, although Berenzia knew the other elves were within earshot. He looked drawn and pale. They hugged one another silently for a few minutes. Straw's shoulders were shaking and tears were rolling down his cheeks, but he said nothing. Berenzia tried to smile. So we both get what we want, eh? I'm to be Queen of Mournhold, and you'll be Lord of your own farmstead. She took his hand, smiled at him warmly, genuinely. I'll write you, Straw, I promise. You must find a scribe so you can write me too. Straw shook his head sadly. When Berenzia persisted, he opened his mouth and pointed at it, making inarticulate noises. Then she realized what it was. His tongue was gone. It had been cut off. Berenzia collapsed into a chair and wept noisily. But why? She demanded of Symmetris when Straw had been ushered away. Why? Symmetris shrugged. He knows too much. He could be dangerous. At least he's alive and won't need his tongue to raise pigs or whatever. I hate you, Berenzia screamed at him, then abruptly doubled over and vomited on the floor. She continued to revile him between intermittent bouts of nausea. He listened stolidly for some time, while Dreliane cleaned up after her. Finally, he told her to cease or he would gag her for her journey to the Emperor. They stopped at Katisha's house on their way out of the city. Symmetris and Dreliane didn't dismount. All seemed normal, but Berenzia was frightened as she knocked on the door. Katisha answered the knock. Berenzia thanked the gods silently that at least she was all right, but she'd also obviously been weeping. In any case, she embraced Berenzia warmly. Why are you crying? Berenzia asked. For Theris, of course. You haven't heard? Oh dear, poor Theris, he's dead. Berenzia felt icy fingers creeping around her heart. He was caught stealing from the commandant's house. Poor fellow, but that was so foolish of him. Oh, Berry, he was drawn and quartered this very dawn by the commandant's order. She started to sob. I went. He asked for me. It was terrible. He suffered so before he died, I'll never forget it. I looked for you and Straw, but no one knew where you'd both gone to. He glanced behind Berenzia. That's the commandant, isn't it? Symmetris. Then Katisha did a strange thing. He stopped crying and grinned. You know, the moment I saw him, I thought, this is the one for Berenzia. Katisha took a fold of her apron and wiped it across her eyes. I told him about you, you know. Yes, Berenzia said. I know. He took Katisha's hands in each of hers and looked at her earnestly. Katisha, I love you. I'm going to miss you, but please don't ever tell anyone else anything about me. Ever. Swear you won't. Especially not to Symmetris. And look after Straw for me. Promise me that. Katisha promised, puzzled though willing. Berry, it wasn't somehow because of me that Theris was caught, was it? I never said anything about Theris to him. He glanced over at the general. Berenzia assured her that it wasn't, that an informant had told the Imperial Guard of Theris's plans, which was probably a lie. But she could see that Katisha plainly needed some kind of comfort. Oh, I'm glad of that. If I can be glad of anything just now. I'd hate to think... But how could I have known? He leaned over and whispered in Berenzia's ear. Symmetris is very handsome, don't you think? And so charming. I wouldn't know about that, Berenzia said dryly. I haven't really thought about it. There have been other things to think about. He explained hurriedly about being Queen of Mournhold, going to live in the Imperial City for a while. He was looking for me, that's all, on orders from the Emperor. I was the object of a quest, nothing more than some sort of a goal. I don't think he thinks of me as a woman at all. He said I didn't look like a boy, though. He added in the face of Katisha's incredulity. Katisha knew that Berenzia evaluated every male she met in terms of sexual desirability and availability. I suppose it's the shock of finding out that I really am a queen, she added. Katisha agreed that yes, that's true. That must have been something of a shock, although one there was no likelihood of her experiencing firsthand. She smiled. Berenzia smiled with her, then they hugged again tearfully for the last time. She never saw Katisha again, or Straw. The royal party left Riften by the great southern gate. Once through, Symmetris tapped her shoulder and pointed back at the portals. I thought you might want to say goodbye to Theris too, Your Highness, he said. Berenzia stared briefly, but steadily at the head impaled on a spike above the gate. The birds had been at it, but the face was still recognizable. I don't think he'll hear me, although I'm quite sure he'll be pleased to know I'm fine, she said, seeming to sound light. Let's be on our way, General, shall we? Symmetris was clearly disappointed by her lack of reaction. Aye, you heard of this from your friend Katisha, I suppose. You suppose correctly. She attended the execution, Berenzia said casually. You didn't know already? You'd find out soon enough. He was sure of that. Did she know Theris belonged to the guild? She shrugged. Everyone knew that. It's only lower-ranking members like me who are supposed to keep their membership secret. The ones higher up are well known. She turned to smile archly at him. You must know all that, shouldn't you, General? She said sweetly. He seemed unaffected by this. So you told her who you were and whence you came, but not about the guild. The guild membership was not my secret to tell. The other was. There's a difference. Besides, Katisha is a very honest woman. Had I told her, it would have lessened me in her eyes. She was always after Theris to take up a more honest line of work. I value her good opinion. She afforded him a glacial stare. Not that it's any concern of yours, but do you know what else? He thought. He also thought I'd be happier if I settled down with just one man. One of my own race. One of my own race with all the right qualities. One of my own race with all the right qualities? Who knows to say all the right things? You, in fact. He grabbed the reins preparatory to assuming a brisker pace, but not without sinking one final irresistible barb. Isn't it odd how wishes come true sometimes, but not in the way you want them to? Maybe I should say, not in the way you would ever want them to. His answer so took her by surprise that she quite forgot about cantering off. Yes, very odd, he replied, and his tone matched his words exactly. Then he excused himself and fell behind. She held her head high and urged to mount onward, trying to look unimpressed. Now what was it about his response that bothered her? Not what he said, no, that wasn't it, but something about the way he said it. Something about it made her think that she, Berenzia, was one of his wishes that had come true. Unlikely as this seemed, she gave it due deliberation. He had found her at last, after months of searching it seemed. Under pressure from the Emperor, no doubt. So his wish had come true. Yes, that must be it. But in a way, apparently, not altogether to his liking. Part 3. They all this long, they probably are. I scream. Only 40 pages this time. Let's go. For several days, Berenzia felt a weight of sorrow at her separation from her friends. But by the second week out, her spirits began to rise a little. She found that she enjoyed being on the road again, although she missed Straw's companionship more than she would have thought. They were escorted by a troop of Redguard knights with whom she felt comfortable, although these were much more disciplined and decorous than the guards of the merchant caravans she had spent time with. They were genial but respectful towards her, despite her attempts at flirtation. Symmetris scolded her privately, saying a queen must maintain royal dignity at all times. You mean I'm never to have any fun? She inquired petulantly. Aye, not with such as these. They are beneath you. Graciousness is to be desired from those in authority, milady. Familiarity is not. You remain chaste and modest while you are at the Imperial City. Brenzia made a face. I might as well be back at Darkmoor Keep. Elves are promiscuous by nature, you know. Everyone says so. Everyone is wrong then. Some are, some aren't. The Emperor and I expect you to display both discrimination and good taste. Let me remind you, Your Highness, that you hold the throne of Mournhold not by right of blood, but solely at the pleasure of Tiber Septim. If he judges you unsuitable, your reign will end ere it begins. He requires intelligence, obedience, discretion, and total loyalty of all his appointees, and he favours chastity and modesty in women. I strongly suggest you model your deportment after your good Dreliane milady. Ida's life be back in Darkmoor, Berenzia snapped resentfully, offended at the thought of emulating the frigid, prudish Dreliane in any way. That is not an option, Your Highness. If you are of no use to Tiber Septim, he will see to it that you are of no use to his enemies either. Whoa! That's a lot of anonymous subs. Thanks for the gift subs! Why anonymous? How am I meant to thank you properly? Ah! Wait, that's the hype train too. Thanks for all those gift subs. Wow. Thank you. I want to thank who it is. Oh. I'll keep reading. I'll keep reading. I'm sure you want me to read. Doing so many gift subs while I'm reading. What was I up to? That is not an option, Your Highness. If you are of no use to Tiber Septim, he will see to it that you are of no use to his enemies either, the general said portentously. If you would keep your head on your shoulders, take heed. Let me add that power offers pleasures other than those of carnality and cavorting with base company. He began to speak of art, literature, drama, music, and the grand balls thrown at the imperial court. Berenzia listened with growing interest, spurred on not entirely by his threats, but afterward she asked timidly if she might continue her study of magic while at the imperial city. Symmetris seemed pleased at this and promised to arrange it. Encouraged, she then said that she noted three of their knights' escort were women, and asked if she might train a little with them, just for the sake of exercise. The general looked less delighted at this, but gave his consent, though stressing it would only be with the women. The late winter weather held fair, though slightly frosty. Thanks for the cheer, Vivian. The late winter weather held fair, though slightly frosty, for the rest of their journey, so that they travelled quickly over firm roads. On the last day of their trip, spring seemed to have arrived at last, for there were hints of a thaw. The road grew muddy underfoot, and everywhere one could hear water trickling and dripping faintly but steadily. It was a welcome sound. They came to the great bridge that crossed into the imperial city at sunset. A rosy glow turned the stark white marble edifices of the metropolis a delicate pink. It all looked very new and grand and immaculate. A broad avenue led north toward the palace. A crowd of people of all sorts and races filled the... Two more anonymous gift subs? Why anonymous? How am I meant to thank you? Oh, thank you. They came to the great bridge that crossed into the imperial city at sunset. The rosy glow turned the stark white marble edifices of the metropolis a delicate pink. It all looked very new and grand and immaculate. A broad avenue led north toward the palace. A crowd of people of all sorts and races filled the wide concourse. Lights winked out in the shops and on in the inns as dusk fell and stars came out singly, then by the twos and threes. Even the side streets were broad, brightly illuminated. Near the palace, the towers of an immense Mage's Guildhall reared toward the east, while westward the stained glass windows of a huge tabernacle? I don't know what that means. Glittered in the dying light. Symmetris had apartments in a magnificent house 2 blocks from the palace, past the temple of the One he identified as they passed it, an ancient Nordic cult which Tiber Septim had revived. Tiber Septim had revived. He said that Berenzia would be expected to become a member should she prove acceptable to the Emperor. The place was quite splendid, although little to Berenzia's tastes. Hi, Seahawk! The walls and furnishings were done in utter pristine white, relieved only by touches of dull gold. The floors in dully gleaming black marble. Berenzia's eyes ached for colour and the interplay of subtle shadings. Ached for colour. Yeah, too much white. How have I been doing? Pretty good, thank you. I'm trying to start streaming more often again because I've not been I've not been as frequent as I want to be. After today, I'll stream again in 2 days. Up late reading? Yes, we are. I've got to finish the reading tonight because otherwise next stream we'll start with reading and that's bad for retention on the VOD. We've got 2 more books to go after this one. This one's 40 pages long. The 2 before it were like 50 and 56 pages. So we've got a bit to go. In the morning, Symmetris and Dreliane escorted her to the Imperial Palace. Berenzia noted that everyone they met greeted Symmetris with deferential respect, in some cases bordering on obsequiousness. The general seemed to take it for granted. They were ushered directly into the Imperial presence. Morning sun flooded a... Hopefully I can go streaming more regularly. Yeah, I plan to stream most days, but not on Tuesdays and Sundays. But I'm gonna try for a stream all the other days and try not to miss as many as what I've been missing. They were ushered directly into the Imperial presence. Morning sun flooded a small room through a large window with tiny panes. Hi, Bomber. Hi, Willy. Morning sun flooded a small room through a large window with tiny panes, washing over a sumptuously laden breakfast table and the single man who sat there, dark against the light. He leapt to his feet as they entered and hurried toward them. Ah, Symmetris, a most loyal friend, we welcome your return most gladly. His hands held Symmetris's shoulders briefly, fondly, holding the deep genuflection the Dark Elf had been in the process of effecting. Berenzia curtsied as Tiber Septim turned to her. Berenzia, our naughty little runaway. How do you do, child? Here, let us have a look at you. Why, Symmetris, she's charming. Absolutely charming. Why have you hidden her from us all these years? Is the light too much, child? Shall we draw the hangings? Yes, of course. He waved away Symmetris' protests and drew the curtains himself, not troubling to summon a servant. You will pardon us for this discourtesy toward yourselves, my dear guests. We've much to think of, though that's scant excuse for hospitality's neglect. But pray join us. There's some excellent nectarines from Black Marsh. They settled themselves at the table. Berenzia was dumbfounded. Tiber Septim was nothing like the grim, grey, giant warrior she'd pictured. He was of average height, fully half a head shorter than tall Symmetris, although he was well knit of figure and lithe of movement. What's this? Enjoy the hype train emotes, everyone. Hell yeah. If you can't tell, I like reading. What was I up to? Thanks again for all the gift subs and the cheers. Support means a lot, thank you. He was well knit of figure and lithe of movement. He had a winning smile, bright, indeed piercing, blue eyes, and a full head of stark white hair above a lined and weathered face. He might have been any age from 40 to 60. He pressed food and drink upon them, then repeated the question the general had asked her days ago. Why had she left home? Had her guardians been unkind to her? No, Excellency, Brenzia replied. In truth, no. Although I fancied so at times. I'm not keen, no! In truth, no, although I fancied so at times. The noodle? I am a noodle. Hi, DJ. Truth, no, although I fancied so at times. Symmetris had fabricated a story for her, and Brenzia told it now, although with a certain misgiving. Stable boy, Straw, had convinced her that her guardians, unable to find a suitable husband for her, meant to sell her off as a concubine in Rihard. And when a Redguard had indeed come, she had panicked, fled with Straw. But the other stories I read were based on the lies told by Symmetris. Tiber Septim seemed... Yeah, so the other story had lies. Tiber Septim seemed fascinated and listened raptly as she provided details of her life as a merchant caravan escort. Why, 'tis like a ballad, he said. By the one, we'll have the court bard set it to music. What a charming boy you must have made. General Symmetris said... Brenzia stepped. General Symmetris said... Brenzia stopped in some confusion, then proceeded. He said, well, that I no longer look much like a boy. I have grown in the past few months. She lowered her gaze in what she hoped approximated maidenly modesty. He's a very discerning fellow, is our loyal friend, Symmetris. I know, I've been a very foolish girl, Excellency. I must crave your pardon, and that of my kind guardians. I realized that some time ago, but I was too ashamed to go back home. But I don't want to return to Darkmoor now, Excellency. I long for Mournhold. My soul pines for my own country. Now, dear child, you shall go home, we promise you, but we pray you remain with us a little longer, that you may prepare yourself for the grave and solemn task with which we shall charge you. Brenzia gazed at him earnestly, heart beating fast. It was all working just as Symmetris had said it would. She felt a warm flush of gratitude toward him, but was careful to keep her attention focused on the Emperor. I am honoured, Excellency, and wish most earnestly to serve you and this great empire you have built in any way I can. It was the politic thing to say, to be sure, but Brenzia really meant it. She was awed at the magnificence of the city and the discipline and order evident everywhere, and moreover was excited at the prospect of being a part of it all, and she felt quite taken by the gentle Tiber Septim. After a few days, Symmetris left for Mournhold to take up the duties of a governor until Brenzia was ready to assume the throne, after which he would become her prime minister. Brenzia, with Dreliane as chaperone, took up residence in a suite of rooms at the Imperial Palace. Several tutors were provided her in all the fields deemed unseemly. Oh, sorry about your grandma, Wheelie. Several tutors were provided her in all the fields deemed seemly for a queenly education. During this time she became deeply interested in the magical arts, but she found the study of history and politics not at all to her preference. On occasion she met with Tiber Septim in the palace gardens, and he would unfailingly and politely inquire as to her progress, and chide her, although with a smile, for her disinterest at matters of state. However, he was always happy to instruct her on the finer points of magic. He could make even history and politics seem interesting. They are people, child, not dry facts in a dusty volume, he said. As her understanding broadened, their discussions grew longer, deeper, more frequent. He spoke to her of his vision of a united Tamriel, each race separate and distinct but with shared ideals and goals, all contributing to the common weal. Some things are universal, shared by all sentient folk of good will, he said. So the One teaches us. We must unite against the malicious and the brutish, the miscreated, orcs, trolls, goblins, and other worse creatures, and not strive against one another. His blue eyes would light up as he stared into his dream, and Berenzia was delighted just to sit and listen to him. If he drew close to her, the side of her body next to him would glow as if he were a smouldering blaze. If their hands met, he would tingle all over as if his body were charged with the shock spell. One day, quite unexpectedly, he took her face in his hands and kissed her gently on the mouth. She drew back after a few moments, astonished by the violence of her feelings, and he apologized instantly. We didn't mean to do that. It's just, you're so beautiful, dear, so very beautiful. He was looking at her, with hopeless yearning in his generous eyes. Oh, thanks, Willie. She turned away, tears streaming down her face. Are you angry with us? Speak to us, please. Berenzia shook her head. I could never be angry with you, Excellency. I love you. I know it's wrong, but I can't help it. We have a consort, he said. She is a good and virtuous woman, the mother of our children and future heirs. We could never put her aside, yet there is nothing between us and her, no sharing of the spirit. She would have us be other than what we are. We are the most powerful person in all of Tamriel, and Berenzia, I think I am the most lonely as well. He stood up suddenly. Power, he said, with sublime contempt. I'd trade a goodly share of it for youth and love if the gods would only sanction it. But you are strong and vigorous and vital, more than any man I've ever known. He shook his head vehemently. Today, perhaps, yet I am less than I was yesterday, last year, 10 years ago. I feel the sting of my mortality, and it is painful. If I can ease your pain, let me. Berenzia moved towards him, hands outstretched. No, I would not take your innocence from you. I'm not that innocent. How so? The Emperor's voice suddenly grated harshly. His brows knitted. Berenzia's mouth went dry. What had she just said? But she couldn't turn back. No. He would know. There was straw, she faltered. I was lonely too. Am lonely, and not so strong as you. She cast her eyes down in abashment. I guess I'm not worthy, Excellency. No, not so, Berenzia. My Berenzia, it cannot last for long. You have a duty toward Mournhold, and a duty toward the Empire. I must tend toward mine as well. But while we may, shall we share what we have, what we can, and pray the one forgives our frailty? Tiber Septim held out his arms, and wordlessly, willingly, Berenzia stepped into his embrace. You caper on the edge of a volcano, child, Dreliane admonished as Berenzia admired the splendid star sapphire ring her imperial lover had given her to celebrate their 1-month anniversary. How so? We make one another happy. We harm no one. Symmetris bade me be discriminating and discreet. Who better could I choose? And you've been most discreet. He treats me like a daughter in public. Tiber Septim's nightly visits were made through a secret passage that only few in the palace were privy to. Himself and a handful of trusted bodyguards. He slavers over you like a cur his supper. Have you not noticed the coolness of the Empress and her son toward you? Berenzia shrugged. Even before she and Septim had become lovers, she'd received no more from his family than bare civility. Threadbare civility. What matter? It is Tiber who holds the power. But it is his son who holds the future. Not put his mother up to public scorn, I beg you. Can I help it if that dry stick of a woman cannot hold her husband's interest even in conversation at dinner? Have less to say in public, that is all I ask. She matters little, it is true, but her children love her, and you do not want them as enemies. Tiber Septim has not long to live. Dreliane amended quickly at Berenzia's skull. Humans are all short-lived. Ephemeral, as we of the elder races say. They come and go as the seasons, but the families of the powerful ones live on for a time. You must be a friend to this family if you would see lasting profit from your relationship. But how can I make you see truly, you who are so young and human-bred as well? If you take heed, and wisely, you and Mournhold are like to live to see the fall of Septim's dynasty, if indeed he has founded one, just as you have witnessed its rise. It is the way of human history. They ebb and flow, like the inconsistent tides. The cities and dominions bloom like spring flowers, only to wither and die in the summer sun. But the elves endure. We are as a year to their hour, a decade to their day. Berenzia just laughed. She knew that rumours abounded about her and Tiber Septim. She enjoyed the attention. All save the Empress and her son seemed captivated by her. Minstrels sang of her dark beauty and her charming ways. She was in fashion and in love, and if it was temporary, well, what was not? She was happy for the first time she could remember, each of her days filled with joy and pleasure, and the nights were even better. "What is wrong with me?" Berenzia lamented. "Look, not one of my skirts fit. What's become of my waistline? Am I getting fat?" Berenzia regarded her thin arms and legs and her undeniably thickened waist in the mirror with displeasure. Reliane shrugged. "You appear to be with child, young as you are. Constant pairing with a human has brought you to early fertility. I see no choice but for you to speak with the Emperor about it. You are in his power. It would be best, I think, for you to go directly to Mournhold if he would agree to it, and bear the child there." Alone? Berenzia placed her hands on her swollen belly, tears forming in her eyes. Everything in her yearned to share the fruit of her love with her lover. "You'll never agree to that. He won't be parted from me now, you'll see." Reliane shook her head, although she said no more. A look of sympathy and sorrow had replaced her usual cool scorn. That night, Berenzia told Tiber Septim when he came to her for their usual assignation. "With child?" He looked shocked. No, stunned. "You're sure of it? But I was told elves do not bear at so young an age." Berenzia forced a smile. "How can I be sure? I shall have my healer fetched." The healer, a high elf of middle years, confirmed that Berenzia was indeed pregnant, and that such a thing had never before been known to happen. It was a testimony to his excellency's potency, the healer said in sycophantic tones. Tiber Septim roared at him. "This must not be," he said. "Undo it. We command you." "Sire," the healer gaped at him, "I cannot. I may not." "Of course you can, you incompetent dullard," the Emperor snapped. "It is our express wish that you do so." Berenzia, till then silent and wide-eyed with terror, suddenly sat up in bed. "No!" she screamed. "No, what are you saying?" "Child," Tiber Septim sat down beside her, his face wearing one of his winning smiles. "I'm so sorry. Truly, but this cannot be. Your issue would be a threat to my son and his sons. I shall no more put it plainly than that. The child I bear is yours," she wailed. "No, it is now but a possibility, a might be, not yet gifted with a soul or quickened into life. I will not have it so, I forbid it." He gave the healer another hard stare, and the elf began to tremble. "Sire, it is her child. Children are few among the elves. No elven woman conceives more than 4 times, and that is very rare. 2 is the usual number. Some bear none even. Some only 1. If I take this one from her, sire, she may not conceive again." "You promised us she would not bear to us. Little faith in your prognostications." Berenzia scrambled naked from the bed and ran for the door, not knowing where she was going, only that she could not stay. She never reached it. Darkness overtook her. She awoke to pain and a feeling of emptiness, a void where something used to be. Something that used to be alive, but now was dead and gone forever. Reliane was there to soothe the pain and clean up the blood that still pooled at times between her legs. There was nothing to fill the emptiness. There was nothing to take the place of the void. The Emperor sent magnificent gifts and vast arrangements of flowers, came on short visits, always well attended. Berenzia received these visits with pleasure at first, but Tiber Septim came no more at night, and after some time, nor did she wish him to. Some weeks passed. When she was completely physically recovered, Reliane informed her that Symmetris had written to request she come to Mournhold earlier than planned. It was announced that she would leave forthwith. She was given a grand retinue, an extensive trousseau befitting a queen, and an elaborate and impressive ceremonial departure from the gates of the imperial city. Some people were sorry to see her leave and expressed their sadness in tears and expostulations. Some others were not and did not. 2 to go. Reading a few. These are the last 2. These are all copies of books we've read before. We're reading the entire bookshelf. What's with this belt that we're wearing? We look great. Alex is going to delete every book in my save. I hope not. The Real Berenzia, Volume 4. Everything I have ever loved, I have lost. I'm starting to think the book was actually written by Berenzia. The only thing that makes sense, like who else can know what Berenzia's thinking, right? So she's written the books to like say what she's not been able to say. Everything I have ever loved. How long is this? Another 40 pages probably. 54! Ooh. Everything I have ever loved, I have lost, Berenzia thought despondently, looking at the mounted knights behind and ahead. The tirewomen... Wait. Berenzia thought despondently, looking at the mounted knights behind and ahead, the tirewomen near her in a carriage. Yet I have gained a measure of wealth and power, and the promise of more to come. Dearly have I bought it. Now I do understand better Tiber Septim's love of it, if he has often paid such prices. For surely worth is measured by the price we pay. By her wish, she rode on a shiny roan mare, clad as a warrior in resplendent chainmail of dark elven make. As the days slowly slipped by and a train rode the winding road eastward into the setting sun, around her gradually rose the steep-sided mountain slopes of Morrowind. The air was thin, and a chill late autumn wind blew constantly, but it was also rich with the sweet spicy smell of the late-blooming black rose, which was native to Morrowind, grew in every shadowy nook and crevice of its highlands, finding nourishment even in the stoniest banks and ridges. In small villages and towns, ragged dark elven folk gathered along the road to cry her name or simply gape. Most of her knightly escort were Redguards, with a few High Elves, Nords and Bretons. As they wove their way into the heart of Morrowind, they grew increasingly uncomfortable and clung together in protective clusters. Even the Elven knights seemed wary, but Berenzia felt at home. At last, felt the welcome extended to her by the land, her land. Symmetris met her at the Mournhold border with an escort of knights, about half of whom were Dark Elven. Imperial battle dress, she noted. There was a grand parade of entry into the city, speeches of welcome. Who wrote this? Because like Straw's been out of the picture for too long, so it couldn't be Straw who wrote it. If Berenzia wrote it, how would she know about Symmetris's part at the start? If Symmetris wrote it, how would he know what... How would he know what she's thinking? Unless one of them confides in the other at some point later on. Maybe we'll see if one of them does confiding. The one who didn't confide is probably the one who wrote this. Symmetris met her at the Mournhold border with an escort of knights, about half of whom were Dark Elven. In imperial battle dress, she noted. There's a grand parade of I think it's more likely it was Berenzia to write it. Hardly a work of fiction? I don't think so. One of them must have wrote it. Symmetrus met her at the Mournhold border with an escort of knights, about half of whom were Dark Elven, imperial battle dress, she noted. There was a grand parade of entry into the city, and speeches of welcome from stately dignitaries. "I've had the Queen's suite refurbished for you," the general told her later when they reached the palace. "But you may change anything not to your taste, of course." He went on about the details of the coronation, which was to be held in a week. He was his old commanding self, but she sensed something else as well. He was eager for her approval of the arrangements, was in fact fishing for it. That was new. He had never required her commendation before. He asked her nothing about her stay in the Imperial City, or of her affair with Tiber Septim, although Berenzia was certain Dreliane had told him, or earlier written him everything in detail. The ceremony itself, like so much else, was a mixture of old and new, parts of it from the ancient Dark Elven tradition of Mournhold, the others dictated by imperial decree. She was sworn to the service of the Empire and Tiber Septim, as well as to the land of Mournhold and its people. She accepted oaths of fealty and allegiance from the people, the nobility and the council. This last was composed of a blend of imperial emissaries, advisors they were called, and native representatives of the Mournhold people, who were mostly elders in accordance with elven custom. Berenzia later found that much of her time was occupied in attempting to reconcile these two factions and their cronies. The elders were expected to do most of the conciliating in light of reforms introduced by the Empire pertaining to land ownership and surface farming, but most of these went clean against Dark Elven observances. Tiber Septim, in the name of the One, had ordained a new tradition. Apparently even the gods and goddesses themselves were expected to obey. The new queen threw herself into her work and her studies. She was through with love and men for a long, long time, if not forever. There were other pleasures she discovered, as Symmetrus had promised her long ago, those of mind and those of power. She developed, surprisingly for she had always rebelled against her tutors at the Imperial City, a deep love for Dark Elven history and mythology, a hunger to know more fully the people from whom she had sprung. She was gratified to learn that they had been proud warriors and skilled craftsmen and cunning mages since time immemorial. Tiber Septim lived for another half-century, during which she saw him on several occasions if she was bidden to the Imperial City on one reason of state or another. He greeted her with warmth during these visits, and they even had long talks together about the events in the Empire when opportunity would permit. He seemed to have quite forgotten that there had ever been anything between them more than easy friendship and a profound political alliance. He changed little as the years passed. Rumour had it that mages had developed spells to extend his vitality, and that even the One had granted him immortality. Then one day a messenger came with the news that Tiber Septim was dead, and his grandson Pelagius was now emperor in his place. They had heard the news in private. She and Symmetrus, the sometime imperial general, and now her trusted prime minister, took it most stoically, as he took most everything. "Somehow it doesn't seem possible," Berenzia said. "I told you, it's the way of humans. They are a short-lived people. It doesn't really matter. His power lives on, and his son now wields it." "You called him your friend once. Do you feel nothing? No grief?" He shrugged. "There was a time when you called him somewhat more. What do you feel, Berenzia?" They had long ago ceased to address each other in private by their formal titles. "Emptiness. Loneliness," he said. Then she too shrugged. "But that's not new." "Aye, I know," he said softly, taking her hand. "Berenzia." He turned her face up and kissed her. The act filled her with astonishment. She couldn't remember his ever touching her before. She'd never thought of him in that way, and yet, undeniably, an old familiar warmth spread through her. Forgotten how good it felt, that warmth. Not the scorching heat she'd felt with Tiber Septim, but the comforting, robust ardour she somehow associated with straw. Straw. Poor straw. She hadn't thought of him in so long. He'd be middle-aged now if he was still alive, probably with a dozen children, he thought affectionately. And a hardy wife, who hopefully could talk for two. "Marry me, Berenzia," Symmetrus was saying. He seemed to have picked up her thoughts on marriage, children, wives. "I've worked and toiled and waited long enough, haven't I?" Marriage. A peasant with peasant dreams, the thought appeared in her mind, clear and unbidden. Hadn't she used those very same words to describe straw so very long ago? And yet, why not? Not Symachus, who else? This is the second last book. Many of the great noble families of Morrowind had been wiped out in Tiber Septim's Great War of Unification before the treaty. Dark Elven rule had been restored, it was true, but not the old, not the true nobility. Most of them were upstarts like Symachus, and not even half as good or deserving as he was. He had fought to keep Mournhold whole and hale when their so-called councillors would have picked at its bones, sucked them dry as Ebonheart had been sucked dry. He'd fought for Mournhold, fought for her, while she and the kingdom grew and thrived. She felt a sudden rush of gratitude and undeniably affection. He was steady and reliable, and he'd served her well and loved her well. But he's like been creeping on you since you were a baby, what do you mean? Why not, she said, smiling, and took his hand and kissed him. The union was a good one, in its political as well as personal aspects. While Tiber Septim's grandson, the Emperor Pelagius I, viewed her with a jaundiced eye, his trust in his father's old friend was absolute. Symachus, however, was still viewed with suspicion by Morrowind's stiff-necked folk. Chary at his peasant ancestry and his close ties to the Empire, but the Queen was quite unshakably popular. Lady Berenzia's one of our own, it was whispered, held captive as we. Berenzia felt content. There was work and there was pleasure, and what more could one ask of life? The years passed swiftly, with crises to be dealt with, and storms and famines and failures to be weathered, and plots to be foiled and conspirators to be executed. Mournhold prospered steadily. Her people were secure and fed, her mines and farms productive. All was well, save that the royal marriage had produced no children, no heirs. Elven children are slow to come, most demanding of their welcome, and noble children more so than others. Thus, many decades had come to pass before they grew concerned. The fault lies with me, Symachus. I'm damaged goods, Berenzia said bitterly. If you want to take another... I want no other, Symachus said gently. Nor do I know for certain that the fault is yours. Perhaps it is mine. Aye, whichever. We will seek a cure. If there is damage, surely it may be repaired. How so, when we dare not entrust anyone with the true story? Healer's oaths do not always hold. I'm trying to think. Who's done the confessing here? Please don't lick my nose. So Symachus hasn't spoken about his past yet. But it's interesting here, like, Symachus when he was a child and saw the procession with baby Berenzia, and his mother died, and wanted the and he thought, like, to make things right, one day he'd be with Berenzia and have royal children, and that was like his goal from when he was a child. And here, like, it shows some maturity, I think. It's like, he's not even... Like I think he's changed a fair bit. He's not even wanting to, what's the word? He's not even worried at this point if there's no children. He's still trying for it, but, like, at this point in time, it still looks like he's being loyal. Like, something might change. He might, like, turn against her in a few pages, but, like, at face value here, like, it's a good sign that he actually does feel something for her. How so, when we dare not entrust anyone with the true story? Healer's oaths do not always hold. It won't matter if we change the time and circumstances a bit. Whatever we say or fail to say, Geoffrey the storyteller never rests. The god's inventive mind and quick tongue are ever busy spreading gossip and rumour. Priests and healers and mages came and went, but all their prayers, potions and philters produced not even a promise of bloom, let alone a single fruit. Eventually they thrust it from their minds and left it in the god's hands. They were yet young, as elves went, with centuries ahead of them. There was time. With elves, there was always time. Berenzia sat at dinner in the Great Hall, pushing food about on a plate, feeling bored and restless. Symmetris was away, having been summoned to the Imperial City by Tiber Septim's great-great-grandson, Uriel Septim. Or was it his great-great-great-grandson? She'd lost count, she realized. Their faces seemed to blur one into the next. Perhaps she should have gone with him, if there had been the delegation from here on a tiresome matter, that nevertheless required delicate handling. A bard was singing in an alcove off the hall, but Berenzia wasn't listening. Lately, all the songs seemed the same to her, whether new or old. Then a turn of phrase caught her attention. He was singing of freedom, of adventure, of freeing Morrowind from its chains. How dare he? Berenzia sat up straight and turned to glare at him. Worse, she realized he was singing of some ancient and now immaterial war with the Skyrim Nords, praising the heroism of Kings Edward and Moralin and their brave companions. The tale was old enough, certainly, yet the song was new, and its meaning, Berenzia couldn't be sure. A bold fellow, this bard, but with a strong passionate voice and a good ear for music. Rather handsome too in a raffish sort of way. Didn't look to be well off exactly, nor was he all that young. Certainly he couldn't be under a century of age. Why hadn't she heard of him before, or at least heard of him? Who is he? She inquired of a lady in waiting. The woman shrugged and said, calls himself the Nightingale, milady. No one seems to know anything about him. Bid him speak with me when he has done. The man called the Nightingale came to her, thanked her for the honour of the Queen's audience and the fat purse she handed him. His manner wasn't bold at all, she decided, rather quiet and unassuming. He was quick enough with gossip about others, but she learned nothing about him. He turned all questions away with a joking riposte or a ribald tale. Yet these were recounted so charmingly it was impossible to take offence. My true name? Milady, I am no one. No. My parents named me No One. Or was it Nobody? What matters it? It matters not. How may parents give name to that which they know not? Ah, I believe that was the name, Know Not. I have been the Nightingale for so long I do not remember since, last month at the very least. Or was it last week? All my memory goes into song and tale, you see, milady. I've none left for myself. I'm really quite dull. Where was I born? Why? Nowhere. I plan to settle in Dun Roman when I get there. But I'm in no hurry. I see. And will you then marry a Tolsha? Very perceptive of you, milady. Perhaps, although I might find in haste quite charming too. At whiles. Ah, you are fickle then. Like the wind, milady, I blow hither and yon, hot and cold as chance suits. Chance is my suit. Naught else wears well on me. Berenzia smiled. Stay with us a while then, if you will, my lord Heretic. As you wish, milady bright. After that brief exchange, Berenzia found her interest in life somehow rekindled. All that had seemed stale became fresh and new again. She greeted each day with zest, looking forward to conversation with the Nightingale and the gift of his song. Unlike other bards, he never sang her praises nor other women's, but only of high adventure and bold deeds. When she asked him about this, he said, "What greater praise of your beauty could you ask, milady, than that which your own mirror gives you? And if words you would have, you have those of the greatest, of those greater than my callow self. How should I vie with them, I who was born but a week gone by?" This guy, is he like a Daedra or something? For once, they were speaking privately. The Queen, unable to sleep, had summoned him to her chamber that his music might soothe her. You are lazy and a coward, Sarah, else I hold no charm for you. Milady, to praise you I must know you. I can never know you. You are wrapped in enigma, in clouds of enchantment. Nay, not so. Your words are what weave enchantment. Your words, and your eyes, and your body. Know me if you will. Know me if you dare. He came to her then. They lay close. They kissed. They embrace. Not even Berenzia truly knows Berenzia, he whispered softly. To how may I, milady? You seek and know it not, nor yet for what? What would you have? What that you have not? Passion, she answered back. passion, and children born of it. And for your children what? What birthright might be theirs? Freedom, she said. Freedom to be what they would be. Tell me, you who seem wisest to these eyes and ears, and the soul that knits them, where may I find these things? One lies beside you, the other beneath you, but would you dare stretch out your hand that you might take what could be yours and your children's? Simachus. In my person lies the answer to part of what you seek. The other lies hidden below us in these your very kingdom's minds, that which will grant us the power to fulfill and achieve our dreams, that which Edward and Moralen between them used to free High Rock and their spirits from the hateful domination of the Nords. If it be properly used, milady, none may stand against it, not even the power the Emperor controls. Freedom, you say. Berenzia, freedom it gives from the chains that bind you. Think on it, milady. He kissed her again, softly, and withdrew. You're not leaving? She cried out. Her body yearned for him. For now, he said, pleasures of the flesh are nothing beside what we might have together. I would have you think on what I have just said. I don't need to think. What must we do? What preparations must be made? Why, none. The mines may not be entered freely, it is true. With the Queen at my side, who will stand athwart? Once below, I can guide you to where this thing lies, and lift it from its resting place. The memory of her endless study slid into place. The Horn of Summoning, she whispered in awe. Is it true? Could it be? How do you know? I've read that it's buried beneath the measureless caves of Daggerfall. Nay, long have I studied this matter. Here his death king, Edward, gave the horn for safekeeping into the hand of his old friend King Moralen. He in turn secreted it here in Mournhold under the guardianship of the god Ethan. Birthplace and bailiwick this is. Now you know what it has cost me many a long year and weary mile to discover. But the god, what of Ethan? Trust me, milady heart, all will be well. Laughing softly, he blew her a last kiss and was gone. On the morrow, they passed the guards at the great portals that led into the mines, and further below, under pretence of a customary tour of inspection, Berenzia, unattended but for the Nightingale, ventured into cavern after subterranean cavern. Eventually they reached what looked like a forgotten sealed doorway, and upon entering found that it led to an ancient part of the workings, long abandoned. The going was treacherous, for some of the old shafts had collapsed. And they had to clear a passage through the rubble or find a way around the more impassable piles. Vicious rats and huge spiders scurried here and there, sometimes even attacking them, but they proved no match for Berenzia's firebolt spells or Nightingale's quick dagger. We've been gone too long, Berenzia said at length. They'll be looking for us. What will I tell them? Whatever you please, the Nightingale laughed. You are the Queen, aren't you? The Lord Simachus. That peasant obeys whoever holds power. Always has, always will. We shall hold the power, milady love. His lips were sweet as wine, his touch both fire and ice. Now, she said, take me now, I'm ready. Her body seemed to hum, every nerve and muscle taut. Not yet, not here, not like this. He waved around, indicating the aged dusty debris and grim walls of rock. Just a little while longer. Reluctantly, Berenzia nodded her assent. They resumed walking. Here, he said at last, pausing before a blank barrier. Here it lies. He scratched a rune in the dust, his other hand weaving a spell as he did so. The wall dissolved. It revealed an entrance to some ancient shrine. In the midst stood a statue of a god, hammer in hand, poised above an adamantine anvil. By my blood, Ethan, the Nightingale cried, I bid thee waken. Moralin's heir of Ebonheart is I. Hold on, page 41, give me a second. Just... Is the Nightingale in here? Nocturnal, Namira. It's not just straight up a Daedra's name. By my blood even, the Nightingale cried, I bid thee waken. Moralin's heir of Ebonheart am I. Moralin, is that one of them? Who's Morrill? Not there either. Not part 5. Last of the royal line, sharer of thy blood, at Morrowind's last need, with all of Elvendom in dread peril of their slaves, of their souls and souls, release to me that guerdon which thou guardst. Now I do bid thee strike. At his final words, the statue glowed and quickened. The blank stone eyes shone a bright red. The massive head nodded. The hammer smote the anvil, and it split asunder with a thunderous crash. The stone god itself crumbling. Brenzia clapped her hands over her ears and crouched down, shaking terribly and moaning out loud. The nightingale strode forward boldly and clasped the thing that lay among the ruins with a roar of ecstasy. He lifted it high. Someone's coming! Brenzia cried out in alarm, then noticed for the first time what it was he was holding aloft. Wait, that's not the horn. It's a staff. Indeed, milady, you see truly at last, the nightingale laughed aloud. I am sorry, milady sweet, but I must leave you now. Perhaps we shall meet again one day. Until then, Symmetris, he said to the mail-clad figure who had appeared behind them. She is all yours. You may claim her back. No, Berenzia screamed. He sprang up and ran toward him, but he was gone, winked out of existence, just as Symmetris, claymore drawn, reached him. His blade cleaved a single stroke through empty air, then he stood still, as if taking the stone god's place. Berenzia said nothing, heard nothing, saw nothing, felt nothing. Symmetris told the half-dozen or so elves who had accompanied him that the nightingale and Queen Berenzia had lost their way and had been set upon by giant spiders. The nightingale had lost his footing and fallen into a deep crevice, which closed over him, that his body could not be recovered. The queen had been badly shaken by the encounter and deeply mourned the loss of her friend, who had fallen in her defence. Such was Symmetris' presence and power of command, slack-jawed knights, none of whom had caught more than a glimpse of what happened, were convinced that it was all exactly as he said. So were they convinced or weren't they convinced? That's a really weird sentence. I think they don't believe. Or they do, because they're not saying anything. I don't understand this sentence. Such was his presence and power of command that none of them caught more than a glimpse of what happened, were convinced. Yeah, it doesn't make sense at all. Queen was escorted back to the palace and taken to a chamber, whereupon she dismissed her servants in waiting. She sat still before her mirror for a long time, stunned, too distraught even to weep. Symmetris stood, watching over her. Do you have any idea at all what you have just done? He said finally, flatly, coldly. You should have told me, Berenzia whispered. The Staff of Chaos. I never dreamed it lay here. He said... A mewling escaped her lips, and she doubled... it makes sense in the phrase, none of whom had caught more than a glimpse what happened. Okay. So none of them caught more than a glimpse. So it's an effective lie, in other words. You should have told me, Berenzia whispered. The Staff of Chaos. Can I find a Staff of Chaos? That sounds fun. Do I just do something different every time you swing it? Can I pick a Staff of Chaos if I join the Mages Guild? I never dreamed it lay here. He said... A mewling escaped her lips and she doubled over in despair. Oh, what have I done? What have I done? What happens now? What's to become of me? Of us? Did you love him? Yes. Yes. Oh, my Symmetris, the gods have mercy on me, but I did love him. Did. But now, I don't know. I'm not sure. Symmetris' hard-lined face softened slightly, and his eyes glittered with new light. He sighed. Aye, that's something then. You will become a mother yet if it's within my power. As for the rest, Berenzia, my dearest Berenzia, I expect you have loosed a storm upon the land. It'll be a while yet in the brewing. When it comes, we will weather it together, as we always have. He came over to her then, and stripped her of her clothing and carried her to the bed. Head of grief and longing, her enfeebled body responded to his brawny one as it never had before, pouring forth all that the nightingale had wakened to life in her, and in so doing calming the restless ghosts of all he had destroyed. She was empty, and emptied, then she was filled, for a child was planted and grew within her. As the sun flourished in the womb, so did her feeling toward patient, faithful, devoted Symachus, which had been rooted in long friendship and unbroken affection, and which now at last ripened into the fullness of true love. 8 years later, they were again blessed, this time with a daughter. Directly after the Nightingale's theft of the Staff of Chaos, Symachus had sent urgent secret communiques to Uriel Septim. He had not gone himself, as he would normally have. But is Uriel the 7th? Or, forget, which is the one that we met. He had not gone himself as he would normally have, choosing instead to stay with Berenzia during her fertile period to father a son upon her. For this, and for the theft, he suffered Uriel Septim's temporary disfavour and unjust suspicion. Spies were sent in search of the thief, but the Nightingale seemed to have vanished whence he had come, wherever that was. Dark elf in part, perhaps, said Berenzia, but part human too, I think, in disguise, else would I not have come so quickly to fertility. Part dark elf ashore, and of ancient Ra-Athim lineage at that, as he would not have been able to free the staff, Symachus reasoned. He turned to peer at her fixedly. I don't think he would have lain with you. As an elf, he did not dare, for then he would not have been able to part from you. He smiled, then he turned serious once more. Aye, he knew the staff lay there, not the horn, and that he must teleport to safety. The staff is not a weapon that would have seen him clear, unlike the horn. Praise the gods, at least. Uriel Septim the 7th. Is that the 7th Uriel? Or is that... or is Uriel the only Uriel? The staff is not a weapon that would have seen him clear, unlike the horn. Seen him clear. Praise the gods, at least, that he does not have that. It seems all was as he expected, but how did he know? I placed the staff there myself, with the aid of the ragtail end of the Ra-Athim clan, who now sits king in Castle Ebonheart as a reward. The 7th Uriel or the 7th Septim? It's like one of them's Tiber, then another's Uriel, and I don't know, and then there's like 5 or 6 with the same name. I'm confused. Ragtail end of the Ra-Athim clan, who now sits king in Castle Ebonheart as a reward. Tiber Septim claimed the horn, but left the staff for safekeeping. Aye, now the Nightingale can use the staff to sow seeds of strife and dissension wherever he goes, if he wishes. Yet that alone will not gain him power. That lies with the horn and the ability to use it. I'm not so Septim is the last name, it's the 7th Uriel? Weird. Why do they name themselves the exact same name? That's so confusing. That lies with the horn and the ability to use it. I'm not so sure it's power the Nightingale seeks, Berenzia said. All seek power, Symachus said, each in our own way. Not I, she answered. I, my lord, have found that for which I sought. That's the last book. It's a long one. What is it? It's like 70 pages. Ah! It's like 90 pages. Oh my god. As Symachus had predicted, the theft of the Staff of Chaos had few short-term consequences. The current Emperor, Uriel Septim, sent some rather stiff messages expressing shock and displeasure at the staff's disappearance and urging Symmetris to make every effort to locate its whereabouts and communicate developments to the newly appointed Imperial Battle Mage, Jagar Tharn, in whose hands the matter had been placed. Jagar Tharn. That's the guy who ended up pretending to be Uriel. Tharn! Symmetris thundered in disgust and frustration as he paced about the small chamber where Berenzia, now some months pregnant, was sitting serenely, embroidering a baby blanket. Jagar Tharn, indeed. Aye, I wouldn't give him directions for crossing the street, not if he were a doddering old blind sot. What have you against him, love? Thanks for the raid, Toothless. What have you against him, love? I don't trust that mongrel elf. Part dark elf, part high elf, and part the gods only know what. Thanks for the subscribing, Yutanaka. Part dark elf, part high elf, and part the gods only know what. All the worst qualities of all his combined bloods, I'll warrant. He snorted. No one knows much about him. Claims he was born in southern Valenwood. Of a wood elven mother. Seems to have been everywhere since. Berenzia, sunk in the contentment and lassitude of pregnancy, had only been humouring Symmetris thus far, but now she suddenly dropped her needlework and looked at him. Something had piqued her interest. Symmetris, could this Jagar Tharn have been the nightingale disguised? Symmetris thought this over before replying. Nay, my love, human blood seems to be the one missing component in Tharn's ancestry. Symmetris Berenzia knew that was a flaw. Her husband despised wood elves as lazy thieves and high elves as effete intellectuals. He admired humans, especially Bretons, for their combination of pragmatism, intelligence, and energy. Nightingales of Ebonheart, of the Ra-Atham clan, House Halalu, the House of Mora in particular, I'll be bound. That house has had human blood in it since her time. Ebonheart was jealous that the staff was laid here when Tiber Septim took the horn of summoning from us. Berenzia sighed a little. The rivalry between Ebonheart and Mournhold reached back almost to the dawn of Morrowind's history. Once the two nations had been one, all the lucrative mines held in fief by the Ra-Athams, whose nobility retained the high kinship of Morrowind. Thanks for the follow, David. Ebonheart had split into two separate city-states, Ebonheart and Mournhold, and Queen Leanne's twin sons, grandsons of the legendary King Morrowind, were left as joint heirs. At about the same time, the office of High King was vacated in favour of a temporary war leader to be named by a council in times of provincial emergency. Still, Ebonheart remained jealous of her prerogatives as the eldest city-state of Morrowind, first among equals was the phrase its rulers often quoted, claimed that rightful guardianship of the Staff of Chaos should have been entrusted to its ruling house. Mournhold responded that King Morrowind himself had placed the staff in the keeping of the god Ethan, and Mournhold was unarguably the god's birthplace. Why not tell Jagar Tharn of your suspicions then? Let him recover the thing. As long as it's safe, what does it matter who recovers it or where it lies? Symmetris stared at her without comprehension. It matters, he said softly after a while, but I suppose not that much, he added. Certainly not enough for you to concern yourself further with it. You just sit there and tend to your... And here he smiled at her wickedly. Embroidery. Berenzia flung the sampler at him. It hit Symmetris square in the face, needle, thimble, and all. In a few more months, Berenzia gave birth to a fine son, whom they named Helseth. Nothing more was heard of the Staff of Chaos or the Nightingale. If Ebonheart had the staff in its possession, they certainly did not boast of it. The years passed swiftly and happily. Helseth grew tall and strong. He was much like his father, whom he worshipped when Helseth was 8 years old. Berenzia bore a second child, a daughter to Symmetris' lasting delight. Helseth and Morgia. Symmetris' lasting delight, Helseth was his pride, but little Morgia, named for Symmetris' mother, held his heart. Sadly, the birth of Morgia was not the harbinger of better times ahead. Relations with the Empire slowly deteriorated for no apparent reason. Taxes were raised and quotas increased with each passing year. Symmetris felt that the Emperor suspected him of having had a hand in the staff's disappearance and thought to prove his loyalty by making every effort to comply with the escalating demands. Making the demands? The Emperor is making demands. He lengthened working hours and raised tariffs, and even made up some of the difference from both the royal exchequer and their own private holdings, but the levies multiplied, and commoners and nobles alike began to complain. It was an ominous rumble. "I want you to take the children and journey to the imperial city," Symachus said, at last in desperation one evening after dinner. "You must make the emperor listen, else all Mournhold will be up in revolt come spring." He grinned forcibly. "You have a way with men, love. You always did." Brenzia forced a smile of her own. "Even with you, I take it." "Yes, especially with me," he acknowledged amiably. Both children? Brenzia looked over toward a corner window, where Helseth was strumming a lute and crooning a duet with his little sister. Helseth was 15 by then, Morgia 8. They might soften his heart. Besides, it's high time Helseth was presented before the Imperial Court. My Discord link shouldn't be expired. Type !Discord in chat, try that one. Yeah, let me do it. Yeah, the link works for me. Toothless Discord link is expired. Okay. Well, if anyone wants to join the Discord, there's the link. Just make sure your DMs are open. I have bots protection on the server and alt account protection. So you need your DMs to open to be able to verify to get in. They might soften his heart. Besides, it's high time Helseth was presented before the Imperial Court. Perhaps, but that's not your true reason. Brenzia took a deep breath and grasped the nettle. You don't think you can keep them safe here. If that's the case, then you're not safe here either. Come with us, she urged. He took her hands in his. Brenzia, my love, heart of my heart, if I leave now, there will be nothing for us to return to. Don't worry about me. I'll be alright, I can take care of myself. I can do it better if I'm not worrying about you or the children. Brenzia laid her head against his chest. Just remember that we need you. I need you. We can do without the rest of it if we have each other. Empty hands and empty bellies are easier to bear than an empty heart. He started to cry, thinking of the nightingale and that sordid business with the staff. My foolishness has brought us to this pass. He smiled at her tenderly. If so, 'tis not so bad a place to be. His eyes rested indulgently on their children. None of us shall ever go without or want for anything. Ever. Ever, my love, I promise you. I cost you everything once. Brenzia, I, and Tiber Septim, I. Without my aid, the Empire would never have begun. I helped its rise. His voice hardened. I can bring about its fall. You may tell Uriel Septim that. That, and that my patience is not infinite. Brenzia gasped. Symachus was not given to empty threats. She'd no more imagined that he would ever turn against the Empire than that the old house wolf lying by the grate would turn on her. How? She demanded breathlessly, but he shook his head. Better that you not know, he said. Just tell him what I told you should he prove recalcitrant. And do not fear. He's septim enough that he will not take it out on the messenger. He smiled grimly. For if he does, if he ever harms the least hair on you, my love, or the children, so help me, all the gods of Tamriel, he'll pray that he hadn't been born. I'll hunt him down, him and his entire family, and I won't rest until the last septim is dead. The red dark elven eyes of Symachus gleamed brightly in the ebbing firelight. I plight to you that oath, my love, my queen, my Brenzia. Brenzia held him as tight as she could, but in spite of the warmth in his embrace, she couldn't help shivering. Brenzia stood before the Emperor's throne, trying to explain Mournhold's straits. He'd waited weeks for an audience with Uriel Septim, having been fobbed off on this pretext or that. His Majesty is indisposed. An urgent matter demands His Excellency's attention. I'm sorry, Your Highness, there must be some mistake. Your appointment is for next week. No, see? And now it wasn't even going well. The Emperor did not even make the slightest pretense at listening to her. He hadn't invited her to sit, nor had he dismissed the children. Helseth stood still as a caravan image, but little Morgia had begun to fuss. The state of her own mind didn't help her any. Shortly upon arrival at her lodgings, the Mournholdian ambassador to the Imperial City had demanded entry, bringing with him a sheaf of dispatches from Symachus. Bad news, and plenty of it. The revolt had finally begun. The peasants had organized around a few disgruntled members of Mournhold's minor nobility, and were demanding Symmetra step down and hand over the reins of government. Only the Imperial Guard and a handful of troops whose families had been retainers of Berenzia's house for generations stood between Symmetris and the rabble. Hostilities had already broken out, but apparently Symmetris was safe and still in control. Not for long, he wrote. He entreated Berenzia to try her best with the Emperor, but in any case, she was to stay in the Imperial City until he wrote to tell her it was safe to go back home with the children. He had tried to barge her way through the Imperial bureaucracy with little success, and to add to her growing panic, all news from Mournhold had come to a sudden stop. Tottering between rage at the Emperor's numerous major domos and fear of the fate awaiting her and her family, the weeks had passed by tensely, agonizingly, remorselessly. Then one day, the Mournholdian ambassador came calling to tell her she should expect news from Symmetris the following night at the latest. Not through the regular channels, but by Nighthawk, seemingly by the same stroke of luck. He was informed that same day by a clerk from the Imperial Court that Uriel Septim had finally consented to grant her an audience early on the morrow. The Emperor had greeted the three of them when they came into the audience chamber with a too bright smile of welcome that nonetheless didn't reach his eyes. Then, as she presented her children, he had gazed at them with a fixed attention that was real, yet somehow inappropriate. Berenzia had been dealing with humans for nearly 500 years now and had developed the skill of reading their expressions and movements that was far beyond what any human could ever perceive. Try as the Emperor might to conceal it, there was hunger in his eyes. Something else. Regret? Yes, regret. But why? He had several fine children of his own. Why covet hers? And why look at her with such a vicious, however brief, yearning? Perhaps he had tired of his consort. Humans were notoriously, though predictably, inconsistent. After that one, long, burning glance, his gaze had shifted away as she began to speak of her mission and the violence that had erupted in Mournhold. He sat still as a stone throughout her entire account. Puzzled at his inertia and vexed to no end, Berenzia stared into the pale set face, looking for some trace of the Septim she'd known in the past. She didn't know Uriel Septim well, having met him once when he was still a child. I think this might be the decoy here. And then again at his coronation 20 years later. Twice, that was all. He'd been a stern and dignified presence at the ceremony even as a young adult, yet not icily remote as this more mature man was. In fact, despite the physical resemblance, he didn't seem to be the same man at all. Not the same, yet something about him was familiar to her. More familiar than it should be. Some trick of posture or gesture. Suddenly she felt very hot, as if lava had been poured over her. Illusion! She had studied the arts of illusion well since the Nightingale had deceived her so badly. She had learned to detect it, and she felt it now, as certainly as a blind man could feel the sun on his face. Illusion! But why? Her mind worked furiously, even as her mouth went on reciting details about Mournhold's troubles. Vanity? Humans were oft as ashamed at the signs of aging as elves were, proud to exhibit them, yet the face Uriel Septim wore seemed consistent with his age. Berenzia dared use none of her own magic. Even petty nobles had means of detecting magic, if not actually shielding themselves from its effects, within their own halls. Use of sorcery here would bring down the Emperor's wrath as surely as drawing a dagger would. Magic. Illusion. Suddenly she was brought to mind of the Nightingale, and then he was sitting before her. Then the vision changed and it was Uriel Septim. He looked sad, trapped, and then the vision faded once more and another man sat in his place, like the Nightingale and yet unlike. Pale skin, bloodshot eyes, elven ears, about him a fierce glow of concentrated malice, an aura of eldritch energy, a horrible, destructive shimmer. This man was capable of anything. And then, once again, she was looking into the face of Uriel Septim. How could she be sure she wasn't imagining things? She's trying to look through the illusion. Either that or he's deliberately making his disguise fail, but I don't know why he'd do that. How could she be sure she wasn't imagining things? Perhaps her mind was playing tricks on her. She felt a sudden, vast weariness, as if she'd been carrying a heavy burden too long and too far. She decided to abandon her earnest narrative of Mournhold's ills, as it was quite plainly getting her nowhere, and switch back to pleasantry. Pleasantry, however, with a hidden agenda. Do you remember, sire, Symmetris and I had dinner with your family shortly after your father's coronation. You are no older than tiny Morgaya here. We were greatly honoured to be the only guests that evening, except for your best friend Justin, of course. Ah yes, the Emperor said, smiling cautiously. Very cautiously. I do believe I recall that. You and Justin were such friends, Your Majesty. I was told he died not long after. Great pity. Indeed. I still do not like to speak of him. His eyes turned blank, or blanker if it had been possible. As for your request, milady, we shall take it under advisement and let you know. Berenzia bowed, as did the children. Nod from the Emperor dismissed them, and they backed away from the Imperial presence. She took a deep breath when they emerged from the throne room. Justin had been an imaginary playmate, although young Uriel had insisted a place be set for Justin at every meal. Though he couldn't have died then. Not only that, Justin, despite the boyish name, had been a girl. Symmetris had kept up the joke long after she had gone the way of imaginary childhood friends, inquiring after Justin's health whenever he and Uriel Septim met, being responded to in as mock-serious a fashion. The last Berenzia had heard of Justin several years ago. The Emperor had evidently joked elaborately to Symmetris that she had met an adventurous, though incorrigible Khajiit youth, married him, and settled down in Lilandriel to raise fire ferns and mugworts. The man sitting on the Emperor's divan was not Uriel Septim. The Nightingale? Would it be? Yes, yes! A chord of recognition rang through her, and Berenzia knew she was right. It was him! It was! The Nightingale! Masquerading as the Emperor! Symmetris had been wrong. So wrong. What now? He wondered frantically. What had become of Uriel Septim? And more to the point, what did it mean for her and Symmetris and all of Mournhold? Thinking back, Berenzia guessed that their troubles were due to this false emperor, this nightingale-spawned glamour, or whatever he really was. He must have taken Uriel Septim's place shortly before the unreasonable demands on Mournhold had begun. That would explain why relations had deteriorated for so long, as humans reckon time, long after her disapproved liaison with Tiber Septim. The Nightingale knew of Symmetris' famed loyalty to, and knowledge of, the Septim House, and was effecting a preemptive strike. If that were the case, they were all in terrible danger. She and the children were in his power here in the Imperial City, and Symmetris was left alone to deal with troubles of the Nightingales brewing in Mournhold. What must she do? Berenzia impelled the children ahead of her, a hand on each shoulder, trying to stay cool, collected, the ladies-in-waiting and personal knight's escort trailing behind. Finally, they reached their waiting carriage. Even though their suite of rooms was only a few blocks from the palace, royal dignity forbade travel on foot for even short distances, and for once Berenzia was glad of it. The carriage seemed a kind of refuge now, false as she knew the feeling must be. A boy dashed up to one of the guards and handed him a scroll, and pointed toward the carriage. The guard brought it to her. The boy waited, eyes wide and shining. The epistle was brief and complimentary. It simply inquired if King Edwire of Wayrest of the province of High Rock might be granted an audience with the famed Queen Berenzia of Mournhold, as he had heard much of her and would be pleased to make her acquaintance. Berenzia's first impulse was to refuse. She wanted only to leave the city. Certainly she had no inclination toward any dalliance with the dazzled human. She looked up, frowning, and one of the guards said, "Milady, the boy says his master awaits your reply yonder." Looked in the direction indicated and saw a handsome elderly man on horseback, surrounded by a half-dozen courtiers and cavaliers. He caught her eye and bowed respectfully, taking off a plumed hat. "Very well," Berenzia said to the boy on impulse. "Tell your master he may call on me tonight, after the dinner hour." King Edwire looked polite and grave, and rather worried, but not in the least love-struck. At least that was something, she thought pensively. Berenzia stood at the tower window, waiting. She could sense the familiar's nearness, but though the night sky was clear as day to her eyes, she could not yet see him. Then suddenly he was there, a swift-moving dot beneath the wispy night clouds. A few more minutes and the great nighthawk finished its descent, wings folding, talons reaching for her thick leather armband. Where'd this bird come from? Weird. She carried the bird to its perch where it waited, panting, as her impatient fingers felt for the message secured in a capsule on one leg. The hawk drank mightily from the water till when she had done, ruffled its feathers and preened, pure in her presence. A tiny part of her consciousness shared its satisfaction at a job well done. Mission accomplished, and rest earned. Yet beneath it all was unease. Things were not right, even to its humble avian mind. Her fingers shook as she unfolded the thin parchment and pored over the cramped writing. Not Symmetris's bold hand. Berenzia sat slowly, fingers smoothing the document while she prepared her mind and body to accept disaster calmly. Disaster it would be. Disaster it was. The Imperial Guard had deserted Symmetris and joined the rebels. Symmetris was dead. The remaining loyal troops had suffered a decisive defeat. Symmetris was dead. The rebel leader had been recognized as King of Mournhold by Imperial envoys. Symmetris was dead. Berenzia and the children had been declared traitors to the Empire and a price set on their heads. Symmetris was dead. That the audience with the Emperor earlier that morning had been nothing but a blind, a ruse, a charade. The Emperor must have already known. He was just being strung along, told to stay put, take things easy. Milady Queen, enjoy the Imperial City and the delights it has to offer. Do make your stay as long as you want. Her stay? Her detention, her captivity, and in all probability her impending arrest. She had no delusions about her situation. She knew the Emperor and his minions would never let her leave the Imperial City ever again. At least, not alive. Symmetris was dead. Milady? Berenzia jumped, startled by the servant's approach. What is it? The Breton is here, milady. King Edwire. The woman added helpfully, noting Berenzia's incomprehension. She hesitated. Is there news, milady? She said, nodding toward the Night Hawk. Nothing that will not wait, Berenzia said quickly, and her voice seemed to echo in the emptiness that suddenly yawned like a gaping abyss inside her. See to the bird. She stood up, smoothed her gown, and prepared to attend on her royal visitor. She felt numb. Numb as the stone walls around her. Numb as the quiescence of the night air. Numb as a lifeless corpse. Symmetris was dead. King Edwire greeted her gravely and courteously, a bit fulsomely. He claimed to be a fervent admirer of Symmetris, who figured prominently in his family's legends. Gradually he turned the conversation to her business with the Emperor. He inquired after details and asked if the outcome had been favourable to Mournhold. Finding her non-committal, he suddenly blurted out, "My Lady Queen, you must believe me. The man who claims himself the Emperor is an impostor. I know it sounds mad, but I—" "No," Berenzia said, with sudden decisiveness. "You are entirely correct, my Lord King. I know." Edwire relaxed into his seat for the first time, eyes suddenly shrewd. "You know? You're not just humouring someone you might think a madman." "I assure you, my lord, I am not." She took a deep breath. "And who do you surmise is dissembling as the Emperor?" "The Imperial battle mage Jagar Tharn." "Ah, Lord King, have you perchance heard of someone called the Nightingale?" "Yes, milady. As a matter of fact I have. My allies and I believe him to be one and the same man as the renegade Tharn." "I knew it." Berenzia stood up and tried to mask her upheaval. "The Nightingale, Jagar Tharn. Oh, but the man was a demon, diabolical and insidious, and so very clever. He had contrived their downfall seamlessly, perfectly. Symmetris. My Symmetris." Edwire coughed indifferently. "Milady, We need your aid." Berenzia smiled grimly at the irony. "I do believe I should be the one saying those words, but go on, please. Of what assistance might I be, my Lord King?" Quickly, the monarch outlined a plot. The mage, Rhea Sealmane, of late apprenticed to the vile Jagar Tharn, had been killed and declared a traitor by the false Emperor. Yet she had retained a bit of her powers and could still contact a few of those she had known well on the mortal plane. She had chosen a champion who would undertake to find the Staff of Chaos, which had been hidden by the traitorous sorcerer in an unknown site. This champion was to wield the staff's power to destroy Jagar Tharn, who was otherwise invulnerable, and rescue the true Emperor being held prisoner in another dimension. However, the champion, while thankfully still alive, now languished in the Imperial dungeons. Tharn's attention must be diverted while the Chosen One gained freedom with Rhea's spirit's help. I'm the hero you need? Why is that? Berenzia had the false Emperor's ears, and seemingly his eyes. Did you provide the necessary distraction? Ears and eyes? Spirits. So the spirit's going to be a distraction. I suppose I could obtain another audience with him, Berenzia said carefully. Would that be sufficient? I must tell you that my children and I have just recently been declared traitors of the Empire. In Mournhold, perhaps, milady, and Morrowind. Things are different in the Imperial City and the Imperial Province. Same administrative morass that makes it near impossible to obtain an audience with the Emperor and his ministers also quite assures that you would never be unlawfully imprisoned or otherwise punished without benefit of due legal process. In your case, milady, and your children's, the situation is further exacerbated by your royal rank. As Queen and heirs apparent, your persons are considered inviolable, sacrosanct in fact. The king grinned. The imperial bureaucracy, milady, is a double-edged claymore. So at least she and the children were safe for the time being. Then a thought struck her. Lord King, what did you mean earlier when you said I had the false emperor's eyes? And seemingly at that. Edwire looked uncomfortable. It was whispered among the servants that Jagarthan kept your likeness in a sort of shrine in his chambers. I see. Her thoughts wandered momentarily to that insane romance of hers with the nightingale. She had been madly in love with him. Foolish woman. And the man she had once loved had caused to be killed the man she truly did love. Did love. Loved. He's gone now. She still couldn't bring herself to accept the fact that Symmetris was dead. But even if he is, she told herself firmly, my love is alive and remains. He would always be with her, as would the pain. The pain of living the rest of her life without him. The pain of trying to survive each day, each night, without his presence, his comfort, his love. The pain of knowing he would never see his children grow into a fine pair of adults. He would never know their father. How brave he was, how strong, how wonderful, how loving. Especially little Morgaya. And for all you have done to my family, Nightingale, you must die. Does that surprise you? Edwire's words broke into her thoughts. What? Does what surprise me? Your likeness in Tharn's room. Oh, her features set imperturbably. Yes. And no. Edwire could see from her expression that she wished to change the subject. He turned once again to their plans. Our chosen one may need a few days to escape, milady. Can you gain him a bit more time? You trust me in this, Lord King. Why? We are desperate, milady. We have no choice. But even if we did, why, yes. Yes, I would trust you. I do trust you. Your husband has been good to my family over the years. The Lord Symmetris is dead. What? Berenzia related the recent events quickly and coolly. Milady. Queen. But how dreadful. I'm so sorry. The first time, Berenzia's glacial poise was shaken. In the face of sympathy, she felt her outward calm start to crumble, gathered her composure, and willed herself to stillness. Under the circumstances, milady, we can hardly ask. Nay, good my lord, under the circumstances I must do what I may to avenge myself upon the murderer of my children's father. A single tear escaped the fortress of her eyes. She brushed it away impatiently. In return, I ask only that you protect my orphaned children as you may. Edwire drew himself up, his eyes shone. Willingly do I so pledge, most brave and noble queen. The gods of our beloved land. Indeed, Tamriel itself be my witness. His words touched her, absurdly yet profoundly. I thank you from my heart and my soul, good my lord King Edwire. You have mine and my children's everlasting She broke down. She did not sleep that night, but sat in a chair beside her bed, hands folded in her lap, thinking deep and long into the waxing and waning of the darkness. She would not tell the children. Not yet. Not until she must. She had no need to seek another audience with the Emperor. A summons arrived at first light. She told the children she expected to be gone a few days, bade them give the servants no trouble, and kissed them goodbye. Morgaya whimpered a bit. She was bored and lonely in the Imperial City. Helseth looked dour, but said nothing. It was very like his father. His father. At the Imperial Palace, Berenzia was escorted not into the great audience hall, to a small parlour where the Emperor sat at a solitary breakfast. He nodded a greeting, waved his hand toward the window. Magnificent view, isn't it? Berenzia stared out over the towers of the great city. It dawned on her that this was the very chamber where she'd first met Tiber Septim all those years ago. Centuries ago. Tiber Septim, another man she had loved. Who else had she loved? Amachus, Tiber Septim, and Straw. She remembered the big blonde stable boy with sudden and intense affection. Never realized it now, but she had loved Straw. Only she had never let him know. He had been so young then. Those had been carefree days, halcyon days before everything. Before all this, before him. Not Simachus, the nightingale. She was shocked in spite of herself. The man could still affect her. Even now, even after all that had happened. A strong wave of inchoate emotion swept over her. Throat? I don't know what that word is. When she turned back at last, Uriel Septim had vanished, and the nightingale sat in his place. You knew, he said quietly, scanning her face. You knew. Instantly. I wanted to surprise you. You might at least have pretended. Berenzia spread her arms, trying to pacify the maelstrom churning deep inside her. I'm afraid my skill at pretense is no match for yours, my liege. He sighed. You're angry. Just a little, I must admit, she said icily. I don't know about you, but I find betrayal a trifle offensive. How human of you. She took a deep breath. What do you want of me? Now you are pretending. He stood up to face her directly. You know what I want of you. You want to torment me. Go ahead. I'm in your power, but leave my children alone. Oh no, I don't want that at all, Berenzia. Came near, speaking low in the old caressing voice that had sent shivers cascading through her body. The same voice that was doing the same thing to her here and now. Don't you see? This was the only way. His hands closed on her arms. She felt her resolve fading, her disgust at him weakening. You could have taken me with you. Unbidden tears gathered in her eyes. He shook his head. I didn't have the power. But now I have it all. Mine to have, mine to share, mine to give. To you. He once more waved his hand toward the window and the city beyond. All Tamriel is mine to lay at your feet, and that is only the beginning. It's too late. Too late. You left me to him. He's dead. The peasant's dead. Scant few years, what do they matter? The children can be adopted by me and we'll have others together, Berenzia. Oh, and what children they'll be, what things we shall pass on to them. Your beauty and my magic. I have powers you haven't even dreamt of, not in your most untamed imaginings. He moved in to kiss her. She slipped his grasp and turned away. I don't believe you. You do, you know. You're still angry, that's all. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Tell me what you want, Berenzia. Berenzia, my beloved, tell me, it shall be yours. Her whole life flashed in front of her. The past, the present, and the future still to come. Different times, different lives, different Berenzias. Which one was the real one? Which one was the real Berenzia? For by that choice, she would determine the shape of her fate. She made it. She knew. She knew who the real Berenzia was and what she wanted. A walk in the garden, my liege, she said. A song or two, perhaps. The nightingale laughed. You want to be courted? DJ's first, well done, DJ! The nightingale laughed. You want to be courted? And why not? You do it so well. It's been long, besides, since I've had the pleasure. He smiled. As you wish, milady Queen Berenzia. Your wish is my command. He took her hand and kissed it. Now and forever. And so they spent their days in courtship, walking, talking, singing and laughing together, while the Empire's business was left to subordinates. I'd like to see the staff, Berenzia said idly one day. I only had a glimpse of it, you'll recall. He frowned. Nothing would give me greater pleasure, Heart's Delight, but that would be impossible. You don't trust me, Berenzia pouted, but softened her lips when he leaned over for a kiss. Nonsense, love. Of course I do, but it isn't here, he chuckled. In fact, it isn't anywhere. He kissed her again, more passionately this time. You're talking in riddles again. I want to see it. You couldn't have destroyed it. Ah, you've gained in wisdom since we last met. You inspired my hunger for knowledge somewhat. She stood up. The Staff of Chaos can't be destroyed, and it can't be removed from Tamriel, not without direst consequences to the land itself. Ah, you impress me, my love. All true. It is not destroyed, and it is not removed from Tamriel, and yet, as I said, it isn't anywhere. Can you solve the puzzle? He pulled her to him, and she leaned into his embrace. Here's a greater riddle still, he whispered. How does one make one of two? That I can, and will show you. Their bodies merged, limbs tangled together. Later, when they had drawn a bit apart, and he lay dozing, he thought sleepily. One of two, two of one, three of two, two of three. What cannot be destroyed or banished might be split apart, perhaps. He stood up, eyes blazing. He started to smile. The Nightingale kept a journal, scribbled entries onto it every night after quick reports from underlings. It was locked in a bureau, but the lock was a simple one. He had, after all, been a member of the Thieves' Guild in a past life. In another life, another Berenzia. One morning, Berenzia managed to sneak a quick look at it while he was occupied at his toilet. She discovered that the first piece of the Staff of Chaos was hidden in an ancient dwarvish mine called Fang Lair, although its location was given only to the vaguest of terms. Is this something I can find in this game if I go to these places, or are these places in other games? A dwarvish mine called Fang Lair, although its location was given only in the vaguest of terms. The diary was crammed with jotted events in an odd shorthand and was very hard to decipher. All Tamriel, she thought, in his hands and mine, and more perhaps, and yet, for all his exterior charm, there was a cold emptiness where his heart should have been, a vacuum of which he was quite unaware, he thought. One could glimpse it now and then when his eyes would go blank and hard, and yet, though he had a different concept of it, he yearned for happiness too, and contentment. Peasant dreams, Berenzia thought. Straw flashed before her eyes again, looking lost and sad. And then Theris, with a feline Khajiit smile. Tiber Septim, powerful and lonely. Symmetris, solid, stolid Symmetris, who did what ought to be done, quietly and efficiently. The Nightingale, a riddle and a certainty, both the darkness and the light. The Nightingale who would rule all and more, spread chaos in the name of order. Berenzia got reluctant to leave from him to visit her children who had yet to be told of their father's death, and of the Emperor's offer of protection. She finally did, and it wasn't easy. Morgaya clung to her for what seemed an error, sobbing wretchedly, while Helseth rang off into the garden to be alone, afterward refusing all her attempts to speak to him on the subject of his father, or even to let her hold him to her breast. Edwire called on her while she was there, told him what she had discovered so far, explaining that she must remain a while yet and learn more as she could. The Nightingale teased her about her elderly admirer. He was quite aware of Edwire's suspicion, but he wasn't the least bit perturbed, for no one took the old fool seriously. Berenzia even managed to arrange a reconciliation of sorts between them. Edwire publicly recanted his misgivings, and his old friend, the Emperor, forgave him. He was afterward invited to dine with them at least once a week. The children liked Edwire, even Helseth, disapproved of his mother's liaison with the Emperor and consequently detested him. He had become surly and temperamental as the days passed, frequently quarrelled with both his mother and her lover. Edwire was not happy with the affair either. The Nightingale took great delight at times in openly displaying his affection for Berenzia just to nettle the old man. They could not marry, of course, for Urul Septim was already married. At least, not yet. The Nightingale had exiled the Empress shortly after taking the Emperor's place, but had not dared harm her. She was given sanctuary by the Temple of the One. It had been given out that she was suffering from ill health, and rumours had been circulated by the Nightingale's agents that she had mental problems. That? A lot of these places are in Oblivion. Neat. But some of the stuff's from other games. That's fair. What about the place where the staff was, Fang Lair. What was I up to? Edwire. After invited to dine with them at least once a week, the children liked Edwire, even Helseth, who disapproved of his... It's in arena? I don't know what that means. Helseth, who approved of his mother's liaison. Oh, Elder Scrolls 1. Fair enough. He disapproved of his mother's liaison with the Emperor and consequently detested him. He'd become surly and temperamental as the days passed, and frequently quarrelled with both his mother and her lover. Edwire was not happy with the affair either, and the Nightingale took great delight at times and openly displayed his affection. He couldn't marry. What was I up to? The Empress is what they're talking about. The Nightingale had exiled the Empress shortly after taking the Emperor's place, but had not dared harm her. She was given sanctuary by the Temple of the One. It had been given out that she was suffering from ill health, and rumours had been circulated by the Nightingale's agents that she had mental problems. The Emperor's children had likewise been dispatched to various prisons all across Tamriel disguised as schools. She'll grow worse in time, Nightingale said carelessly, referring to the Empress and eyeing Barenzia's swollen breast and swelling belly with satisfaction. As for their children, well, life is full of hazards, isn't it? We'll be married. Your child will be my true heir. He did want the child, Barenzia was sure of that. She was far less sure, however, of his feelings for her. They argued continually now, often violently, usually about Helseth, whom he wanted to send away to school in Somerset Isle, the province farthest from the imperial city. Barenzia made no effort to avoid these altercations. The Nightingale, after all, had no interest in the smooth, unruffled life, and besides, he thoroughly enjoyed making up afterward. Occasionally, Barenzia would take the children and retreat to their old apartment, declaring she wanted no more to do with him. But she would always come to fetch her back, and she would always let herself be fetched back. It was ineffable, like the rising and setting of Tamriel's twin moons. She was 6 months pregnant before she finally deciphered the location of the last staff piece, an easy one since every dark elf knew where the Mount of Dagoth was. When she next quarrelled with the Nightingale, she simply left the city with Edwire and rode hard for High Rock and Wayrest. Nightingale was furious, but there was little he could do. His assassins were rather inept, and he dared not leave his seat of power to pursue them in person. Nor could he openly declare war on Wayrest. He had no legitimate claim on her or her unborn child. True to form, the imperial city's nobility had disapproved of her liaison with Barenzia, as they had so many years ago of Tiber Septims, and were glad to see her go. Wayrest was equally distrustful of her, but Edwire was fanatically loved by his prosperous little city-state, and allowances were readily made for his eccentricities. Barenzia and Edwire were married a year after the birth of her son by the Nightingale. In spite of this unfortunate fact, Edwire doted on her and her children. She in turn did not love him, but she was fond of him, and that was something. It was nice to have someone, and Wayrest was a very good place. A good place for children to grow up, while they waited, bided their time, prayed for the champion's success in his mission. Barenzia could only hope that he wouldn't take very long. Whoever this unnamed champion was, she was a dark elf, and she had all the time in the world. All the time, but no more love left to give, no more hatred left to burn. She had nothing left, nothing but pain and memories, and her children. She only wanted to raise her family and provide them a good life, and to be left to live out what remained of hers. She had no doubt it was going to be a long life yet. During it, she wanted peace and quiet and serenity, of her soul as well as of her heart. Peasant dreams. That was what she wanted. That was what the real Barenzia wanted. That was what the real Barenzia was. Peasant dreams. Pleasant dreams. You can only cast powers once per day. Fun stories. Don't miss any. Ruins of Camel Z. Oh, that's a new one. Bring the screen. But this one, I haven't read this one yet. I missed one. The ruins. That was a fun story. Where did it go? I don't see it. I did take it, didn't I? Ruins. Maybe it's under R for ruins. Yeah, there it is. The Ruins of Camel Z by Roland Nordsen. With the acclamations of the Fellows of the Imperial Society still ringing in my ears, I decided to return to Morrowind immediately. It was not without some regret that I bade farewell to the flesh pots of the Imperial City, but I knew that the wonders I had brought back from Ralad Mackay could only scratch the surface of the Dwemer ruins in Morrowind. Even more spectacular treasures were out there, I felt, just waiting to be found, and I was eager to be off. I also had before me the solitary example of poor Bannerman, who was still dining out on his single expedition to Black Marsh 20 years ago. That would never be me, I vowed. With my letter from the Empress in hand, this time I would have the full cooperation. Question for the people who played the first Skyrim game, first Elder Scrolls game, I mean, that champion. I'm assuming that champion is the player character, and that was like what you had to do in the game. You had to try and like thwart the king, the imposter king, and that was all just like the pretext to the plot that you had in the first game. Maybe. Okay. What was I up to? Even more spectacular treasures are out there, I felt, just waiting to be found, and I was eager to be off. Would never be me. With my letter from the Empress in hand, this time I'd have the full cooperation of the Imperial authorities. No more need to worry about attacks from superstitious locals. Where should I look next? The ruins at Camel Z were the obvious choice. Unlike Ralad Mackay, getting to the ruins would not be a problem, also known as the Cliff City. Camel Z lies on the mainland side of the Vordenfell Rift, rolling down the sheer coastal cliff. Travellers from the east coast of Vordenfell often visit the site by boat. It can also be reached overland from the nearby villages without undue hardship. Once my expedition had assembled in Saida Neen, the usual tedious complications involved in operating in this half-civilized land, we set out for the village of Marog near the ruins, where we hoped to hire a party of diggers. My interpreter, Chiwen Panai, an unusually jolly fellow for a dark elf who I had hired in Saida Neen at the recommendation of the local garrison commander, assured me that the local villagers would be very familiar with Camel Z, having looted the site for generations. Incidentally, Tenpenny, as we soon came to call him, to his constant amusement, who's that meant to be? Proved invaluable, and I recommended him without hesitation to any of my colleagues who are planning similar expeditions to the wilds of Morrowind. At Morog, we ran into our first trouble. The hetman of the village, a reserved, elegant old fellow, seemed willing to cooperate, but the local priest, a representative of the absurd religion they have here, worshipping something called the Tribunal, they claim actually live in palaces in Morrowind, was fervently against us excavating the ruins. He looked likely to sway the villagers to his side with his talk of religious taboos, but I waved the Empress's letter under his nose and mentioned something about my friend, the garrison commander at Saida Neen, and he quieted right down. No doubt this was just a standard negotiating tactic arranged among the villagers to increase their pay. In any event, once the priest had stalked off muttering to himself, no doubt calling down curses upon the heads of the foreign devils, we soon had a line of villagers eager to sign on to the expedition. My assistant was working out the mundane details of the contract, supplies, etc. Master Arum and I rode on to the ruins. By land, they can only be reached using narrow paths that wind down the face of the cliff from above, where any misstep threatens to send one tumbling into the sea, foaming about the jagged rocks below. Just use like that feather spell. It's fine, right? Or is feather? No, feathers for weight, not for falling. Jagged rocks below. The city's original entrance to the surface must have been in the part of the city to the northeast, the part that fell into the sea long ago when the eruption of Red Mountain created this mind-bogglingly vast crater. After successfully navigating the treacherous path, we found ourselves in a large chamber open to the sky on one side, disappearing into the darkness on the other. As we stepped forward, our boots scrunched on piles of broken metal, as common in dwarven ruins as potsherds, I don't know that word, in other ancient sites. This is obviously where the looters brought their finds from deeper levels, stripping off the valuable outer casings of the dwarven mechanisms and leaving their innards here. Easier than lugging the intact mechanisms back up to the top of the cliff. I laughed to myself, thinking of the many warriors unwittingly walking around Tamriel with pieces of dwarven mechanisms on their backs. But that, of course, is what most dwarven armor really is. Just the armored shells of ancient mechanical men. I sobered when I thought of how exceedingly valuable an intact mechanism would be. Wait, there was like a metal race is what the dwarven people are? Page 9. Hold on. You're telling me? I equipped the arrows. This is a metal man. Crazy. The armoured shells of ancient mechanical men. I sobered when I thought of how exceedingly valuable an intact mechanism would be. This place was obviously full of dwarven devices, judging from the litter covering the floor of this vast chamber. Or had been, I reminded myself. Looters had been working over this site for centuries. Just the casing alone would be worth a small fortune. Thorda's armour. Most dwarven armour is made of mismatched pieces from various devices, hence its reputation for being bulky and unwieldy. But a matched set from an intact mechanism is worth more than its weight in gold, for the pieces all fit together smoothly and the wearer hardly notices the bulk. Of course I had no intention of destroying my finds for armour, no matter how valuable. I would bring it back to the Society for Scientific Study. I imagined the astonished cries of my colleagues as I unveiled it at my next lecture and smiled again. I picked up a discarded gear from the piles at my feet. It still gleamed brightly, as if new made, the dwarven alloys resisting the corrosion of time. I wondered what secrets remained hidden in the maze of chambers that lay before me, defying the efforts of looters, waiting to gleam again in the light they had not seen in long eons. Waiting for me. It remained only to find them. With an impatient gesture to Master Arum to follow, I strode forward into the gloom. Master Arum, Tenpenny, and I spent several days exploring the ruins while my assistants set up camp at the top of the cliff and hauled supplies and equipment from the village. I was looking for a promising area to begin excavation, a blocked passage or corridor untouched by looters that might lead to completely untouched areas of the ruins. We found 2 such areas early on, but soon discovered that the many winding passages bypassed the blockage and gave access to the rooms behind. Nevertheless, even these outer areas, for the most part stripped clean of artifacts by generations of looters, were full of interest, the professional archaeologist. Behind a massive bronze door, burst from its hinges by some ancient turmoil of the earth, we discovered a large chamber filled with exquisite wall carvings, which impressed even the jaded Tenpenny, who claimed to have explored every dwarven ruin in Morrowind. They seemed to depict an ancient ritual of some kind, with a long line of classically bearded dwarven elders processing down the side walls, all seemingly bowing to the giant form of a god carved into the front wall of the chamber, just caught in the act of stepping forth from the crater of a mountain in a cloud of smoke or steam. According to Master Arum, there are no known depictions of dwarven religious rituals, so this was an exciting find indeed. I set a team to work prying the carved panels from the wall, but they were unable to even crack the surface. On closer examination, the chamber appeared to be faced with a metallic substance, with the texture and feel of stone, impervious to any of our tools. I considered having Master Arum try his blasting magic on the walls, but decided that the risk of destroying the carvings was too great. Much as I would have preferred to bring them back to the Imperial City, I had to settle for taking rubbings of the carvings. My colleagues in the Society showed enough interest, I was sure a specialist could be found. Perhaps a master alchemist would find a way to safely remove the panels. I found another curious room at the top of a long winding stair, barely passable due to the fall of rubble from the roof. At the top of the stair was a domed chamber with a large ruined mechanism at its centre. Painted constellations were still visible in some places on the surface of the dome. Master Arum and I agreed that this must have been some kind of observatory, and the mechanism was therefore the remains of a dwarven telescope. To remove it from ruins down the narrow stairway would require its complete disassembly, which fact no doubt had preserved it from the attention of looters, so I decided to leave it in place for the time being. The existence of this observatory suggested, however, that this room had once been above the surface. Closer examination of the structure revealed that this was indeed a building, not an excavated chamber. The only other doorways from the room were completely blocked. Careful measurements from the top of the cliff to the entry room and then to the observatory revealed that it was still more than 250 feet below the present ground level, a sobering reminder of the forgotten fury of Red Mountain. This discovery led us to focus our attentions downward, as we now knew approximately where the ancient surface lay. We could rule out many of the higher blocked passages. One wide passage, impressively flanked with carven pillars, particularly drew my interest. It ended in a massive rockfall, but we could see where looters had begun and then abandoned a tunnel through this debris. With my team of diggers and Master Arum's magery to assist, I believed we could succeed where our predecessors had failed. Why are you throwing things up? I therefore set my team of dark elves to work on clearing the passage, relieved finally to be beginning the real exploration of Kamalzi. Soon, I hoped my boots would be stirring up dust that had lain undisturbed since the dawn of time. With this exciting prospect before me, I may have driven my diggers a bit too hard. Tenpenny reported that they were beginning to grumble about the long days, and that some were talking of quitting. Knowing from experience that nothing puts heart back into these dark elves like a taste of the lash, I had the ringleaders whipped and the rest confined to the ruins until they had finished clearing the passageway. Thanks Stendar for my foresight in requisitioning a few legionaries from Said Anin. They were sullen at first, but with the promise of an extra day's wages when they broke through, they soon set to work with a will. I really don't need to hydrate, I need to finish this story. They were sullen at first, but with the promise of an extra day's wages when they broke through, they soon got to work with a will. While these measures may sound harsh to my readers back in the comforts of civilization, let me assure you that there is no other way to get these people to stick to a task. The blockage was much worse than I had first thought, and in the end it took almost 2 weeks to clear the passage. The diggers were as excited as I was when their picks finally broke through the far end into the emptiness and we shared a round of the local liquor together, a foul concoction in truth, to show that all was forgiven. I could hardly restrain my eagerness as I enlarged the hole to allow entry into the chamber beyond. Would the passage lead to entire new levels of the ancient city, filled with artifacts left by the vanished dwarves, or would it be only a dead end, some side passage leading to nowhere? My excitement grew as I slid through the hole and crouched for a moment in the darkness beyond. The echoing sounds of the stones rattling beneath my feet, I was in a large room. Perhaps very large. I stood up carefully and unhooded my lantern. As the light flooded the chamber, I looked around in astonishment. Here were wonders beyond even my wildest dreams. As the light from my lamp filled the chamber beyond the rock fall, I looked around in astonishment. Everywhere was the warm glitter of dwarven alloys. I had found an untouched section of the ancient city. My heart pounding with excitement, I looked around me. The room was vast, the roof soaring up into darkness beyond the reach of my lamp. The far end lost in shadows with only a tantalizing glimmer hinting at treasures not yet revealed. Along each wall stood rows of mechanical men, intact except for one oddity. Their heads had been ritually removed, placed on the floor at their feet. This could mean only one thing. I had discovered the tomb of a great dwarven noble, maybe even a king. Burials of this type had been discovered before, most famously by Ransom's expedition to Hammerfell, but no completely intact tomb had ever been found, till now. But if this was truly a royal burial, where was the tomb? I stepped forward gingerly. rows of headless bodies standing silently as they had for eons, their disembodied eyes seeming to watch me as I passed. I had heard wild tales of the curse of the dwarves, but had always laughed it off as superstition. But now, breathing the same air as the mysterious builders of the city, which had lain undisturbed since the cataclysm that spelled their doom, I felt a twinge of fear. There was some power here, I felt, something malevolent that resented my presence. I stopped for a moment and listened. All was silent, except it seemed I heard a faint hiss, regular as breathing. I fought down a sudden surge of panic. I was unarmed, not thinking of danger in my haste to explore past the blocked passage. Sweat dripped down my face as I scanned the gloom for any movement. The room was warm, I suddenly noticed, much warmer than the rest of the labyrinth thus far. My excitement returned. Could I have found a section of the city still connected to a functioning steam grid? Pipes ran along the walls, as in all sections of the city. I walked over and placed my hand on one. It was hot, almost too hot to touch. Now I saw that, in places where the ancient piping had corroded, small jets of steam were escaping, the sound I had heard. I laughed at my own credulity. I now advanced quickly to the far end of the room, giving a cheerful salute to the ranks of mechanical soldiers who had appeared so menacing only moments before. I smiled with triumph as the light swept back the darkness of centuries to reveal the giant effigy of a dwarven king standing on a raised dais. His metal hand, clutching his rod of office. This was the prize indeed. I circled the dais slowly, admiring the craftsmanship of the ancient dwarves. The Golden King stood 20 feet tall under a freestanding domed cupola. His long, unswept beard jutting forward proudly as his glittering metal eyes seemed to follow me. My superstitious mood had passed, and I gazed benevolently on the old dwarven king. My king, as I had already begun to think of him. I stepped onto the dais to get a better look at the sculpted armor. Suddenly, the eyes of the figure opened, and it raised a mailed fist to strike. I leapt to one side as the golden arm came crashing down, striking sparks from the steps where I had stood a moment before. With a hiss of steam and the whir of gears, the giant figure stepped ponderously out from under its canopy and strode towards me with its frightening speed, its eyes tracking me as I scrambled backwards. I dodged behind a pillar as the fist whistled down again. I had dropped my lantern in the confusion, and now I crept into the darkness outside the pool of light, hoping to slip between the headless mechanisms and thus escape back to the safety of the passageway. Where had the monster gone? You would think that a 20-foot golden kind would be hard to miss, but he was nowhere to be seen. The guttering lamp only illuminated a small part of the room. He could be hiding anywhere in the gloom. I crawled faster. Without warning, the dim ranks of dwarven soldiers in front of me went flying as the monstrous guardian loomed before me. He had cut off my escape. As I dodged backwards, blow after blow whistled down as the implacable machine followed me relentlessly, driving me into the far corner of the room. At last, there was nowhere left for me to go. My back was to the wall. I glared up at my foe, determined to die on my feet, the huge fists lifted for one final blow. The room blazed with sudden light. Bolts of purple energy crackled across the metal carapace of the dwarven monster, and it halted, half turning to meet this new threat. Master Arum had come. I was about to raise a cheer when the giant figure turned back to me, unharmed by the lightning bolt hurled by Master Arum, determined to destroy this first intruder. I shouted out, "Steam! Steam!" as the giant raised his fist to crush me into the floor. There was a hiss and a gust of bitter cold, and I looked up. The monster was now covered with a shell of ice, frozen in the very moment of dispatching me. Master Arum had understood. I leaned against the wall with relief. The ice cracked above me. The giant golden king stood before me, the shell of ice falling away, his head swiveling towards me in triumph. Was there no stopping this dwarven monstrosity? But then, the light faded from his eyes, and his arms dropped to his sides. The magical frost had worked, cooling its steam-driven energy. As Master Arum and the diggers crowded around me, congratulating me on my narrow escape, my thoughts drifted. I imagined my return to the Imperial City, and I knew that this would be my greatest triumph yet. How could I possibly top this find? Perhaps it was time to move on, covering the fabled Eye of Argonia. Now that would be a coup. I smiled to myself, reveling in the glory of the moment, but already planning my next adventure. The other stories are better. But what I'll do, I'm going to save on a new save. Next time, I'm going to do the quest and see if the second quest is soft locked. If not, that's great. If it is soft locked, we can come back, or we can just skip the quest. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But I'll do a new save. So we've got one before and after. We have to go back. At this point, all we've lost is we need to chat with everyone, pick up the books. We don't need to reread them. Like change our outfit. Get back here pretty easily, and probably like get the quests too. So new save. Not sleep time yet. I still need to make credits and thumbnail and raid. Yes. Credits. It's only 2:30, and I need to wake up at 6. I'll read them for the stat increase, especially that destruction book. Okay. Credits. I need to wake up in 3.5 hours. Thank you to Hannah David for the follow, you Tanuka for the YouTube subscription, and whoever the anonymous person was who gifted all these subs, and Vivian for the cheer, and Toothless for the raid. Let's do a raid of our own. Can't stay too much longer, so let's just see who's live. Thanks for the follow, Blueman. Thank you so much. You're able to do your homework while listening. I hope it was fun to listen to. Which story was your favorite? There was some interesting stories. I liked the 5-part story. That was good. Okay. Let's raid Icy Eclipse. No one's requested a game. No one's requested. Didn't see that redeem. You'd listen to me read stories for hours. I'm glad you liked it. No, I could. Someone needs to give me the timestamps though. Probably. Okay. Let's raid Icy Eclipse. That's what I was gonna do, and then we're gonna. Ow. And then we're gonna make a thumbnail, and then I'm gonna get like 3 hours of sleep before work. Yippee. Yeah, so I won't be streaming tomorrow. I think this stream is big enough for 2 days. But I should stream the day after, as long as I can catch up on some sleep tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. Bye, everyone. See you next time.